The Shuttle Part 1 by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 1. The Weaving of the Shuttle. No man knew when the shuttle began its slow and heavy weaving from shore to shore that it was held and guided by the great hand of fate. Fate alone saw the meaning of the web it wove, the might of it, and its place in the making of a world's history. Men thought but little of either web or weaving, calling them by other names and lighter ones, for the time unconscious of the strength of the thread thrown across thousands of miles of leaping, heaving, gray or blue ocean. Fate and life planned the weaving, and it seemed mere circumstance which guided the shuttle to and fro between two worlds, divided by a gulf broader and deeper than the thousands of miles of salt, fierce sea, the gulf of a bitter quarrel deepened by hatred and the shedding of brothers' blood. Between the two worlds of east and west, there was no will to draw nearer, each held apart. Those who had rebelled against that which their souls called tyranny, having struggled madly and shed blood in tearing themselves free, turned stern backs upon their unconquered enemies, broke all cords that bound them to the past, flinging off ties of name, kinship, and rank, beginning with fierce disdain, a new life. Those who, being rebelled against, found the rebels too passionate in their determination and too desperate in their defense of their strongholds to be less than unconquerable, sailed back haughtily to the world which seemed so far the greater power. Plunging into new battles, they added new conquests and splendor to their land, looking back with something of contempt to the half-savage West left to build its own civilization without other aid than the strength of its own strong right hand and strong uncultured brain. But while the two worlds held apart, the shuttle, weaving slowly in the great hand of fate, drew them closer and held them firm. Each of them all unknowing for many a year that what had at first been mere threads of gossamer was forming a web whose strength in time none could compute, whose severance could be accomplished but by tragedy and convulsion. The weaving was but in its early and slow-moving years when this story opens. Steamers crossed and recrossed the Atlantic, but they accomplished the journey at leisure and with heavy rollings and all such discomforts as small craft can afford. Their staterooms and decks were not crowded with people to whom the voyage was a mere incident, in many cases a yearly one. A crossing in those days was an event. It was planned seriously, long thought of, discussed and rediscussed, with and among the various members of the family to which the voyager belonged. A certain boldness, bordering on recklessness, was almost to be presupposed in the individual who, turning his back upon New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and like cities, turned his face towards Europe. In those days, when the shuttle wove at leisure, a man did not lightly run over to London or Paris or Berlin. He gravely went to Europe. The journey being likely to be made once in a lifetime, the traveler's intention was to see as much as possible, to visit as many cities, cathedrals, ruins, galleries as his time and purse would allow. People who could speak with any degree of familiarity of Hyde Park, the Champs-Élysées, the Pincio, had gained a certain dignity. The ability to touch with an intimate bearing upon such localities was a raison de plus for being asked out to tea or to dinner. To possess photographs and relics was to be of interest. To have seen European celebrities even at a distance, to have wandered about the outside of poets' gardens and philosophers' houses, was to be entitled to respect. The period was a far cry from the time when the shuttle, having shot to and fro, faster and faster, week by week, month by month, weaving new threads into its web each year, has woven warp and woof until they bind far shore to shore. It was in comparatively early days that the first thread we follow was woven into the web. Many such have been woven since, and have added greater strength than any others, twining the cord of sex and home building and race founding. But this was a slight and weak one, being only the thread of the life of one of Reuben Vanderpoel's daughters, the pretty little simple one, whose name was Rosalie. They were the Vanderpoels of the Americans whose fortunes were a portion of the history of their country. The building of these fortunes had been a part of, or had created, epochs and crises. Their millions could scarcely be regarded as private property. Newspapers bandied them about, so to speak, employing them as factors in argument, using them as figures of speech, incorporating them into methods of calculation. Literature touched upon them, moral systems considered them, stories for the young treated them gravely as illustrative. The first Reuben Vanderpoel, who in early days of danger had traded with savages for the pelts of wild animals, was the lauded hero of stories of thrift and enterprise. Throughout his hard-working life, he had been irresistibly impelled to action by an absolute genius of commerce, expressing itself at the outset by the exhibition of courage in mere exchange and barter. An alert power to perceive the potential value of things and the possible malleability of men and circumstances had stood him in marvelous good stead. He had bought at low prices things which in the eyes of the less discerning were worthless, but, having obtained possession of such things, the less discerning had almost invariably awakened to the fact that, in his hands, values increased, and methods of remunerative disposition, being sought, were found. Nothing remained unutilizable. The practical, sordid, uneducated little man developed the power to create demand for his own supplies. If he was betrayed into an error, he quickly retrieved it. He could live upon nothing and consequently could travel anywhere in search of such things as he desired. He could barely read and write and could not spell, but he was daring and astute. His untaught brain was that of a financier. His blood burned with the fever of but one desire, the desire to accumulate. Money expressed to his nature, not expenditure, but investment in such small or large properties as could be resold at profit in the near or far future. The future held fascinations for him. He bought nothing for his own pleasure or comfort, nothing which could not be sold or bartered again. He married a woman who was a trader's daughter and shared his passion for gain. She was of north of England blood, her father having been a hard-fisted small tradesman in an unimportant town, who had been daring enough to emigrate when emigration meant the facing of unknown dangers in a half-savage land. She had excited Reuben Vanderpoel's admiration by taking off her petticoat one bitter winter's day to sell it to a squaw in exchange for an ornament for which she chanced to know another squaw would pay with a skin of value. The first Mrs. Vanderpoel was as wonderful as her husband. They were both wonderful. They were the founders of the fortune which a century and a half later was the delight and fact that pieced the resistance of New York society reporters, its enormity being restated in round figures when a blank space must be filled up. The method of statement lent itself to infinite variety and was always interesting to a particular class, some elements of which felt it encouraging to be assured that so much money could be a personal possession, some elements feeling the fat and additional argument to be used against the infamy of monopoly. The first Reuben Vanderpoel transmitted to his son his accumulations and his fever for gain. He had but one child. The second Reuben built upon the foundations this afforded him a fortune as much larger than the first, as the rapid growth and increasing capabilities of the country gave him enlarging opportunities to acquire. It was no longer necessary to deal with savages. His powers were called upon to cope with those of white men who came to a new country to struggle for livelihood and fortune. Some were shrewd, some were desperate, some were dishonest. But shrewdness never outwitted, desperation never overcame, dishonesty never deceived the second Reuben Vanderpoel. Each characteristic ended by adapting itself to his own purposes and qualities, and as a result of each, it was he who in any business transaction was the gainer. It was the common saying that the Vanderpoels were possessed of a money-making spell. Their spell lay in their entire mental and physical absorption in one idea. Their peculiarity was not so much that they wished to be rich as that nature itself impelled them to collect wealth, as the lodestone draws towards it iron. Having possessed nothing, they became rich. Having become rich, they became richer. Having founded their fortunes on small schemes, they increased them by enormous ones. In time, they attained that omnipotence of wealth, which it would seem no circumstance can control or limit. The first Reuben Vanderpoel could not spell. The second could. The third was as well educated as a man could be, whose sole profession is money-making. His children were taught all that expensive teachers and expensive opportunities could teach them. After the second generation, the meager and mercantile physical type of the Vanderpoels improved upon itself. Feminine good looks appeared and were made the most of. The Vanderpoel element invested even good looks to an advantage. The fourth Reuben Vanderpoel had no son and 2 daughters. They were brought up in a brownstone mansion, built upon a fashionable New York thoroughfare, roaring with traffic. To the farthest point of the Rocky Mountains, the number of dollars this mansion, it was always called so had cost, was known. There may have existed Pueblo Indians who had heard rumors of the price of it. All the shopkeepers and farmers in the United States had read newspaper descriptions of its furnishings and knew the value of the brocade which hung in the bedrooms and boudoirs of the Mrs. Vanderpoel. It was a fact much cherished that Miss Rosalie's bath was of Carrara marble, and to good souls actively engaged in doing their own washing in small New England or Western towns, it was a distinct luxury to be aware that the water in the Carrara marble bath was perfumed with Florentine iris. Circumstances such as these seemed to become personal possessions and even to lighten somewhat the burden of toil. Rosalie Vanderpoel married an Englishman of title, and part of the story of her married life forms my prologue. Hers was of the early international marriages, and the Republican mind had not yet adjusted itself to all that such alliances might imply. It was yet ingenuous, imaginative, and confiding in such matters. A baronetcy and a manor house reigning over an old English village and over villagers' impossible smock frocks presented elements of picturesque dignity to people whose intimacy with such allurements had been limited by the novels of Mrs. Oliphant and other writers. The most ordinary little anecdotes in which vicarages, gamekeepers, and dowagers figured were exciting in these early days. Sir Nigel Anstruthers, when engraved upon a visiting card, wore an air of distinction almost startling. Sir Nigel himself was not as picturesque as his name, though he was not entirely without attraction, when for reasons of his own he chose to aim at agreeableness of bearing. He was a man with a good figure and a good voice, and but for a heaviness of feature, the result of objectionable living, might have given the impression of being better looking than he really was. New York laid amused and at the same time charmed stress upon the fact that he spoke with an English accent. His enunciation was in fact clear-cut and treated its vowels well. He was a man who observed with an air of accustomed punctiliousness such social rules and courtesies as he deemed it expedient to consider. An astute worldling had remarked that he was at once more ceremonious and more casual in his manner than men bred in America. If you invite him to dinner, the wording said, or if you die, or marry, or meet with an accident, his notes of condolence or congratulation are prompt and civil, but the actual truth is that he cares nothing whatever about you or your relations, and if you don't please him, he does not hesitate to sulk or be astonishingly rude, which last an American does not allow himself to be, as a rule. By many people Sir Nigel was not analyzed but accepted. He was of the early English who came to New York, and was a novelty of interest with his background of manor house and village and old family name. He was very much talked of at vivacious ladies' luncheon parties. He was very much talked to at equally vivacious afternoon teas. At dinner parties he was furtively watched a good deal, but after dinner when he sat with the men over their wine, he was not popular. He was not perhaps exactly disliked, but men whose chief interest at that period lay in stocks and railroads did not find conversation easy with a man whose sole occupation had been the shooting of birds and the hunting of foxes when he was not absolutely loitering about London with his time on his hands. The stories he told, and they were few, were chiefly anecdotes whose points gained their humor by the fact that a man was a comically bad shot or bad rider and either peppered a gamekeeper or was thrown into a ditch when ham up tetch mav. Interest by being filtered through brains accustomed to applying their powers to problems of speculation and commerce. He was not so dull, but that he perceived this at an early stage of his visit to New York, which was probably the reason of the infrequency of his stories. He, on his side, was naturally not quick to rise to the humor of a big deal or a big blunder made on Wall Street, or to the wit of jokes concerning them. Upon the whole, he would have been glad to have understood such matters more clearly. His circumstances were such as had at last forced him to contemplate the world of money-makers with something of an annoyed respect. These fellows, who had neither titles nor estates to keep up, could make money. He, as he acknowledged disgustedly to himself, was much worse than a beggar. There was Stornham Court in a state of ruin, the estate going to the dogs, the farmhouses tumbling to pieces, and he, so to speak, without a sixpence to bless himself with, and head over heels in debt. Englishmen of the rank which in bygone times had not associated itself with trade had begun at least to trifle with it, to consider its potentialities as factors possibly to be made useful by the aristocracy. Countesses had not yet spiritedly opened milliners' shops, nor belted earls adorned the stage, but certain noblemen had dallied with beer and coquetted with stocks. One of the first commercial developments had been the discovery of America, particularly of New York, as a place where if one could make up one's mind to the plunge, one might marry one's sons profitably. At the outset it presented a field so promising as to lead to rashness and indiscretion on the part of persons not given to analysis of character and in consequence relying too serenely upon an ingenuousness which rather speedily revealed that it had its limits. Ingenuousness combining itself with remarkable alertness of perception on occasion is rather American than English, and is, therefore, to the English mind, misleading. At first younger sons, who gave trouble to their families, were sent out, their names, their backgrounds of castles or manors, relatives of distinction, London seasons, fox hunting, Buckingham Palace, and Goodwood races, formed a picturesque allurement. That the castles and manors would belong to their elder brothers, that their relatives of distinction did not encourage intimacy with swarms of the younger branches of their families, that London seasons, hunting, and racing were for their elders and betters, were facts not realized in all their importance by the Republican mind. In the course of time they were realized to the full, but in Rosalie Vanderpoel's 19th year, they covered what was at that time almost unknown territory. One may rest assured Sir Nigel Anstruther said nothing whatsoever in New York of an interview he had had before sailing with an intensely disagreeable great-aunt who was the wife of a bishop. She was a horrible old woman with a broad face, blunt features, and a raucous voice, whose tones added acridity to her observations when she was indulging in her favorite pastime of interfering with the business of her acquaintances and relations. "I do not know what you are going chasing off to America for, Nigel," she commented. "You can't afford it, and it is perfectly ridiculous of you to take it upon yourself to travel for pleasure, as if you were a man of means, instead of being in such a state of pocket that Maria tells me you cannot pay your tailor. Neither the bishop nor I can do anything for you, and I hope you don't expect it. All I can hope is that you know yourself what you are going to America in search of, and that it is something more practical than buffaloes. You had better stop in New York. Those big shopkeepers' daughters are enormously rich, they say, and they are immensely pleased by attentions from men of your class. They say they'll marry anything if it has an aunt or a grandmother with a title. You can mention the Marchioness, you know. You need not refer to the fact that she thought your father a blackguard and your mother an interloper, and that you have never been invited to Broadmere since you were born. You can refer casually to me and to the bishop, and to the palace, too. A palace, even a bishop's, ought to go a long way with Americans. They will think it is something royal. She ended her remarks with one of her most insulting snorts of laughter, and Sir Nigel became dark red and looked as if he would like to knock her down. It was not, however, her sentiments which were particularly revolting to him. If she had expressed them in a manner more flattering to himself, he would have felt that there was a good deal to be said for them. In fact, he had put the same thing to himself some time previously, and, in summing up the American matter, had reached certain thrifty decisions. The impulse to knock her down surged within him, solely because he had a brutally bad temper when his vanity was insulted, and he was furious at her impudence in speaking to him as if he were a villager out of work whom she was at liberty to bully and lecture. For a woman who is supposed to have been born of gentle people, he said too. His mother afterwards, Aunt Marian, is the most vulgar old beast I have ever beheld. She has the taste of a female costermonger. Which was entirely true, but it might be added that his own was no better, and his points of view and morals wholly coincided with his taste. Naturally, Rosalie Vanderpoel knew nothing of this side of the matter. She had been a petted butterfly child, who had been pretty and admired and indulged from her infancy. She had grown up into a petted butterfly girl, pretty and admired and surrounded by inordinate luxury. Her world had been made up of good-natured, lavish friends and relations who enjoyed themselves and felt a delight in her girlish toilettes and triumphs. She had spent her one season of belledom in being whirled from festivity to festivity, in dancing in rooms festooned with thousands of dollars' worth of flowers, in lunching or dining at tables loaded with roses and violets and orchids, from which ballrooms or feasts she had borne away wonderful favors and gifts, whose prices, being recorded in the newspapers, caused a thrill of delight or envy to pass over the land. She was a slim little creature with quantities of light feathery hair like a French doll's. She had small hands and small feet and a small waist, a small brain also, it must be admitted, but she was an innocent, sweet-tempered girl with a childlike simpleness of mind. In fine, she was exactly the girl to find Sir Nigel's domineering temperament at once imposing and attractive, so long as it was cloaked by the ceremonies of external good breeding. Her sister Bettina, who was still a child, was of a stronger and less susceptible nature. Betty at 8 had long legs and a square but delicate small face. Her well-opened steel blue eyes were noticeable for rather extravagant ink-black lashes and a straight young stare which seemed to accuse if not to condemn. She was being educated at a ruinously expensive school with a number of other inordinately rich little girls who were all too wonderfully dressed and too lavishly supplied with pocket money. The school considered itself especially refined and select, but was in fact interestingly vulgar. The inordinately rich little girls, who had most of them pretty and spiritual or pretty and piquant faces, ate a great many bonbons and chattered a great deal in high unmodulated voices about the parties their sisters and other relatives went to and the dresses they wore. Some of them were nice little souls who in the future would emerge from their chrysalis state enchanting women, but they used colloquialisms freely and had an ingenuous habit of referring to the prices of things. Bettina Vanderpoel, who was the richest and cleverest and most promisingly handsome among them, was colloquial to slanginess, but she had a deep, mellow child voice and an amazing carriage. She could not endure Sir Nigel Anstruthers, and, being an American child, did not hesitate to express herself with force, if with some crudeness. "He's a hateful thing," she said. "I loathe him. He's stuck up, and he thinks you are afraid of him. And he likes it." Sir Nigel had known only English children, Little girls who lived in that discreet corner of their parents' town or country houses known as the schoolroom, apparently emerging only for daily walks with governesses. Girls with long hair, and boys in little high hats and with faces which seemed curiously made to match them. Both boys and girls were decently kept out of the way, and not in the least dwelt on except when brought out for inspection during the holidays and taken to the pantomime. Sir Nigel had not realized that an American child was an absolute factor to be counted with, and a youngster who entered the drawing-room when she chose, enjoying fearlessly in adult conversation, was an element he considered annoying. It was quite true that Bettina talked too much and too readily at times, but it had not been explained to her that the opinions of 8 years are not always of absorbing interest to the mature. It was also true that Sir Nigel was a great fool for interfering with what was clearly no affair of his in such a manner as would have made him an enemy even had not the child's instinct arrayed her against him at the outset. "You American youngsters are too cheeky," he said on one of the occasions when Betty had talked too much. "If you were my sister and lived at Stornham Court, you would be learning lessons in a schoolroom and wearing a pinafore. Nobody ever saw my sister Emily when she was your age." "Well, I'm not your sister Emily," retorted Betty, "and I guess I'm glad of it." It was rather impudent of her, but it must be confessed that she was not infrequently rather impudent in a rude little girl way, but she was serenely unconscious of the fact. Sir Nigel flushed darkly and laughed a short, unpleasant laugh. If she had been his sister Emily, she would have fared ill at the moment, for his villainous temper would have got the better of him. "I guess that I may be congratulated, too," he sneered. "If I was going to be anybody's sister Emily," said Betty, excited a little by the sense of the fray, "I shouldn't want to be yours." "Now, Betty, don't be hateful," interposed Rosalie, laughing, and her laugh was nervous. "There's Mina Thalberg coming up the front steps. Go and meet her." Rosalie, poor girl, always found herself nervous when Sir Nigel and Betty were in the room together. She instinctively recognized their antagonism and was afraid Betty would do something an English baronet would think vulgar. Her simple brain could not have explained to her why it was that she knew Sir Nigel. Often thought New Yorkers vulgar. She was, however, quite aware of this, but imperfectly concealed fact, and felt a timid desire to be explanatory. When Bettina marched out of the room with her extraordinary carriage finely manifest, Rosie's little laugh was propitiatory. "You mustn't mind her," she said. "She's a real splendid little thing, but she's got a quick temper. It's all over in a minute." "They wouldn't stand that sort of thing in England," said Sir Nigel. "She's deucedly spoiled, you know." He detested the child. He disliked all children, but this one awakened in him more than mere dislike. The fact was that though Betty herself was wholly unconscious of the subtle truth, the as yet undeveloped intellect, which later made her a brilliant and captivating personality, vaguely saw him as he was, an unscrupulous, sordid brute, as remorseless an adventurer and swindler in his special line, as if he had been engaged in drawing false checks and arranging huge jewel robberies, instead of planning to entrap into a disadvantageous marriage a girl whose gentleness and fortune could be used by a blackguard of reputable name. The man was cold-blooded enough to see that her gentle weakness was of value because it could be bullied. Her money was to be counted on because it could be spent on himself and his degenerate vices and on his racked and ruined name and estate, which must be rebuilt and restocked at an early date by someone or other, lest they tumbled into ignominious collapse which could not be concealed. Bettina of the accusing eyes did not know that in the depth of her yet crude young being, instinct was summing up for her the potentialities of an unusually fine specimen of the British blackguard, but this was nevertheless the interesting truth. When later she was told that her sister had become engaged to Sir Nigel Anstruthers, a flame of color flashed over her face. She stared silently a moment, then bit her lip and burst into tears. "Well, Bet," exclaimed Rosalie, "you are the queerest thing I ever saw." Bettina's tears were an outburst, not a flow. She swept them away passionately with her small handkerchief. "He'll do something awful to you," she said. "He'll nearly kill you. I know he will. I'd rather be dead myself." She dashed out of the room and could never be induced to say a word further about the matter. She would indeed have found it impossible to express her intense antipathy and sense of impending calamity. She had not the phrases to make herself clear even to herself, and after all, what controlling effort can one produce when one is only 8 years old? Chapter 2. A Lack of Reception. Mercantile as Americans were proclaimed to be, the opinion of Sir Nigel Anstruthers was that they were, on some points, singularly unbusinesslike. In the perfectly obvious and simple matter of the settlement of his daughter's fortune, he had felt that Reuben Vanderpoel was obtuse to the point of idiocy. He seemed to have none of the ordinary points of view. Naturally, there was to Anstruthers but one point of view to take. A man of birth and rank, he argued, does not career across the Atlantic to marry a New York millionaire's daughter unless he anticipates deriving some advantage from the alliance. Such a man, being of Anstruthers' type, would not have married a rich woman, even in his own country, without making sure that advantages were to accrue to himself as a result of the union. In England, to use his own words, there was no nonsense about it. Women's fortunes, as well as themselves, belonged to their husbands, and a man who was master in his own house could make his wife do as he chose. He had seen girls with money managed very satisfactorily by fellows who held a tight rein, and were not moved by tears, and did not allow talking to relations. If he had been desirous of marrying and could have afforded to take a penniless wife, there were hundreds of portionless girls ready to thank God for a decent chance to settle themselves for life, and one need not stir out of one's native land to find them. But Sir Nigel had not in the least desire to saddle himself with a domestic encumbrance. In fact, nothing would have induced him to consider the step if he had not been driven hard by circumstances. His fortunes had reached a stage where money must be forthcoming somehow from somewhere. He and his mother had been living from hand to mouth, so to speak, for years, and they had also been obliged to keep up appearances, which is sometimes embittering even to persons of amiable tempers. Lady Anstruthers, it is true, had lived in the country in as niggardly a manner as possible. She had narrowed her existence to absolute privation, presenting at the same time a stern, bold front to the persons who saw her, to the insufficient staff of servants, to the village, to the vicar and his wife, and the few far distant neighbors who perhaps once a year drove miles to call or leave a card. She was an old woman sufficiently unattractive to find no difficulty in the way of limiting her acquaintances. The unprepossessing wardrobe she had gathered in the passing years was remade again and again by the village dressmaker. She wore dingy old silk gowns and appalling bonnets, and mantles dripping with rusty fringes and bugle beads. But these mitigated not in the least the unflinching arrogance of her bearing, or the simple and tolerant rudeness which she considered proper and becoming in persons like herself. She did not, of course, allow that there existed many persons like herself. That society rejoiced in this fact was but the stamp of its inferiority and folly. While she pinched herself and harried her few hirelings at Stornham, it was necessary for Sir Nigel to show himself in town and present as decent an appearance as possible. His vanity was far too arrogant to allow of his permitting himself to drop out of the world to which he could not afford to belong. That he should have been forgotten or ignored would have been intolerable to him. For a few years he was invited to dine at good houses and got shooting and hunting as part of the hospitality of his acquaintances. But a man who cannot afford to return hospitalities will find that he need not expect to avail himself of those of his acquaintances to the end of his career unless he is an extremely engaging person. Sir Nigel Anstruthers was not an engaging person. He never gave a thought to the comfort or interest of any other human being than himself. He was also dominated by the kind of nasty temper which so reveals itself when let loose that its owner cannot control it, even when it would be distinctly to his advantage to do so. Finding that he had nothing to give in return for what he took, as if it were his right, society gradually began to cease to retain any lively recollection of his existence. The tradespeople he had borne himself loftily towards awakened to the fact that he was the kind of man it was at once safe and wise to dun, and therefore proceeded to make his life a burden to him. At his clubs he had never been a member surrounded and rejoiced over when he made his appearance. The time came when he began to fancy that he was rather edged away from, and he endeavored to sustain his dignity by being sulky and making caustic speeches when he was approached. Driven occasionally down to Stornham by actual pressure of circumstances, he found the outlook there more embittering still. Lady Anstruthers laid the bareness of the land before him without any effort to palliate unpleasantness. If he chose to stalk about and look glum, she could sit still and call his attention to revolting truths which he could not deny. She could point out to him that he had no money, and that tenants would not stay in houses which were tumbling to pieces, and work land which had been starved. She could tell him just how long a time had elapsed since wages had been paid and accounts cleared off. And she had an engaging, unbiased way of seeming to drive these maddening details home by the mere manner of her statement. "You make the whole thing as damned disagreeable as you can," Nigel would snarl. "I merely state facts," she would reply with acrid serenity. A man who cannot keep up his estate, pay his tailor or the rent of his lodgings in town, is in a strait which may drive him to desperation. Sir Nigel Anstruthers borrowed some money, went to New York, and made his suit to nice little silly Rosalie Vanderpoel. But the whole thing was unexpectedly disappointing and surrounded by irritating circumstances. He found himself face to face with a state of affairs such as he had not contemplated. In England, when a man married, certain practical matters could be inquired into and arranged by solicitors. The amount of the prospective bride's fortune, the allowances and settlements to be made, the position of the bridegroom with regard to pecuniary matters. To put it simply, a man found out where he stood and what he was to gain. But, at first to his sardonic entertainment and later to his disgusted annoyance, Sir Nigel gradually discovered that in the matter of marriage, Americans had an ingenuous tendency to believe in the sentimental feelings of the parties concerned. The general impression seemed to be that a man married purely for love, and that delicacy would make it impossible for him to ask questions as to what his bride's parents were in a position to hand over to him as a sort of indemnity for the loss of his bachelor freedom. Anstruthers began to discover this fact before he had been many weeks in New York. He reached the realization of its existence by processes of exclusion and inclusion, by hearing casual remarks people let drop, by asking roundabout and careful questions, by leading both men and women to the innocent expounding of certain points of view. Millionaires, it appeared, did not expect to make allowances to men who married their daughters. Young women, it transpired, did not in the least realize that a man should be liberally endowed in payment for assuming the duties of a husband. If rich fathers made allowances, they made them to their daughters themselves, who disposed of them as they pleased. In this case, of course, Sir Nigel privately argued with fine acumen. It became the husband's business to see that what his wife pleased should be what most agreeably coincided with his own views and conveniences. His most illuminating experience had been the hearing of some men, hard-headed, rich stockbrokers with a vulgar sense of humor, enjoying themselves quite uproariously one night at a club, over a story one of them was relating of an unsatisfactory German son-in-law who had demanded an income. He was a man of small title who had married the narrator's daughter, and after some months spent in his father-in-law's house, had felt it but proper that his financial position should be put on a practical footing. He brought her back after the bridal tour to make us a visit. said the storyteller, a sharp-featured man with a quaint wry mouth which seemed to express a perpetual, repressed appreciation of passing events. I had nothing to say against that, because we were all glad to see her home, and her mother had been missing her. But weeks passed, and months passed, and there was no mention made of them going over to settle in the slosh we'd heard so much of, and in time it came out that the slosh thing Anstruthers realized with gall in his soul that the brute, as he called him, meant Schloss, and that his mispronunciation was at once a matter of humor and derision, wasn't his at all. It was his elder brother's. The whole lot of them were counts, and not one of them seemed to own a dime. The slosh count hadn't more than 25 cents, and he wasn't the kind to deal any of it out to his family. So Lily's count would have to go clerking in a dry goods store if he promised to support himself. But he didn't propose to do it. He thought he got onto a soft thing. Of course we're an easy going lot, and we should have stood him if he'd been a nice fellow. But he wasn't. Lily's mother used to find her crying in her bedroom, and it came out by degrees that it was because Adolf had been quarreling with her and saying sneering things about her family. When her mother talked to him, he was insulting. Then bills began to come in, and Lily was expected to get me to pay them. And they were not the kind of bills a decent fellow calls on another man to pay. But I did it 5 or 6 times to make it easy for her. I didn't tell her that they gave an older chap than himself sidelights on the situation. But that didn't work well. He thought I did it because I had to, and he began to feel free and easy about it, and didn't try to cover up his tracks so much when he sent in a new lot. He was always working Lily. He began to consider himself master of the house. He intimated that a private carriage ought to be kept for them. He said it was beggarly that he should have to consider the rest of the family when he wanted to go out. When I got on to the situation, I began to enjoy it. I let him spread himself for a while just to see what he would do. Good Lord, I couldn't have believed that any fellow could have thought any other fellow could be such a fool as he thought I was. He went perfectly crazy after a month or so, and ordered me about, and patronized me as if I was a bootblack he meant to teach something to. So at last I had a talk with Lily and told her I was going to put an end to it. Of course she cried and was half frightened to death, but by that time he had ill-used her so that she only wanted to get rid of him. So I sent for him and had a talk with him in my office. I led him on to saying all he had on his mind. He explained to me what a condescension it was for a man like himself to marry a girl like Lily. He made a dignified, touching picture of all the disadvantages of such an alliance and all the advantages they ought to bring in exchange to the man who bore up under them. I rubbed my head and looked worried every now and then and cleared my throat apologetically just to warm him up. I can tell you that fellow felt happy, downright happy, when he saw how humbly I listened to him. He positively swelled up with hope and comfort. He thought I was going to turn out well, real well. I was going to pay up just as a vulgar New York father-in-law ought to do, and thank God for the blessed privilege. Why, he was real eloquent about his blood and his ancestors and the hoary-headed slosh. So, when he'd finished, I cleared my throat in a nervous, ingratiating kind of way again, and I asked him kind of anxiously what he thought would be the proper thing for a base-born New York millionaire to do under the circumstances, what he would approve of himself. Sir Nigel was disgusted to see the narrator twist his mouth into a sweet, shrewd, repressed grin, even as he expectorated into the nearest receptacle. The grin was greeted by a shout of laughter from his companions. "What did he say, Stebbins?" someone cried. "He said," explained Mr. Stebbins deliberately, "he said that an allowance was the proper thing. He said that a man of his rank must have resources, and that it wasn't dignified for him to have to ask his wife or his wife's father for money when he wanted it. He said an allowance was what he felt he had a right to expect, and then he twisted his mustache and said, 'What proposition did I make? What would I allow him?'" The storyteller's hearers evidently knew him well. Their laughter was louder than before. Let's hear the rest, Joe. Let's hear it. Well, replied Mr. Stebbins almost thoughtfully, I just got up and said, well, it won't take long for me to answer that. I've always been fond of my children, and Lily is rather my pet. She's always had everything she wanted, and she always shall. She's a good girl, and she deserves it. I'll allow you the significant deliberation of his drawl could scarcely be described. I'll allow you just 5 minutes to get out of this room before I kick you out, and if I kick you out of the room, I'll kick you down the stairs, and if I kick you down the stairs, I shall have got my blood comfortably warmed up, and I'll kick you down the street and round the block and down to Hoboken, because you're going to take the steamer there and go back to the place you came from, to the slosh thing or whatever you call it. We haven't a damn bit of use for you here. And believe it or not, gentlemen, looking round with the wry-mouthed smile, he took that passage and back he went. And Lily's living with her mother, and I mean to hold on to her. Sir Nigel got up and left the club when the story was finished. He took a long walk down Broadway, gnawing his lip and holding his head in the air. He used blasphemous language at intervals in a low voice. Some of it was addressed to his fate, and some of it to the vulgar mercantile coarseness and obtuseness of other people. They don't know what they are talking of, he said. It is unheard of. What do they expect? I never thought of this. Damn it, I'm like a rat in a trap. It was plain enough that he could not arrange his fortune as he had anticipated when he decided to begin to make love to little pink and white, doll-faced Rosie Vanderpool. If he began to demand monetary advantages in his dealing with his future wife's people in their settlement of her fortune, he might arouse suspicion and inquiry. He did not want inquiry either in connection with his own means or his past manner of living. People who hated him would be sure to crop up with stories of things better left alone. There were always meddling fools ready to interfere. His walk was long and full of savage thinking. Once or twice, as he realized what the disinterestedness of his sentiments was supposed to be, a short laugh broke from him, which was rather like the snort of the bishopess. I am supposed to be moonstruck over a simpering American chit moonstruck. Damn! But when he returned to his hotel, he had made up his mind and was beginning to look over the situation in evil cold blood. Matters must be settled without delay, and he was shrewd enough to realize that with his temper and its varied resources, a timid girl would not be difficult to manage. He had seen at an early stage of their acquaintance that Rosie was greatly impressed by the superiority of his bearing, that he could make her blush with embarrassment when he conveyed to her that she had made a mistake, that he could chill her miserably when he chose to assume a lofty stiffness. A man's domestic armory was filled with weapons if he could make a woman feel gauche, inexperienced, in the wrong. When he was safely married, he could pave the way to what he felt was the only practical and feasible end. If he had been marrying a woman with more brains, she would be more difficult to subdue, but with Rosalie Vanderpool, processes were not necessary. If you shocked, bewildered, or frightened her with accusations, sulks, or sneers, her light, innocent head was set in such a whirl that the rest was easy. It was possible, upon the whole, that the thing might not turn out so infernally ill after all. Supposing that it had been Bettina who had been the marriageable one. Appreciating to the full the many reasons for rejoicing that she had not been, he walked in gloomy reflection home. Chapter 3. Bianchound Lady and Struthers. When the marriage took place, the event was accompanied by an ingenuously elate flourish of trumpets. Miss Vanderpool's frocks were multitudinous and wonderful, as also her jewels purchased at Tiffany's. She carried 1,000 trunks more or less across the Atlantic. When the ship steamed away from the dock, the wharf was like a flower garden in the blaze of brilliant and delicate attire worn by the bevy of relatives and intimates who stood waving their handkerchiefs and laughingly calling out, "Farewell, good wishes." Sir Nigel's mental attitude was not a sympathetic or admiring one as he stood by his bride's side looking back. If Rosie's half-happy, half-tearful excitement had left her the leisure to reflect on his expression, she would not have felt it encouraging. "What a deuce of a row Americans make," he said even before they were out of hearing of the voices. "It will be a positive rest to be in a country where the women do not cackle and shriek with laughter." He said it with that simple rudeness which at times professed to be almost impersonal, and which Rosalie had usually tried to believe was the outcome of a kind of cool British humor. But this time she started a little at his words. "I suppose we do make more noise than English people," she admitted a second or so later. "I wonder why?" And without waiting for an answer, somewhat as if she had not expected or quite wanted one, she leaned a little farther over the side to look back, waving her small fluttering handkerchief to the many still in tumult on the wharf. She was not perceptive or quick enough to take offense, to realize that the remark was significant and that Sir Nigel had already begun as he meant to go on. It was far from being his intention to play the part of an American husband, who was plainly a creature in whom no authority vested itself. Americans let their women say and do anything, and were capable of fetching and carrying for them. He had seen a man run upstairs for his wife's wrap, cheerfully, without the least apparent sense that the service was the part of a footman, if there was one in the house, a parlour-maid if there was not. Sir Nigel had been brought up in the good early Victorian days, when a nice little woman to fetch your slippers for you figured in certain circles as domestic bliss. Girls were educated to fetch slippers as retrievers were trained to go into the water after sticks, and terriers to bring back balls thrown for them. The new Lady Anstruthers had, it supervened, several opportunities to obtain a new view of her bridegroom's character before their voyage across the Atlantic was over. At this period of the slower and more cumbrous weaving of the shuttle, the world had not yet awakened even to the possibilities of the ocean greyhound. An Atlantic voyage at times was capable of offering to a bride and bridegroom days enough to begin to glance into their future with the premonition of the waning of the honeymoon at least, and especially if they were not proof, to wish wearily that the first half of it were over. Rosalie was not weary, but she began to be bewildered, as she had never been a clever girl or quick to perceive, and had spent her life among women indulging American men. She was not prepared with any precedent which made her situation clear. The first time Sir Nigel showed his temper to her, she simply stared at him, her eyes looking like those of a puzzled, questioning child. Then she broke into her nervous little laugh, because she did not know what else to do. At his second outbreak her stare was rather startled, and she did not laugh. Her first awakening was to an anxious wonderment concerning certain moods of gloom, or what seemed to be gloom, to which he seemed prone. As she lay in her steamer chair, he would at times march stiffly up and down the deck, apparently aware of no other existence than his own, his features expressing a certain clouded resentment of whose very unexplainableness she secretly stood in awe. She was not astute enough, poor girl, to leave him alone, and when with innocent questionings she endeavored to discover his trouble, the greatest mystification she encountered was that he had the power to make her feel that she was in some way taking a liberty and showing her lack of tact and perspicuity. "Is anything the matter, Nigel?" she asked at first, wondering if she were guilty of silliness in trying to slip her hand into his. She was sure she had been when he answered her. "No," he said chillingly. "I don't believe you are happy," she returned. "Somehow you seem so different." "I have reasons for being depressed," he replied, and it was with a stiff finality which struck a note of warning to her, signifying that it would be better taste in her to put an end to her simple efforts. She vaguely felt herself put in the wrong, and he preferred that it should be so. It was the best form of preparation for any mood he might see, that it might pay him to show her in the future. He was, in fact, confronting disdainfully his position. He had her on his hands, and he was returning to his relations with no definite advantage to exhibit as the result of having married her. She had been supplied with an income, but he had no control over it. It would not have been so, if he had not been in such straits that he had been afraid to risk his chance by making a stand. To have a wife with money, a silly, sweet temper, and no will of her own was of course better than to be penniless, head over heels in debt and hemmed in by difficulties on every side. He had seen women trained to give in to anything rather than be bullied in public, to accede in the end to any demand rather than endure the shame of a certain kind of scene made before servants and a certain kind of insolence used to relatives and guests. The quality he found most maddeningly irritating in Rosalie was her obviously absolute unconsciousness of the fact that it was entirely natural and proper that her resources should be in her husband's hands. He had, indeed, even in these early days, made a tentative effort or so in the form of a suggestive speech. He had given her openings to give him an opening to put things on a practical basis, but she had never had the intelligence to see what he was aiming at, and he had found himself almost floundering ungracefully in his remarks, while she had looked at him without a sign of comprehension in her simple, anxious blue eyes. The creature was actually trying to understand him, and could not. That was the worst of it. The blank wall of her unconsciousness, her childlike belief that he was far too grand a personage to require anything. These were the things he was thinking over when he walked up and down the deck in unamiable solitariness. Rosie awakened to the amazed consciousness of the fact that instead of being pleased with the luxury and prettiness of her wardrobe and appointments, he seemed to dislike and disdain them. "You American women change your clothes too much and think too much of them," was one of his first amiable criticisms. "You spend more than well-bred women should spend on mere dresses and bonnets." In New York, it always strikes an Englishman that the women look endimanche at whatever time of day you come across them. "Oh, Nigel!" cried Rosie woefully. She could not think of anything more to say than, "Oh, Nigel! I am sorry to say it is true," he replied loftily. That she was an American and a New Yorker was being impressed upon poor little Lady Anstruthers in a new way somehow, as if the mere cold statement of the fact put a fine edge of sarcasm to any remark. She was of too innocent a loyalty to wish that she was neither the one nor the other. But she did wish that Nigel was not so prejudiced against the places and people she cared for so much. She was sitting in her stateroom enfolded in a dressing gown covered with cascades of lace, tied with knots of embroidered ribbon, and her maid, Hannah, who admired her greatly, was brushing her fair long hair with a gold-backed brush ornamented with a monogram of jewels. If she had been a French duchess of a piquant type, or an English one with an aquiline nose, she would have been beyond criticism. If she had been a plump, over-fed woman, or an ugly, ill-natured, gross one, she would have looked vulgar. But she was a little, thin, fair New Yorker, and though she was not beyond criticism if one demanded high distinction, she was pretty and nice to look at. But Nigel Anstruthers would not allow this to her. His own tailor's bills being far in arrears, and his pocket disgustingly empty, the sight of her ingenuous sumptuousness and the gay, accustomed simpleness of outlook with which she accepted it as her natural right irritated him and roused his venom. Bills would remain unpaid if she was permitted to spend her money on this sort of thing, without any consideration for the requirements of other people. He inhaled the air and made a gesture of distaste. "The sachet business is rather overpowering," he said. "It is the sort of thing a woman should be particularly discreet about." "Oh, Nigel!" cried the poor girl agitatedly. "Hannah, do go and call the steward to open the windows. Is it really strong?" she implored as Hannah went out. "How dreadful! It's only orris, and I didn't know Hannah had put it in the trunks." "My dear Rosalie," with a wave of the hand taking in both herself and her dressing case, "it is all too strong." "All what?" gaspingly. "The whole thing. All that lace and love-knot arrangement, the gold-backed brushes and scent bottles with diamonds and rubies sticking in them. They were wedding presents. They came from Tiffany's. Everyone thought them lovely. They look as if they belong to the dressing table of a Frenchwoman of the demi-monde. I feel as if I had actually walked into the apartment of some notorious Parisian soubrette. Rosalie Vanderpoel was a clean-minded little person. Her people were of the clean-minded type. Therefore, she did not understand all that this ironic speech implied, but she gathered enough of its significance to cause her to turn first red, and then pale, and then to burst into tears. She was crying and trying to conceal the fact when Hannah returned. She bent her head and touched her eyes furtively while her toilette was completed. Sir Nigel had retired from the scene, but he had done so feeling that he had planted a seed and bestowed a practical lesson. He had, it is true, bestowed one, but again she had not understood its significance and was only left bewildered and unhappy. She began to be nervous and uncertain about herself and about his moods and points of view. She had never been made to feel so at home. Everyone had been kind to her and lenient to her lack of brilliancy. No one had expected her to be brilliant, and she had been quite sweet-temperedly resigned to the fact that she was not the kind of girl who shone either in society or elsewhere. She did not resent the fact that she knew people said of her, "She isn't in the least bit bright, Rosie Vanderpoel, but she's a nice, sweet little thing." She had tried to be nice and sweet, and had aspired to nothing higher. But now that seemed so much less than enough. Perhaps Nigel ought to have married one of the clever ones, someone who would have known how to understand him, and who would have been more entertaining than she could be. Perhaps she was beginning to bore him. Perhaps he was finding her out and beginning to get tired. At this point the always too ready tears would rise to her eyes, and she would be overwhelmed by a sense of homesickness. Often she cried herself silently to sleep, longing for her mother, her nice, comfortable, ordinary mother, whom she had several times felt Nigel had some difficulty in being unreservedly polite to, though he had been polite on the surface. By the time they landed she had been living under so much strain in her effort to seem quite unchanged, that she had lost her nerve. She did not feel well, and was sometimes afraid that she might do something silly and hysterical in spite of herself, begin to cry, for instance, when there was really no explanation for her doing it. But when she reached London the novelty of everything so excited her that she thought she was going to be better. And then she said to herself it would be proved to her that all her fears had been nonsense. This return of hope made her quite light-spirited, and she was almost gay in her little outbursts of delight and admiration as she drove about the streets with her husband. She did not know that her ingenuous ignorance of things he had known all his life, her rapture over common monuments of history, led him to say to himself that he felt rather as if he were taking a housemaid to see a Lord Mayor's show. Before going to Stornham Court, they spent a few days in town. There had been no intention of proclaiming their presence to the world, and they did not do so. But unluckily certain tradesmen discovered the fact that Sir Nigel Anstruthers had returned to England with the bride he had secured in New York. The conclusion to be deduced from this circumstance was that the particular moment was a good one at which to send in bills for actee, rendered. The tradesmen quite shared Anstruthers' point of view. Their reasoning was delightfully simple, and they were wholly unaware that it might have been called gross. A man over his head and ears in debt naturally expected his creditors would be paid by the young woman who had married him. America had in these days been so little explored by the thrifty and pecunious Wellborn that its ingenuous sentimentality in certain matters was by no means comprehended. By each post Sir Nigel received numerous bills. Sometimes letters accompanied them, and once or twice respectful but firm male persons brought them by hand and demanded interviews which irritated Sir Nigel extremely. Given time to arrange matters with Rosalie, to train her to some sense of her duty, he believed that the acts rendered could be wiped off. But he saw he must have time. She was such a little fool. Again and again he was furious at the fate which had forced him to take her. The truth was that Rosalie knew nothing whatever about unpaid bills. Reuben Vanderpoel's daughters had never encountered an indignant tradesman in their lives. When they went into stores, they were received with unfeigned rapture. Everything was dragged forth to be displayed to them. Attendants waited to leap forth to supply their smallest behest. They knew no other phase of existence than the one in which one could buy anything one wanted and pay any price demanded for it. Consequently, Rosalie did not recognize signs which would have been obviously recognizable by the initiated. If Sir Nigel Anstruthers had been a nice young fellow who had loved her, and he had been honest enough to make a clean breast of his difficulties, she would have thrown herself into his arms and implored him effusively to make use of all her available funds, and if the supply had been insufficient, would have immediately written to her father for further donations, knowing that her appeal would be responded to at once. But Sir Nigel Anstruthers cherished no sentiment for any other individual than himself, and he had no intention of explaining that his mere vanity had caused him to mislead her, that his rank and estate counted for nothing, and that he was in fact a pauper loaded with dishonest debts. He wanted money, but he wanted it to be given to him as if he conferred a favor by receiving it. It must be transferred to him as though it were his by right. What did a man marry for? Therefore, his wife's unconsciousness that she was inflicting outrage upon him by her mere mental attitude filled his being with slowly rising gall. Poor Rosalie went joyfully forth shopping after the manner of all newly arrived Americans. She bought new toilettes and gewgaws and presents for her friends and relations in New York, and each package which was delivered at the hotel added to Sir Nigel's rage. That the little blockhead should be allowed to do what she liked with her money, and that he should not be able to forbid her. This he said to himself at intervals of 5 minutes through the day, which led to another small episode. "You are spending a great deal of money," he said one morning in his condemnatory manner. Rosalie looked up from the lace flounce which had just been delivered and gave the little nervous laugh which was becoming entirely uncertain of propitiating. "Am I?" she answered. "They say all Americans spend a good deal. Your money ought to be in proper hands and properly managed," he went on with cold precision. "If you were an Englishwoman, your husband would control it, would he?" The simple, sweet-tempered obtuseness of her tone was an infuriating thing to him. There was the usual shade of troubled surprise in her eyes as they met his. "I don't think men in America ever do that. I don't believe the nice ones want to. You see, they have such a pride about always giving things to women and taking care of them. I believe a nice American man would break stones in the street rather than take money from a woman, even his wife. I mean while he could work. Of course, if he was ill or had ill luck or anything like that, he wouldn't be so proud as not to take it from the person who loved him most and wanted to help him. You do sometimes hear of a man who won't work and lets his wife support him, but it's very seldom, and they are always the low kind that other men look down on. Wanted to help him. Sir Nigel selected the phrase and quoted it between puffs of the cigar he held in his fine, rather cruel-looking hands, and his voice expressed a not too subtle sneer. A woman is not helping her husband when she gives him control of her fortune. She is only doing her duty and accepting her proper position with regard to him. The law used to settle the thing definitely. Did it? Rosie faltered weakly. She knew he was offended again and that she was once more somehow in the wrong. So many things about her seemed to displease him, and when he was displeased he always reminded her that she was stupidly, objectionably guilty of not being an Englishwoman. Whatsoever it happened to be, the fault she had committed out of her depth of ignorance, he did not forget it. It was no habit of his to endeavor to dismiss offenses. He preferred to hold them in possession as if they were treasures, and to turn them over and over in the mental seclusion which nourishes the growth of injuries, since within its barriers there is no chance of their being palliated by the apologies or explanations of the offender. During their journey to Stornham Court the next day, he was in one of his black moods. Once in the railway carriage he paid small attention to his wife, but sat rigidly reading his Times until about midway to their destination he descended at a station and paid a visit to the buffet in the small refreshment room, after which he settled himself to doze in an exceedingly unbecoming attitude, his traveling cap pulled down, his rather heavy face congested with the dark flush Rosalie had not yet learned was due to the fact that he had hastily tossed off 2 or 3 whiskeys and sodas. Though he was never either thick of utterance or unsteady on his feet, whiskey and soda formed an important factor in his existence. When he was annoyed or dull, he at once took the necessary precautions against being overcome by these feelings, and the effect upon a constitutionally evil temper was to transform it into an infernal one. The night had been a bad one for Rosie. Such floods of homesick longing had overpowered her that she had not been able to sleep. She had risen feeling shaky and hysterical, and her nervousness had been added to by her fear that Nigel might observe her and make comment. Of course, she told herself, it was natural that he should not wish her to appear at Stornham Court looking a pale, pink-nosed little fright. Her efforts to be cheerful had indeed been somewhat touching, but they had met with small encouragement. She thought the green-clothed country lovely as the train sped through it, and the lump rose in her small throat, because she knew she might have been so happy if she had not been so frightened and miserable. The thing which had been dawning upon her took clearer, more awful form. Incidents she had tried to explain and excuse to herself upon all sorts of futile simple grounds began to loom up before her in something like their actual proportions. She had heard of men who had changed their manner towards girls after they had married them, but she did not know they had begun to change so soon. This was so early in the honeymoon to be sitting in a railway carriage in a corner remote from that occupied by a bridegroom who read his paper in what was obviously intentional, resentful solitude. Emily Soames' father, she remembered it against her will, had been obliged to get a divorce for Emily after her 2 years of wretched married life. But Alfred Soames had been quite nice for 6 months at least. It seemed as if all this must be a dream. One of those nightmare things in which you suddenly find yourself married to someone you cannot bear, and you don't know how it happened because you yourself have had nothing to do with the matter. She felt that presently she must waken with a start and find herself breathing fast and panting out, half laughing, half crying, "Oh, I am so glad it's not true! I am so glad it's not true." But this was true, and there was Nigel. And she was in a new, unexplored world. Her little trembling hands clutched each other. The happy, light girlish days full of ease and friendliness and decency seemed gone forever. It was not Rosalie Vanderpoel who pressed her colorless face against the glass of the window, looking out at the flying trees. It was the wife of Nigel Anstruthers. And suddenly, by some hideous magic, she had been snatched from the world to which she belonged and was being dragged by a gaoler to a prison from which she did not know how to escape. Already Nigel had managed to convey to her that in England a woman who was married could do nothing to defend herself against her husband, and that to endeavor to do anything was the last impossible touch of vulgar ignominy. The vivid realization of the situation seized upon her like a possession as she glanced sideways at her bridegroom and hurriedly glanced away again with a little hysterical shudder. New York, good-tempered, lenient, free New York, was millions of miles away, and Nigel was so loathly near and so ugly. She had never known before that he was so ugly, that his face was so heavy, his skin so thick and coarse, and his expression so evilly ill-tempered. She was not sufficiently analytical to be conscious that she had with one bound leaped to the appalling point of feeling uncontrollable physical abhorrence of the creature to whom she was chained for life. She was terrified at finding herself forced to combat the realization that there were certain expressions of his countenance which made her feel sick with repulsion. Her self-reproach also was as great as her terror. He was her husband, and she was a wicked girl. She repeated the words to herself again and again, But remotely she knew that when she said, "He is my husband," that was the worst thing of all. This inward struggle was a bad preparation for any added misery, and when their railroad journey terminated at Stornham Station, she was met by new bewilderment. The station itself was a rustic place where wild roses climbed down a bank to meet the very train itself. The station master's cottage had roses and clusters of lilies waving in its tiny garden. The station master, a good-natured red-faced man, came forward, baring his head, to open the railroad carriage door with his own hand. Rosie thought him delightful, and bowed and smiled sweet-temperedly to him and to his wife and little girls, who were curtsying at the garden gate. She was sufficiently homesick to be actually grateful to them for their air of welcoming her. But as she smiled, she glanced furtively at Nigel to see if she was doing exactly the right thing. He himself was not smiling, and did not unbend even when the station master, who had known him from his boyhood, felt at liberty to offer a deferential welcome. "Happy to see you home with her ladyship, Sir Nigel," he said. "Very happy, if I may say so." Sir Nigel responded to the respectful amiability with a half-military lifting of his right hand, accompanied by a grunt. "Dido, Wells," he said, and strode past him to speak to the footman who had come from Stornham Court with the carriage. The new and nervous little Lady Anstruthers, who was left to trot after her husband, smiled again at the ruddy, kind-looking fellow, this time in conscious deprecation. In the simplicity of her republican sympathy with a well-meaning fellow creature who might feel himself snubbed, she could have shaken him by the hand. She had even parted her lips to venture a word of civility when she was startled by hearing Sir Nigel's voice raised in angry rating. "Damned bad management not to bring something else," she heard. "Kind of thing you fellows are always doing." She made her way to the carriage, flurried again by not knowing whether she was doing right or wrong. Sir Nigel had given her no instructions, and she had not yet learned that when he was in a certain humor, there was equal fault in obeying or disobeying such orders as he gave. The carriage from the court, not in the least a new or smart equipage, was drawn up before the entrance of the station, and Sir Nigel was in a rage because the vehicle brought for the luggage was too small to carry it all. "Very sorry, Sir Nigel," said the coachman, touching his hat 2 or 3 times in his agitation. "Very sorry." The omnibus was a little out of order. The springs, Sir Nigel and I thought, you thought, was the heated interruption. What right had you to think, damn it? You are not paid to think. You are paid to do your work properly. Here are a lot of damned boxes which ought to go with us, and where's your maid?" wheeling round upon his wife. Rosalie turned towards the woman who was approaching from the waiting-room. "Hannah," she said timorously, "drop those confounded bundles," ordered Sir Nigel, "and show James the boxes her ladyship is obliged to have this evening. Be quick about it, and don't pick out half a dozen. The cart can take them." Hannah looked frightened. This sort of thing was new to her, too. She shuffled her packages onto a seat and followed the footman to the luggage. Sir Nigel continued rating the coachman. Any form of violent self-assertion was welcome to him at any time, and when he was irritated, he found it a distinct luxury to kick a dog or throw a boot at a cat. The springs of the omnibus, he argued, had no right to be broken when it was known that he was coming home. His anger was only added to by the coachman's halting endeavors in his excuses to veil a fact he knew his master was aware of, that everything at Stornham was more or less out of order, and that dilapidations were the inevitable result of there being no money to pay for repairs. The man leaned forward on his box and spoke at last in a low tone. "The bus has been broken some time," he said. It's an expensive job, Sir Nigel. Her ladyship thought it better to—" Sir Nigel turned white about the mouth. "Hold your tongue," he commanded, and the coachman got red in the face, saluted, biting his lips, and sat very stiff and upright on his box. The station master edged away uneasily and tried to look as if he were not listening. But Rosalie could see that he could not help hearing, nor could the country people who had been passengers by the train and who were collecting their belongings and getting into their traps. Lady Anstruthers was ignored and remained standing while the scene went on. She could not help recalling the manner in which she had been invariably received in New York on her return from any journey, how she was met by comfortable, merry people and taken care of at once. This was so strange, it was. So queer, so different. "Oh, never mind, Nigel dear," she said at last with innocent indiscretion. "It doesn't really matter, you know." Sir Nigel turned upon her a blaze of haughty indignation. "If you'll pardon my saying so, it does matter," he said. "It matters confoundedly. Be good enough to take your place in the carriage." He moved to the carriage door and not too civilly put her in. She gasped a little for breath as she sat down. He had spoken to her as if she had been an impertinent servant who had taken a liberty. The poor girl was bewildered to the verge of panic. When he had ended his tirade and took his place beside her, he wore his most haughtily intolerant air. "May I request that in future you will be good enough not to interfere when I do it?" "Am reproving my servants," he remarked. "I didn't mean to interfere," she apologized tremulously. "I don't know what you meant." "I only know what you did," was his response. "You American women are too fond of cutting in. An Englishman can think for himself without his wife's assistance." The tears rose to her eyes. The introduction of the international question overpowered her as always. "Don't begin to be hysterical," was the ameliorating tenderness with which he observed the 2 hot salt drops which fell despite her. "I should scarcely wish to present you to my mother bathed in tears." She wiped the salt drops hastily away and sat for a moment silent in the corner of the carriage. Being wholly primitive and unanalytical, she was ashamed and began to blame herself. He was right. She must not be silly because she was unused to things. She ought not to be disturbed by trifles. She must try to be nice and look cheerful. She made an effort and did no speak for a few minutes. When she had recovered herself, she tried again. "English country is so pretty," she said when she thought she was quite sure that her voice would not tremble. "I do so like the hedges and the darling little red-roofed cottages." It was an innocent tentative at saying something agreeable which might propitiate him. She was beginning to realize that she was continually making efforts to propitiate him. But one of the forms of unpleasantness most enjoyable to him was the snubbing of any gentle effort at palliating his mood. He condescended in this case no response whatever, but merely continued staring contemptuously before him. "It is so picturesque and so unlike America," was the pathetic little commonplace she ventured next. "Ain't it, Nigel?" He turned his head slowly towards her, as if she had taken a new liberty in disturbing his meditations. "Wha at?" he drawled. It was almost too much for her to sustain herself under. Her courage collapsed. "I was only saying how pretty the cottages were," she faltered, "and that there's nothing like this in America." "You ended your remark by adding, 'ain't it?'" her husband condescended. "There is nothing like that in England. I shall ask you to do me the favor of leaving Americanisms out of your conversation when you are in the society of English ladies and gentlemen. It won't do." "I didn't know I said it," Rosie answered feebly. "That is the difficulty," was his response. "You never know, but educated people do." There was nothing more to be said, at least for a girl who had never known what it was to be bullied. This one felt like a beggar or a scullery maid who, being rated by her master, had not the refuge of being able to give warning. She could never give warning. The Atlantic Ocean was between her and those who had loved and protected her all her short life, and the carriage was bearing her onwards to the home in which she was to live alone as this man's companion to the end of her existence. She made no further propitiatory efforts, but sat and stared in simple blankness at the country, which seemed to increase in loveliness at each new point of view. Sometimes she saw sweet wooded, rolling lands made lovelier by the homely. farmhouses and cottages enclosed and sheltered by thick hedges and trees. Once or twice they drove past the park enfolding a great house guarded by its huge sentinel oaks and beeches. Once the carriage passed through an adorable little village where children played on the green, and a square-towered gray church seemed to watch over the steep-roof cottages and creeper-covered vicarage. If she had been a happy American tourist, traveling in company with impressionable friends, she would have broken into ecstatic little exclamations of admiration every 5 minutes. But it had been driven home to her that to her present companion, to whom nothing was new, her rapture would merely represent the crudeness which had existed in contentment in a brownstone house on a noisy thoroughfare, through a life which had been passed tramping up and down numbered streets and avenues. They approached at last a second village with a green, a grass-grown street, and the irregular red-tiled cottages, which to the unaccustomed eye seemed rather to represent studies for sketches than absolute realities. The bells in the church tower broke forth into a chime, and people appeared at the doors of the cottages. The men touched their foreheads as the carriage passed, and the children made bobbing curtsies. Sir Nigel condescended to straighten himself a trifle in his seat and recognized the greetings with the stiff, half-military salute. The poor girl at his side felt that he put as little feeling as possible into the movement, and that if she herself had been a bowing villager, she would almost have preferred to be wholly ignored. She looked at him questioningly. "They must I?" she began. "Make some civil recognition," answered Sir Nigel, as if he were instructing an ignorant child. "It is customary." So she bowed and tried to smile, and the joyous clamor of the bells brought the awful lump into her throat again. It reminded her of the ringing of the chimes at the New York church on that day of her marriage, which had been so full of gay, luxurious bustle, so crowded with wedding presents and flowers, and warm-hearted, affectionate congratulations and good wishes uttered in merry American voices. The park at Stornham Court was large and beautiful and old. The trees were magnificent, and the broad sweep of sward and rich dip of ferny dell, all that the imagination could desire. The court itself was old, and many-gabled and mellow-red and fine. Rosalie had learned from no precedent as yet that houses of its kind may represent the apotheosis of discomfort and dilapidation within, and only become more beautiful without. Tumbled-down chimneys and broken tiles, being clambered over by tossing ivy, are pictures to delight the soul. As she descended from the carriage, the girl was tremulous and uncertain of herself, and much overpowered by the unbending air of the manservant who received her as if she were a parcel in which it was no part of his duty to take the smallest interest. As she mounted the stone steps, she caught a glimpse of broad gloom within the threshold, a big, square, dingy hall where some other servants were drawn up in a row. She had read of something of the sort in English novels, and she was suddenly embarrassed afresh by her realization of the fact that she did not know what to do, and that if she made a mistake, Nigel would never forgive her. An elderly woman came out of a room opening into the hall. She was an ugly woman of a rigid carriage which, with the obvious intention of being severely majestic, was only antagonistic. She had a flaccid chin and was curiously like Nigel. She had also his expression when he intended to be disagreeable. She was the Dowager Lady Anstruthers, and being an entirely revolting old person at her best, she objected extremely to the transatlantic bride who had made her a dowager, though she was determinedly prepared to profit by any practical benefit likely to accrue. "Well, Nigel," she said in a deep voice, "here you are at last." This was, of course, a statement not to be refuted. She held out a leathern cheek, and as Sir Nigel also presented his, their caress of greeting was a singular and not effusive one. "Is this your wife?" she asked, giving Rosalie a bony hand, and as he did not indignantly deny this to be the fact, she added, "How do you do?" Rosalie murmured a reply and tried to control herself by making another effort to swallow the lump in her throat, but she could not swallow it. She had been keeping a desperate hold on herself too long. The bewildered misery of her awakening, the awkwardness of the public row at the station, the sulks which had filled the carriage to repletion through all the long drive, and finally the jangling bells which had so recalled that last joyous day at home, had brought her to a point where this meeting between mother and son, these two stony, unpleasant creatures exchanging a reluctant rub of uninviting cheeks, as two savages might have rubbed noses, proved the finishing impetus to hysteria. They were so hideous, these two, and so ghastly comic and fantastic in their unresponsive glumness, that the poor girl lost all hold upon herself and broke into trembling shriek of laughter. Oh, she gasped in terror at what she felt to be her indecent madness. Oh, how! And then seeing Nigel's furious start, his mother's glare, and all the servants' alarmed stare at her, she rushed, staggering, to the only creature she felt she knew, her maid Hannah, clutched her and broke down into wild sobbing. "Ah, take me away!" she cried. "Oh, do, oh, mater!" "Take your mistress to her room," commanded Sir Nigel. "Go downstairs," he called out to the servants. "Take her upstairs at once and throw water in her face," to the excited Hannah. And as the new Lady Anstruthers was half led, half dragged, in humiliated hysteric disorder up the staircase, he took his mother by the elbow, marched her into the nearest room, and shut the door. There they stood and stared at each other, breathing quick, enraged breaths, and looking particularly alike with their heavy-featured, thick-skinned, infuriated faces. It was the dowager who spoke first, and her whole voice and manner expressed all she intended that they should, all the derision, dislike and scathing resignment to a grotesque fate. "Well," said her ladyship, "so this is what you have brought home from America." Chapter 4. A Mistake of the Postboys. As the weeks passed at Stornham Court, the Atlantic Ocean seemed to Rosalie Anstruthers to widen endlessly, and gay, happy, noisy New York to recede until it was as far away as some memory of heaven. The girl had been born in the midst of the rattling, rumbling bustle, and it had never struck her as assuming the character of noise. She had only thought of it as being the cheerful confusion inseparable from town. She had been secretly offended and hurt when strangers said that New York was noisy and dirty. When they called it vulgar, she never wholly forgave them. She was of the New Yorkers who adore their New York as Parisians adore Paris, and who feel that only within its beloved boundaries can the breath of life be breathed. People were often too hot or too cold there, but there was usually plenty of bright, glaring sun, and the extremes of the weather had at least something rather dramatic about them. There were dramatic incidents connected with them, at any rate. People fell dead of sunstroke or were frozen to death, and the newspapers were full of anecdotes during a cold snap or a torrid wave, which all made for excitement and conversation. But at Stornham the rain seemed to young Lady Anstruthers to descend ceaselessly. The season was a wet one, and when she rose in the morning and looked out over the huge stretch of trees and sward, she thought she always saw the rain falling either in hopeless sheets or more hopeless drizzle. The occasions upon which this was a dreary truth blotted out or blurred the exceptions, when in liquid ultramarine deeps of sky floated islands and mountains of snow-white fleece, of a beauty of which she had before had no conception. In the English novels she had read, places such as Stornham Court were always filled with house parties, made up of wonderful town wits and beauties, who provided endless entertainment for each other, who played games, who hunted and shot pheasants and shone in dazzling amateur theatricals. There were, however, no visitors at Stornham, and there were in fact no accommodations for Annie. There were numberless bedrooms, but none really fit for guests to occupy. Carpets and curtains were ancient and ragged. Furniture was dilapidated. Chimneys would not draw. Beds were falling to pieces. The Dowager Lady Anstruthers had never either attracted, desired, or been able to afford company. Her son's wife suffered from the resulting boredom and unpopularity without being able to comprehend the significance of the situation. As the weeks dragged by, a few heavy carriages deposited at the court a few callers. Some of the visitors bore imposing titles, which made Rosalie very nervous and caused her hastily to array herself to receive them in toilettes, much too pretty and delicate for the occasion. Her innocent idea was that she must do her husband credit by appearing as stylish as possible. As a result, she was stared at, either with open disfavor or with well-bred furtive criticism, and was described afterwards as being either very American or very overdressed. When she had lived in huge rooms in Fifth Avenue, Rosalie had changed her attire as many times a day as she had changed her fancy. Every hour had been filled with engagements and amusements. The Vanderpoel carriages had driven up to the door and driven away again and again through the mornings and afternoons and until midnight and later. Someone was always going out or coming in. There had been in the big handsome house not much more of an air of repose than one might expect to find at a railway station, but the flurry, the coming and going, the calling and chatting had all been cheery, amiable. At Stornham, Rosalie sat at breakfast before unchanging boiled eggs, unfailing toast, and unalterable broiled bacon, morning after morning. Sir Nigel sat and munched over the newspapers, his mother, with an air of relentless disapproval from a lofty height of both her food and companions, disposed of her eggs and her rasher at Rosalie's right hand. She had transferred to her daughter-in-law her previously occupied seat at the head of the table. This had been done with a carefully prepared scene of intense though correct disagreeableness, in which she had managed to convey all the rancor of her dethroned spirit and her disapproval and disdain of international alliances. "It is of course proper that you should sit at the head of your husband's table," she had said, among other agreeable things. "A woman having devoted her life to her son must relinquish her position to the person he chooses to marry. If you should have a son, you will give up your position to his wife. Since Nigel has married you, he has, of course, a right to expect that you will at least make an effort to learn something of what is required of women of your position." "Sit down, Rosalie," said Nigel. "Of course you take the head of the table, and naturally you must learn what is expected of my wife. But don't talk confounded rubbish, mother, about devoting your life to your son. We have seen about as little of each other as we could help. We never agreed." They were both bullies, and each made occasional efforts at bullying the other without any particular result, but each could at least bully the other into intensified unpleasantness. The vicar's wife, having made her call of ceremony upon the new Lady Anstruthers, followed up the acquaintance and found her quite exotically unlike her mother-in-law, whose charities one may be sure had neither been lavish nor dispensed by any hand less impressive than her own. The younger woman was of wholly malleable material. Her sympathies were easily awakened, and her purse was well filled and readily opened. Small families or large ones, newly born infants or newly buried ones, old women with bad legs and old men who needed comforts, equally touched her heart. She innocently bestowed sovereigns where an Englishwoman would have known that half-crowns would have been sufficient. As the Vicegress was her almoner, that lady felt her importance rapidly on the increase. When she left a cottage saying, "I'll speak to young Lady Anstruthers about you," the good woman of the house curtsied low, and her husband touched his forehead respectfully, but this did not advance the fortunes of Sir Nigel, who personally required of her very different things. 2 weeks after her arrival at Stornham, Rosalie began to see that somehow she was regarded as a person almost impudently in the wrong. It appeared that if she had been an English girl, she would have been quite different, that she would have been an advantage instead of a detriment. As an American, she was a detriment. That seemed to go without saying. She tried to do everything she was told, and learned something from each cold insinuation. She did not know that her very amenability and timidity were her undoing. Sir Nigel and his mother thoroughly enjoyed themselves at her expense. They knew they could say anything they chose, and that at the most, she would only break down into crying and afterwards apologize for being so badly behaved. If some practical, strong-minded person had been near to defend her, she might have been rescued promptly and her tyrants routed. But she was a young girl, tender of heart and weak of nature. She used to cry a great deal when she was alone, and when she wrote to her mother she was too frightened to tell the truth concerning her unhappiness. "Oh, if I could just see some of them," she would wail to herself. "If I could just see mother or father or anybody from New York. Oh, I know I shall never see New York again, or Broadway or Fifth Avenue or Central Park. I never, never shall." And she would grovel among her pillows, burying her face and half stifling herself lest her sobs should be heard. Her feeling for her husband had become one of terror and repulsion. She was almost more afraid of his patronizing, affectionate moments than she was of his temper. His conjugal condescensions made her feel vaguely, without knowing why, as if she were some lower order of little animal. American women, he said, had no conception of wifely duties and affection. He had a great deal to say on the subject of wifely duty. It was part of her duty as a wife to be entirely satisfied with his society and to be completely happy in the pleasure it afforded her. It was her wifely duty not to talk about her own family and palpitatingly expect letters by every American mail. He objected intensely to this letter writing and receiving, and his mother shared his prejudices. "You have married an Englishman," her ladyship said. "You have put it out of his power to marry an Englishwoman, and the least consideration you can show is to let New York and 900 Street remain upon the other side of the Atlantic, and not insist on dragging them into Stornham Court." The Dowager Lady Anstruthers was very fine in her picture of her mental condition when she realized, as she seemed periodically to do, that it was no longer possible for her son to make a respectable marriage with a woman of his own nation. The unadorned fact was that both she and Sir Nigel were infuriated by the simplicity which made Rosalie slow in comprehending that it was proper that the money her father allowed her should be placed in her husband's hands and left there with no indelicate questioning. If she had been an English girl, matters would have been made plain to her from the first and arranged satisfactorily before her marriage. Sir Nigel's mother considered that he had played the fool, and would not believe that New York fathers were such touchy, sentimental idiots as not to know what was expected of them. They wasted no time, however, in coming to the point, and in a measure it was the vicaress who aided them. Not she entirely, however. Since her mother-in-law's first mention of a possible son, whose wife would eventually thrust her from her seat at the head of the table, Rosalie had several times heard this son referred to. It struck her that in England such things seemed discussed with more freedom than in America. She had never heard a young woman's possible family arranged for and made the subject of conversation in the more crude atmosphere of New York. It made her feel rather awkward at first. Then she began to realize that the son was part of her wifely duty also, that she was expected to provide one, and that he was in some way expected to provide for the estate to rehabilitate it, and that this was because her father, being a rich man, would provide for him. It had also struck her that in England there was a tendency to expectation that someone would provide for someone else, that relatives, even by marriage, were supposed to make allowances on which it was quite proper for other persons to live. Rosalie had been accustomed to a community in which even rich men worked, and in which young and able-bodied men would have felt rather indignant if aunts or uncles had thought it necessary to pension them off as if they had been impotent paupers. It was Rosalie's son who was to be provided for in this case, and who was to provide for his father. "When you have a son," her mother-in-law had remarked severely, "I suppose something will be done for Nigel and the estate." This had been said before she had been 10 days in the house, and had set her not to quit brain-working. She had already begun to see that life at Stornham Court was not the luxurious affair it was in the house in Fifth Avenue. Things were shabby and queer, and not at all comfortable. Fires were not lighted because a day was chilly and gloomy. She had once asked for one in her bedroom, and her mother-in-law had reproved her for indecent extravagance in a manner which took her breath away. "I suppose in America you have your house at furnace heat in July," she said. "Mere wastefulness and self-indulgence, that is why Americans are old women at 20. They are shriveled and withered by the unhealthy lives they lead, stuffing themselves with sweets and hot bread and never breathing the fresh air." Rosalie could not at the moment recall any withered and shriveled old women of 20, but she blushed and stammered as usual. "It is never cold enough for fires in July," she answered, "but we never think fires extravagant when we are not comfortable without them." "Coal must be cheaper than it is in England," said her ladyship. "When you have a daughter, I hope you do not expect to bring her up as girls are brought up in New York." This was the first time Rosalie had heard of her daughter, and she was not ready enough to reply. She naturally went into her room and cried again, wondering what her father and mother would say if they knew that bedroom fires were considered vulgarly extravagant by an impressive member of the British aristocracy. She was not at all strong at the time, and was given to feeling chilly and miserable on wet, windy days. She used to cry more than ever, and was so desolate that there were days when she used to go to the vicarage for companionship. On such days the vicar's wife would entertain her with stories of the villagers' catastrophes, and she would empty her purse upon the tea table, and feel a little consoled because she was the means of consoling someone else. "I suppose it gratifies your vanity to play the Lady Bountiful," Sir Nigel sneered one evening, having heard in the village what she was doing. "I never thought of such a thing," she stammered feebly. "Mrs. Brent said they were so poor." "You throw your money about as if you were a child," said her mother-in-law. "It is a pity it is not put in the hands of some person with discretion." It had begun to dawn upon Rosalie that her ladyship was deeply convinced that either herself or her son would be admirably discreet custodians of the money referred to. And even the dawning of this idea had frightened the girl. She was so inexperienced and ignorant that she felt it might be possible that in England one's husband and one's mother-in-law could do what they liked. It might be that they could take possession of one's money as they seemed to take possession of one's self and one's very soul. She would have been very glad to give them money, and had indeed wondered frequently if she might dare to offer it to them, if they would be outraged and insulted and slay her in their wrath at her purse-proud daring. She had tried to invent ways in which she could approach the subject, but had not been able to screw up her courage to any sticking point. She was so overpowered by her consciousness that they seemed continually to intimate that Americans with money were ostentatious and always laying stress upon the amount of their possessions. She had no conception of the primeval simplest of their attitude in such matters, and that no ceremonies were necessary save the process of transferring sufficiently large sums as though they were the mere right of the recipients. She was taught to understand this later. In the meantime, however, ready as she would have been to give large sums if she had known how, she was terrified by the thought that it might be possible that she could be deprived of her bank account and reduced to the condition of a sort of dependent upon the humors of her lately acquired relations. She thought over this a good deal, and would have found immense relief if she dared have consulted anyone. But she could not make up her mind to reveal her unhappiness to her people. She had been married so recently, everybody had thought her marriage so delightful. She could not bear that her father and mother should be distressed by knowing that she was wretched. She also reflected with misery that New York would talk the matter over excitedly, and that finally the newspapers would get hold of the gossip. She could even imagine interviewers calling at the house in Fifth Avenue and endeavoring to obtain particulars of the situation. Her father would be angry and refuse to give them, but that would make no difference. The newspapers would give them, and everybody would read what they said, whether it was true or not. She could not possibly write facts, she thought, so her poor little letters were restrained and unlike herself, and to the warm-hearted souls in New York, even appearing stiff and unaffectionate, as if her aristocratic surroundings had chilled her love for them. In fact, it became far from easy for her to write at all, since Sir Nigel so disapproved of her interest in the American mail. His objections had indeed taken the form of his feeling himself quite within his rights when he occasionally intercepted letters from her relations, with the view of finding out whether they contained criticisms of himself, which would betray that she had been guilty of indiscreet confidences. He discovered that she had been guilty of indiscreet confidences. He discovered that she had not apparently been so guilty, but it was evident that there were moments when Mrs. Vanderpool was uneasy and disposed to ask anxious questions. When this occurred, he destroyed the letters, and as a result of this precaution on his part, her motherly queries seemed to be ignored, and she several times shed tears in the belief that Rosie had grown so patrician that she was capable of snubbing her mother in her resentment at feeling her privacy intruded upon and an unrefined effusiveness shown. "I just feel as if she was beginning not to care about us at all, Betty," she said. "I couldn't have believed it of Rosie. She was always such an affectionate girl." "I don't believe it now," replied Betty sharply. "Rosie couldn't grow hateful and stuck up. It's that nasty Nigel, I know it is." Sir Nigel's intention was that there should be as little intercourse between Fifth Avenue and Stornham Court as was possible. Among other things, he did not intend that a lot of American relations should come tumbling in when they chose to cross the Atlantic. He would not have it, and took discreet steps to prevent any accident of the sort. He wrote to America occasionally himself, and knowing well how to make himself civilly repellent, so subtly chilled his parents-in-law as to discourage in them more than once their half-formed plan of paying a visit to their child in her new home. He opened, read, and reclosed all epistles to and from New York, and while Mrs. Vanderpool was much hurt to find that Rosalie never condescended to make any response to her tentatives concerning her possible visit, Rosalie herself was mystified by the fact that the journey to Europe was never spoken of. "I don't see why they never seem to think of coming over," she said plaintively one day. "They used to talk so much about it." "They!" ejaculated the Dowager Lady Anstruthers. "Whom may you mean?" "Mother and father and Betty and some of the others." Her mother-in-law put up her eyeglasses to stare at her. "The whole family?" she inquired. "There are not so many of them," Rosalie answered. "A family is always too many to descend upon a young woman when she is married," observed her ladyship unmovedly. Nigel glanced over the top of his Times. "I may as well tell you that it would not do at all," he put in. "Why not?" exclaimed Rosalie, aghast. "Americans don't do in English society," slightingly. "But they are coming over so much. They like London, so all Americans like London." "Do they?" with a drawl which made Rosalie blush until the tears started to her eyes. "I am afraid the sentiment is scarcely mutual." Rosalie turned and fled from the room. She turned and fled because she realized that she should burst out crying if she waited to hear another word, and she realized that of late she seemed always to be bursting out crying before one or the other of those two. She could not help it. They always seemed to be implying something slighting or scathing. They were always putting her in the wrong and hurting her feelings. The day was damp and chill, but she put on her hat and ran out into the park. She went down the avenue and turned into a coppice. There, among the wet bracken, she sank down on the mossy trunk of a fallen tree and huddled herself in a small heap, her head on her arms, actually wailing. "Oh, mother! Oh, mother!" she cried hysterically. "Oh, I do wish you would. Come. I'm so cold, mother. I'm so ill. I can't bear it. It seems as if you'd forgotten all about me. You're all so happy in New York that perhaps you have forgotten. Perhaps you have. Oh, don't, mother, don't." It was a month later that through the vicar's wife she reached a discovery and a climax. She had heard one morning from this lady of a misfortune which had befallen a small farmer. It was a misfortune which was an actual catastrophe to a man in his position. His house had caught fire during a gale of wind, and the fire had spread to the outbuildings and rickyard and swept away all his belongings, his house, his furniture, his hayricks and stored grain, and even his few cows and horses. He had been a poor, hard-working fellow, and his small insurance had lapsed the day before the fire. He was absolutely ruined, and with his wife and 6 children stood face to face with beggary and starvation. Rosalie Anstruthers entered the vicarage to find the poor woman who was his companion in calamity sobbing in the hall. A child of a few weeks was in her arms, and 2 small creatures clung crying to her skirts. "We've worked hard," she wept. "We have, ma'am. Father, he's always been steady, and up early and late. Probs, it's the Lord's, and, as you say, ma'am. But we've been decent people and never missed church when we could help it. Father didn't deserve it that he didn't." She was heartbroken in her downtrodden hopelessness. Rosalie literally quaked with sympathy. She poured forth her pity in such words as the poor woman had never heard spoken by a great lady to a humble creature like herself. The villagers found the new Lady Anstruthers' interviews with them curiously simple and suggestive of an equality they could not understand. Stornham was a conservative old village, where the distinction between the gentry and the peasants was clearly marked. The cottagers were puzzled by Sir Nigel's wife, but they decided that she was kind, if unusual. As Rosalie talked to the farmer's wife, she longed for her father's presence. She had remembered a time when a man in his employ had lost his all by fire. The small house, he had just made his last payment upon having been burned to the ground. He had lost one of his children in the fire, and the details had been heart-rending. The entire Vanderpoel household had wept on hearing them, and Mr. Vanderpoel had drawn a check which had seemed like a fortune to the sufferer. A new house had been bought, and Mrs. Vanderpoel and her daughters and friends had bestowed furniture and clothing enough to make the family comfortable to the verge of luxury. "See, you poor thing," said Rosalie, glowing with memories of this incident, her homesick young soul comforted by the mere likeness in the 2 calamities. "I brought my checkbook with me because I meant to help you. A man worked. For my father had his house burned, just as yours was, and my father made everything all right for him again. I'll make it all right for you. I'll make you a check for £100 now, and then when your husband begins to build, I'll give him some more." The woman gasped for breath and turned pale. She was frightened. It really seemed as if her ladyship must have lost her wits a little. She could not mean this. The vicaress turned pale also. "Lady Anstruthers," she said. "Lady Anstruthers, it is too much. Sir Nigel—" "Too much!" exclaimed Rosalie. "They have lost everything, you know, their hayricks and cattle as well as their house. I guess it won't be half enough." Mrs. Brent dragged her into the vicar's study and talked to her. She tried to explain that in English villages such things were not done in a manner so casual, as if they were the mere result of unconsidered feeling, as if they were quite natural things, such as any human person might do. When Rosalie cried, "But why not, why not? They ought to be," Mrs. Brent could not seem to make herself quite clear. Rosalie only gathered in a bewildered way that there ought to be more ceremony, more deliberation, more holding off before a person of rank indulged in such munificence. The recipient ought to be made to feel it more, to understand fully what a great thing was being done. They will think he will do anything for them. "So I will," said young Lady Anstruthers, "if I have the money when they are in such awful trouble. Suppose we lost everything in the world, and there were people who could easily help us and wouldn't." "You and Sir Nigel, that is quite different," said Mrs. Brent. "I am afraid that if you do not discuss the matter and ask advice from your husband and mother-in-law, they will be very much offended." "If I were doing it with their money, they would have the right to be," replied Rosalie, with entire ingenuousness. I wouldn't presume to do such a thing as that. That wouldn't be right, of course. They will be angry with me," said the vicaress awkwardly. This queer, silly girl, who seemed to see nothing in the right light, frequently made her feel awkward. Mrs. Perivang Brent told her husband that she appeared to have no sense of dignity or proper appreciation of her position. The wife of the farmer, John Wilson, carried away the check, quite stunned. She was breathless with amazement and turned rather faint with excitement, bewilderment, and her sense of relief. She had to sit down in the vicarage kitchen for a few minutes and drink a glass of the thin vicarage beer. Rosalie promised that she would discuss the matter and ask advice when she returned to the court. Just as she left the house, Mrs. Brett suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. "The Wilson trouble completely drove it out of my mind," she said. "It was a stupid mistake of the postboy's. He left a letter of yours among mine when he came this morning. It was most careless. I shall speak to his father about it. It might have been important that you should receive it early." When she saw the letter, Rosalie uttered an exclamation. It was addressed in her father's handwriting. "Oh!" she cried. "It's from father, and the postmark is Havre. What does it mean?" She was so excited that she almost forgot to express her thanks. Her heart leaped up in her throat. Could they have come over from America? Could they? Why was it written from Havre? Could they be near her? She walked along the road choked with ecstatic, laughing sobs. Her hand shook so that she could scarcely tear open the envelope. She tore a corner of the letter, and when the sheet was spread open, her eyes were full of wild, delighted tears, which made it impossible for her to see for the moment. But she swept the tears away and read this. "Dear Doctor, it seems as if we had had pretty bad luck in not seeing you. We had counted on it very much, and your mother feels it all the more because she is weak after her illness. We don't quite understand why you did not seem to know about her having had diphtheria in Paris. You did not answer Betty's letter. Perhaps it missed you in some way. Things do sometimes go wrong in the mail, and several times your mother has thought a letter has been lost. She thought so because you seemed to forget to refer to things. We came over to leave Betty at a French school, and we had expected to visit you later. But your mother fell ill of diphtheria, and not hearing from you seemed to make her homesick, so we decided to return to New York by the next steamer. I ran over to London, however, to make some inquiries about you, and on the first day I arrived, I met your husband in Bond Street. He had once explained to me that you had gone to a house party at some castle in Scotland and said you were well and enjoying yourself very much, and he was on his way to join you. I am sorry, daughter, that it has turned out that we could not see each other. It seems a long time since you left us. But I am very glad, however, that you are so well and really like English life. If we had time for it, I am sure it would be delightful. Your mother sends her love and wants very much to hear of all you are doing and enjoying, hoping that we may have better luck the next time we cross. Your affectionate father, R. Reuben L. Vanderpoe. Rosalie found herself running breathlessly up the avenue. She was clutching the letter still in her hand and staggering from side to side. Now and then she uttered horrible little short cries, like an animal's. She ran and ran, seeing nothing, and now and then with the clenched hand in which the letter was crushed, striking a sharp blow at her breast. She stumbled up the big stone steps she had mounted on the day she was brought home as a bride. Her dress caught her feet, and she fell on her knees and scrambled up again, gasping. She dashed across the huge dark hall and, hurling herself against the door of the morning room, appeared disheveled, haggard-eyed, and with scarlet patches on her wild white face, before the dowager, who started angrily to her feet. "Where is Nigel? Where is Nigel?" she cried out frenziedly. "What in heaven's name do you mean by such manners?" demanded her ladyship. "Apologize at once. Where is Nigel?" "Nigel! Nigel!" the girl raved. "I will see him. I will see him." She, who had been the mildest of sweet-tempered creatures all her life, had suddenly gone almost insane with heartbroken hysteric grief and rage. She did not know what she was saying and doing. She only realized in an agony of despair that she was a thing caught in a trap, that these people had her in their power, and that they had tricked and lied to her and kept her apart from what her girl's heart so cried out to and longed for. Her father, her mother, her little sister, they had been near her and had been lied to and sent away. "You are quite mad, you violent, uncontrolled creature," cried the dowager furiously. "You ought to be put in a straitjacket and drenched with cold water." Then the door opened again and Nigel strode in. He was in riding dress and was breathless and livid with anger. He was in a nice mood to confront a wife on the verge of screaming hysterics. After a bad half-hour with his steward, who had been talking of impending disasters, he had heard by chance of Wilson's conflagration and the £100 check. He had galloped home at the top of his horse's speed. "Here is your wife raving mad," cried out his mother. Rosalie staggered across the room to him. She held up her hand, clenching the letter, and shook it at him. "My mother and father have been here," she shrieked. "My mother has been ill. They wanted to come to see me. You knew and you kept it from me. You told my father lies, hideous lies. You said I was away in Scotland enjoying myself when I was here, and dying with homesickness. You made them think I did not care for them, or for New York. You have killed me. Why did you do such a wicked thing?" He looked at her with glaring eyes. If a man born a gentleman is ever in the mood to kick his wife to death as costermongers do, he was in that mood. He had lost control over himself as completely as she had, and while she was only a desperate, hysteric girl. He was a violent man. "I did it because I did not mean to have them here," he said. "I did it because I won't have them here. They shall come," she quavered shrilly in her wildness. "They shall come to see me. They are my own father and mother, and I will have them." He caught her arm in such a grip that she must have thought he would break it if she could have thought or felt anything. "No, you will not have them," he ground forth between his teeth. "You will do as I order you and learn to behave yourself as a decent married woman should. You will learn to obey your husband and respect his wishes and control your devilish American temper." "They have gone," wailed Rosalie. "You sent them away. My father, my mother, my sister. Stop your indecent ravings," ordered Sir Nigel, shaking her. "I will not submit to be disgraced before the servants." "Put your hand over her mouth, Nigel," cried his mother. "The very scullery maids will hear." She was as infuriated as her son, and indeed, to behold civilized human beings in the state of uncontrolled violence these three had reached was a sight to shudder at. "I won't stop," cried the girl. "Why did you take me away from everything? I was quite happy. Everybody was kind to me. I loved people. I had everything. No one ever ill-used anyone." Sir Nigel clutched her arm more brutally still and shook her with absolute violence. Her hair broke loose and fell about her awful little distorted, sobbing face. "I did not take you to give you an opportunity to display your vulgar ostentation by throwing away £100 checks to villagers," he said. "I didn't take you to give you the position of a lady and be made a fool of by you." "You have ruined him," burst forth his mother. "You have put it out of his power to marry an Englishwoman who would have known it was her duty to give something in return for his name and protection." Her ladyship had begun to rave also, and as mother and son were of equal violence when they had ceased to control themselves, Rosalie began to find herself enlightened unsparingly. She and her people were vulgar sharpers. They had trapped a gentleman into a low American marriage and had not the decency to pay for what they had got. If she had been an Englishwoman, well-born and of decent breeding, all her fortune would have been properly transferred to her husband and he would have had the dispensing of it. Her husband would have been in the position to control her expenditure and see that she did not make a fool of herself. As it was, she was the derision of all decent people, of all people who had been properly brought up and knew what was in good taste and of good morality. First it was the dowager who poured forth, and then it was Sir Nigel. They broke in on each other. They interrupted one another with exclamations and interpolations. They had so far lost themselves that they did not know they became grotesque in the violence of their fury. Rosalie's brain whirled. Her hysteria mounted and mounted. She stared first at one and then at the other, gasping and sobbing by turns. She swayed on her feet and clutched at a chair. I did not know. She broke forth at last, trying to make her voice heard in the storm. I never understood. I knew something made you hate me, but I didn't know you were angry about money. She laughed tremulously and wildly. I would have given it to you. Father would have given you some if you had been good to me. The laugh became hysterical beyond her management. Peal after peal broke from her. She shook all over with her ghastly merriment, sobbing at one and the same time. "Oh, oh, oh, oh," she shrieked. "You see, I thought you were so aristocratic, I wouldn't have dared to think of such a thing. I thought an English gentleman, oh, oh, to think it was all because I did not give you money, just common dollars and cents, that I daren't offer to a decent American who could work for himself." Sir Nigel sprang at her. He struck her with his open hand upon the cheek, and as she reeled she held up her small, feverish, shaking hand, laughing more wildly than before. "You ought not to strike me," she cried. "You oughtn't. You don't know how valuable I am." Perhaps, with a little crazy scream, perhaps I might have a son. She fell in a shuddering heap, and as she dropped she struck heavily against the protruding end of an oak chest and lay upon the floor, her arms flung out and limp, as if she were a dead thing. Chapter 5. On both sides of the Atlantic. In the course of 12 years, the shuttle had woven steadily and its movements lubricated by time and custom with increasing rapidity. Threads of commerce, it caught up and shot to and fro with threads of literature and art, threads of life drawn from one shore to the other and back again, until they were bound in the fabric of its weaving. Coldness there had been between both lands, broad divergence of taste and thought, argument across seas, sometimes resentment, but the web in fate's hands broadened and strengthened and held fast. Coldness faintly warmed despite itself. Taste and thought drawn into nearer contact, reflecting upon their divergences, grew into tolerance, and the knowledge that the diverging, seen more clearly, was not so broad. Argument coming within speaking distance reasoned itself to logical and practical conclusions. Problems which had stirred anger began to find solutions. Books, in the first place, did perhaps more than all else. Cheap, pirated editions of English works, much quarreled over by authors and publishers, being scattered over the land, brought before American eyes soft, home-like pictures of places which were, after all was said and done, the homes of those who read of them, at least in the sense of having been the birthplaces of fathers or grandfathers. Some subtle, far-reaching power of nature caused a stirring of the blood, a vague, unexpressed yearning and lingering over pages which depicted sweet, green lanes, broad acres rich with centuries of nourishment and care, gray church towers, red roofs, and village children playing before cottage doors. None of these things were new to those who pondered over them. Kinsmen had dwelt on memories of them in their fireside talk, and their children had seen them in fancy and in dreams. Old grievances having had time to fade away and take on less poignant color, the stirring of the blood stirred also imaginations, and wakened something akin to homesickness, though no man called the feeling by its name. And this perhaps was the strongest cord the shuttle wove, and was the true meaning of its power. Being drawn by it, Americans in increasing numbers turned their faces towards the older land. Gradually, it was discovered that it was the simplest affair in the world to drive down to the wharves and take a steamer which landed one, after a more or less interesting voyage, in Liverpool, or at some other convenient port. From there, one went to London or Paris or Rome, in fact, whithersoever one's fancy guided, but first or last, it always led the traveler to the treading of green, velvet English turf. And once standing on such velvet, both men and women, looking about them, felt, despite themselves, the strange old thrill which some of them half resented and some warmly loved. In the course of 12 years, a length of time which will transform a little girl wearing a short frock into a young woman wearing a long one, the pace of life and the ordering of society may become so altered as to appear amazing when one finds time to reflect on the subject. But one does not often find time. Changes occur so gradually that one scarcely observes them, or so swiftly that they take the form of a kind of amazed shock which one gets over as quickly as one experiences it and realizes that its cause is already a fixed fact. In the United States of America, which have not yet acquired the serene sense of conservative self-satisfaction and repose which centuries of age may bestow, the spirit of life itself is the aspiration for change. Ambition itself only means the insistence on change. Each day is to be better than yesterday, fuller of plans, of briskness, of initiative. Each today demands of tomorrow new men, new minds, new work. A today which has not launched new ships, explored new countries, constructed new buildings, added stories to old ones, may consider itself a failure, unworthy even of being consigned to the limbo of respectable yesterdays. Such a country lives by leaps and bounds, and the 10 years which followed the marriage of Reuben Vanderpoel's eldest daughter made many such bounds and leaps. They were years which initiated and established international social relations in a manner which caused them to incorporate themselves with the history of both countries. As America discovered Europe, that continent discovered America. American beauties began to appear in English drawing rooms and continental salons. They were presented at court and commented upon in the Row and the Bois. Their little transatlantic tricks of speech and their mots were repeated with gusto. It became understood that they were amusing and amazing. Americans came in as the heroes and heroines of novels and stories. Punch delighted in them vastly. Shopkeepers and hotel proprietors stocked, furnished, and provisioned for them. They spent money enormously and were singularly indifferent at the outset under imposition. They came over in a manner as epic-making, though less warlike than that of William the Conqueror. International marriages ceased to be a novelty. As Bettina Vanderpoel grew up, she grew up, so to speak, in the midst of them. She saw our country, its people, its newspapers, its literature, innocently rejoiced by the alliances its charming young women contracted with foreign rank. She saw it affectionately, gleefully rubbing its hands over its duchesses, its countesses, its miladies. The American eagle spread its wings and flapped them sometimes a trifle over this new but so natural and inevitable triumph of its virgins. It was, of course, only American that such things should happen. America ruled the universe, and its women ruled America, bullying it a little, prettily perhaps. What could be more a matter of course than that American women, being aided by adoring fathers, brothers, and husbands, sumptuously to ship themselves to other lands, should begin to rule these lands also? Betty, in her growing up, heard all this intimated. At 12 years old, though she had detested Rosalie's marriage, she had rather liked to hear people talk of the picturesqueness of places like Stornham Court, and of the life led by women of rank in their houses in town and country. Such talk nearly always involved the description of things and people whose color and tone had only reached her through the medium of books, most frequently fiction. She was, however, of an unusually observing mind, even as a child, and the time came when she realized that the national bird spread its wings less proudly when the subject of international matches was touched upon, and even at such times showed signs of restlessness. Now and then things had not turned out as they appeared to promise. 2 or 3 seemingly brilliant unions had resulted in disaster. She had not understood all the details the newspapers cheerfully provided, but it was clear to her that more than one previously envied young woman had had practical reasons for discovering that she had made an astonishingly bad bargain. This being the case, she used frequently to ponder over the case of Rosie, who had been swept away from them and swallowed up, as it seemed, by that other and older world. She was in certain ways a silent child, and no one but herself knew how little she had forgotten Rosie, how often she pondered over her, how sometimes she had lain awake in the night and puzzled out lines of argument concerning her and things which might be true. The one grief of poor Mrs. Vanderpoel's life had been the apparent estrangement of her eldest child. After her first 6 months in England, Lady Anstruther's letters had become fewer and farther between, and had given so little information connected with herself that affectionate curiosity became discouraged. Sir Nigel's brief and rare epistles revealed so little desire for any relationship with his wife's family that gradually Rosie's image seemed to fade into far distance and become fainter with the passing of each month. It seemed almost an incredible thing when they allowed themselves to think of it, but no member of the family had ever been to Stornham Court. 2 or 3 efforts to arrange a visit had been made, but on each occasion had failed through some apparently accidental cause. Once Lady Anstruthers had been away, once a letter had seemingly failed to reach her. Once her children had had scarlet fever and the orders of the physicians in attendance had been stringent in regard to visitors, even relatives who did not fear contagion. If she had been living in New York and her children had been ill, I should have been with her all the time, poor Mrs. Vanderpoel had said with tears. Rosie's changed awfully somehow. Her letters don't sound a bit like she used to be. It seems as if she just doesn't care to see her mother and father. Betty had frowned a good deal and thought intensely in secret. She did not believe that Rosie was ashamed of her relations. She remembered, however, it is true, that Clara Newell, who had been a schoolmate, had become very superfine and indifferent to her family after her marriage to an aristocratic and learned German. Hers had been one of the successful alliances, and after living a few years in Berlin, she had quite looked down upon New Yorkers, and had made herself exceedingly unpopular during her one brief visit to her relatives. She seemed to think her father and mother undignified and uncultivated, and she disapproved entirely of her sister's dress and bearing. She said that they had no distinction of manner, and that all their interests were frivolous and unenlightened. But Clara always was a conceited girl, thought Betty. She was always patronizing people, and Rosie was only pretty and sweet. She always said herself that she had no brains. But she had a heart. After the lapse of a few years there had been no further discussion of plans for visiting Stornham. Rosalie had become so remote as to appear almost unreachable. She had been presented at court. She had had 3 children. The Dowager Lady Anstruthers had died. Once she had written to her father to ask for a large sum of money, which he had sent to her because she seemed to want it very much. She required it to pay off certain debts on the estate, and spoke touchingly of her boy, who would inherit. "He is a delicate boy, father," she wrote, "and I don't want the estate to come to him burdened." When she received the money, she wrote gratefully of the generosity shown her, but she spoke very vaguely of the prospect of their seeing each other in the future. It was as if she felt her own remoteness even more than they felt it themselves. In the meantime, Bettina had been taken to France and placed at school there. The resulting experience was an enlightening one, far more illuminating to the quick-witted American child than it would have been to an English, French, or German one who would not have had so much to learn, and probably would not have had so much to learn, and probably would not have been so quick at the learning. Betty Vanderpoel knew nothing which was not American, and only vaguely a few things which were not of New York. She had lived in Fifth Avenue, attended school in a numbered street near her own home, played in and been driven round Central Park. She had spent the hot months of the summer in places up the Hudson or on Long Island and such resorts of pleasure. She had believed implicitly in all she saw and knew. She had been surrounded by wealth and decent good nature throughout her existence and had enjoyed her life far too much to admit of any doubt that America was the most perfect country in the world, Americans the cleverest and most amusing people, and that other nations were a little out of it, and consequently sufficiently scant of resource to render pity without condemnation a natural sentiment in connection with one's occasional thoughts of them. But hers was a mentality by no means ordinary. Inheritance in her nature had combined with circumstances, as it has a habit of doing in all human beings. But in her case the combinations were unusual and produced a result somewhat remarkable. The quality of brains which, in the first Reuben Vanderpoel, had expressed itself in the marvelously successful planning and carrying to their ends of commercial and financial schemes, the absolute genius of penetration and calculation of the sordid and uneducated little trader in skins and barterer of goods, having filtered through 2 generations of gradual education and refinement of existence, which was no longer that of the mere trader, had been transformed in the great-granddaughter into keen, clear sight, level-headed perceptiveness, and a logical sense of values. As the first Reuben had known by instinct the values of pelts and lands, Bettina knew by instinct the values of qualities, of brains, of hearts, of circumstances, and the incidents which affect them. She was as unaware of the significance of her great possession as were those around her. Nevertheless, it was an unerring thing. As a mere child, unformed and uneducated by life, she had not been one of the small creatures to be deceived or flattered. "She's an awfully smart little thing, that Betty," her New York aunts and cousins often remarked. "She seems to see what people mean. It doesn't matter what they say. She likes people you would not expect her to like. And then again, she sometimes doesn't care the least for people who are thought awfully attractive." As has been already intimated, the child was crude enough and not particularly well bred, but her small brain had always been at work, and each day of her life recorded for her valuable impressions. The page of her young mind had ceased to be a blank much earlier than is usual. The comparing of these impressions with such as she received when her life in the French school was new afforded her active mental exercise. She began with natural, secret indignation and rebellion. There was no other American pupil in the establishment besides herself. But for the fact that the name of Vanderpoel represented wealth so enormous as to amount to a sort of rank in itself, Bettina would not have been received. The proprietress of the institution had gravely disquieting doubts of the propriety of America. Her pupils were not accustomed to freedom of opinions and customs. An American child might either consciously or unconsciously introduce them. As this must be guarded against, Betty's first few months at the school were not agreeable to her. She was supervised and expurgated, as it were. Special sisters were told off to converse and walk with her, and she soon perceived that conversations were not only French lessons in disguise, but were lectures on ethics, morals, and good manners, imperfectly concealed by the mask and domino of amiable entertainment. She translated into English after the following manner the facts her swift young perceptions gathered. There were things it was so inelegant to say that only the most impossible persons said them. There were things it was so inexcusable to do that when done their inexcusability assumed the proportions of a crime. There were movements, expressions, points of view which one must avoid as one would avoid the plague. And they were all things, acts, expressions, attitudes of mind which Bettina had been familiar with from her infancy and which she was well aware were considered almost entirely harmless and unobjectable in New York, in her beloved New York, which was the center of the world, which was bigger, richer, gayer, more admirable than any other city known upon the earth. If she had not so loved it, If she had ever dreamed of the existence of any other place as being absolutely necessary, she would not have felt the thing so bitterly. But it seemed to her that all these amiable diatribes in exquisite French were directed at her, New York. And it must be admitted that she was humiliated and enraged. It was a personal, indeed, a family matter. Her father, her mother, her relatives, and friends were all in some degree exactly the kind of persons whose speech, habits, and opinions she must conscientiously avoid. But for the instinct of summing up values, circumstances, and intentions, it is probable that she would have lost her head, let loose her temper and her tongue, and have become insubordinate. But the quickness of perception which had revealed practical potentialities to old Reuben Vanderpoel revealed to her the value of French, which was perfectly fluent, a voice which was musical, movements which were grace, manners which had a still beauty, and comparing these things with others less charming, she listened and restrained herself, learning, marking, and inwardly digesting with a cleverness most enviable. Among her fellow pensioners, she met with discomforting illuminations, which were fine discipline also, though if she herself had been a less intellectual creature, they might have been embittering. Without doubt Betty, even at 12 years, was intellectual. Hers was the practical working intellect, which begins duty at birth and does not lay down its tools because the sun sets. The little and big girls, who wrote their exercises at her side, did not deliberately enlighten her, but she learned from them in vague ways that it was not New York which was the center of the earth, but Paris or Berlin, Madrid, London, or Rome. Paris and London were perhaps more calmly positive of themselves than other capitals, and were a little inclined to smile at the lack of seriousness in other claims. But one strange fact was more predominant than any other, and this was that New York was not counted as a civilized center at all. It had no particular existence. Nobody expressed this rudely. In fact, it did not acquire the form of actual statement at any time. It was merely revealed by amiable and ingenuous unconsciousness of the circumstance that such a part of the world expected to be regarded or referred to at all. Betty began early to realize that as her companions did not talk of Timbuktu or Zanzibar, so they did not talk of New York. Stockholm or Amsterdam seemed, despite their smallness, to be considered. No one denied the presence of Zanzibar on the map, but as it conveyed nothing more than the impression of being a mere geographical fact, there was no reason why one should dwell on it in conversation. Remembering all she had left behind, the crowded streets, the brilliant shop windows, the buzz of individual people, there were moments when Betty ground her strong little teeth. She wanted to express all these things, to call out, to explain, and command recognition for them, but her cleverness showed to her that argument or protestation would be useless. She could not make such hearers understand. There were girls whose interest in America was founded on their impression that magnificent Indian chieftains in blankets and feathers stalked about the streets of the towns, and that Betty's own thick black hair had been handed down to her by some beautiful Minnehaha or Pocahontas. When first she was approached by timid tentative questionings revealing this point of view, Betty felt hot and answered with unamiable curtness. No, there were no Red Indians in New York. There had been no Red Indians in her family. She had neither grandmothers nor aunts who were squaws, if they meant that. She felt so scornfully, so disgustedly indignant at their benighted ignorance that she knew she behaved very well in saying so little in reply. She could have said so much, but whatsoever she had said would have conveyed nothing to them, so she thought it all out alone. She went over the whole ground and little realized how much she was teaching herself as she turned and tossed in her narrow, spotlessly white bed at night, arguing, comparing, drawing deductions from what she knew and did not know of the two continents. her childish anger combining itself with the practical alert brain of Reuben Vanderpoel I, developed in her a logical reasoning power which led her to arrive at many an excellent and curiously mature conclusion. The result was finally educational, all the more so that in her fevered desire for justification of the things she loved, she began to read books such as little girls do not usually take interest in. She found some difficulty in obtaining them at first, but a letter or two written to her father obtained for her permission to read what she chose. The third Reuben Vanderpoel was deeply fond of his younger daughter and felt in secret a profound admiration for her, which was saved from becoming too obvious by the ever-present American sense of humor. "Betty seems to be going in for politics," he said after reading the letter, containing her request and her first list of books. "She's about as mad as she can be at the ignorance of the French girls about America and Americans. She wants to fill up on solid facts so that she can come out strong in argument. She's got an understanding of the power of solid facts that would be a fortune to her if she were a man." It was no doubt her understanding of the power of facts which led her to learn everything well and to develop in many directions. She began to dip into political and historical volumes because she was furious and wished to be able to refute idiocy, but she found herself continuing to read because she was interested in a way she had not expected. She began to see things. Once she made a remark which was prophetic. She made it in answer to a guileless observation concerning the gold mines with which Boston was supposed to be enriched. "You don't know anything about America, you others," she said. "But you will know. Do you think it will become the fashion to travel in America?" asked a German girl. "Perhaps," said Betty, "but it isn't so much that you will go to America. I believe it will come to you. It's like that America. It doesn't stand still. It goes and gets what it wants." She laughed as she ended, and so did the other girls. But in 10 years' time, when they were young women, some of them married, some of them court beauties, one of them recalled this speech to another, whom she encountered in an important house in St. Petersburg, the wife of the celebrated diplomat who was its owner being an American woman. Bettina Vanderpoel's education was a rather fine thing. She herself had more too. Do with it than girls usually have to do with their own training. In a few months, some time those in authority in the French school found that it was not necessary to supervise and expurgate her. She learned with an interested rapacity which was at once unusual and amazing. And she evidently did not learn from books alone. Her voice, as an organ, had been musical and full from babyhood. It began to modulate itself and to express things most voices are incapable of expressing. She had been so built by nature that the carriage of her head and limbs was good to behold. She acquired a harmony of movement which caused her to lose no shade of grace and spirit. Her eyes were full of thought, of speculation, and intentness. "She thinks a great deal for one so young," was said of her frequently by one or the other of her teachers. One finally went further and added, "She has genius." This was true. She had genius, but it was not specialized. It was not genius which expressed itself through any one art. It was a genius for life, for living. Herself for aiding others to live, for vivifying mere existence. She herself was, however, aware only of an eagerness of temperament, a passion for seeing, doing, and gaining knowledge. Everything interested her. Everybody was suggestive and more or less enlightening. Her relatives thought her original in her fancies. They called them fancies because she was so young. Fortunately for her, there was no reason why she should not be gratified. Most girls preferred to spend their holidays on the continent. She elected to return to America every alternate year. She enjoyed the voyage, and she liked the entire change of atmosphere and people. "It makes me like both places more," she said to her father when she was 13. "It makes me see things." Her father discovered that she saw everything. She was the pleasure of his life. He was attracted greatly by the interest she exhibited in all orders of things. He saw her make bold, ingenuous plunges into all waters, without any apparent consciousness that the scraps of knowledge she brought to the surface were unusual possessions for a schoolgirl. She had young views on the politics and commerce of different countries, as she had views on their literature. When Reuben Vanderpoel swooped across the American continent on journeys of thousands of miles, taking her as a companion, he discovered that he actually placed a sort of confidence in her summing up of men and schemes. He took her to see mines and railroads and those who worked them, and he talked them over with her afterward, half with a sense of humor, half with a sense of finding comfort in her intelligent comprehension of all he said. She enjoyed herself immensely and gained a strong picturesqueness of character. After an American holiday, she used to return to France, Germany, or Italy with a renewed zest of feeling for all things romantic and antique. After a few years in the French convent, she asked that she might be sent to Germany. "I am gradually changing into a French girl," she wrote to her father. "One morning I found I was thinking it would be nice to go into a convent. And another day I almost entirely agreed with one of the girls who was declaiming against her brother, who had fallen in love with a Californian. You had better take me away and send me to Germany." Reuben Vanderpoel laughed. He understood Betty much better than most of her relations did. He knew when seriousness underlay her jests, and his respect for her seriousness was great. He sent her to school in Germany. During the early years of her school days, Betty had observed that America appeared upon the whole to be regarded by her schoolfellows principally as a place to which the more unfortunate among the peasantry immigrated as steerage passengers when things could become no worse for them in their own country. The United States was not mentally detached from any other portion of the huge Western continent. Quite well-educated persons spoke casually of individuals having gone to America, as if there were no particular difference between Brazil and Massachusetts. "I wonder if you ever saw my cousin Gaston," a French girl once asked her as they sat at their desks. "He became very poor through ill living. He was quite without money, and he went to America." "To New York?" inquired Bettina. "I am not sure. The town is called Concepcion." "That is not in the United States," Betty answered disdainfully. "It is in Chile." She dragged her atlas towards her and found the place. "See," she said, "it is thousands of miles from New York." Her companion was a near-sighted, rather slow girl. She peered at the map, drawing a line with her finger from New York to Concepcion. "Yes, they are at a great distance from one another," she admitted, "but they are both in America." "But not both in the United States," cried Betty. "French girls always seem to think that North and South America are the same, that they are both the United States." "Yes," said the slow girl with deliberation, "we do make odd mistakes sometimes." To which she added, with entire innocence of any ironic intention, "But you Americans, you seem to feel the United States, your New York, to be all America." Betty started a little and flushed. During a few minutes of rapid reflection she sat bolt upright at her desk and looked straight before her. Her mentality was of the order which is capable of making discoveries concerning itself as well as concerning others. She had never thought of this view of the matter before, but it was quite true. To passionate young patriots such as herself at least, that portion of the map covered by the United States was America. She suddenly saw also that to her New York had been America. Fifth Avenue, Broadway, Central Park, even Tiffany's had been America. She laughed and reddened a shade as she put the atlas aside, having recorded a new idea. She had found out that it was not only Europeans who were local, which was a discovery of some importance to her fervid youth. Because she thought so often of Rosalie, her attention was, during the passing years, naturally attracted by the many things she heard of such marriages as were made by Americans with men of other countries than their own. She discovered that notwithstanding certain commercial views of matrimony, all foreigners who united themselves with American heiresses were not the entire brutes primitive. Prejudice might lead one to imagine. There were rather one-sided alliances which proved themselves far from happy. The cousin Gaston, for instance, brought home a bride whose fortune rebuilt and refurnished his dilapidated chateau, and who ended by making of him a well-behaved and cheery country gentleman, not at all to be despised in his amiable, if light-minded good nature and good spirits. His wife, fortunately, was not a young woman who yearned for sentiment. She was a nice-tempered, practical American girl who adored French country life and knew how to amuse and manage her husband. It was a genial sort of menage, and yet, though this was an undeniable fact, Bettina observed that when the union was spoken of, it was always referred to with a certain tone which conveyed that though one did not exactly complain of its having been undesirable, it was not quite what Gaston might have expected. His wife had money and was good-natured, but there were limitations to one's appreciation of a marriage in which husband and wife were not on the same plane. "She is an excellent person, and it has been good for Gaston," said Bettina's friend. "We like her. But she is not. She paused there, evidently seeing that the remark was unlucky. Bettina, who was still in short frocks, took her up. "What is she not?" she asked. "Ah! It is difficult to explain to Americans. It is really not exactly a fault, but she is not of his world." "But if he does not like that," said Bettina coolly, "why did he let her buy him and pay for him?" It was young and brutal, but there were times when the business perspicuity of the first Reuben Vanderpoel, combining with the fiery, wounded spirit of his young descendant, rendered Bettina brutal. She saw certain unadorned facts with unsparing young eyes and wanted to state them. After her frocks were lengthened, she learned how to state them with more fineness of phrase, but even then she was sometimes still rather unsparing. In this case her companion, who was not fiery of temperament, only colored slightly. "It was not quite that," she answered. "Gaston really is fond of her. She amuses him, and he says she is far cleverer than he is." But there were unions less satisfactory, and Bettina had opportunities to reflect upon these also. The English and Continental papers did not give enthusiastic detailed descriptions of the marriages New York journals dwelt upon with such delight. They were passed over with a paragraph. When Betty heard them spoken of in France, Germany, or Italy, she observed that they were not, as a rule, spoken of respectfully. It seemed to her that the bridegrooms were, in conversation, treated by their equals with scant respect. It appeared that there had always been some extremely practical reason for the passion which had led them to the altar. One generally gathered that they or their estates were very much out at elbow, and frequently their characters were not considered admirable by their relatives and acquaintances. Some had been rather cold-shouldered in certain capitals on account of embarrassing little or big stories. Some had spent their patrimonies in riotous living. Those who had merely begun by coming into impoverished estates and had later attenuated their resources by comparatively decent follies were of the more desirable order. By the time she was 19, Bettina had felt the blood surge in her veins more than once when she heard some comments on alliances over which she had seen her compatriots glow with affectionate delight. "It was time Ludlow married some girl with money," she heard said of one such union. "He had been playing the fool ever since he came into the estate. Horses and a lot of stupid women. He had come some awful croppers during the last 10 years. Good enough looking girl, they tell me the American he has married tremendous lot of money. Couldn't have picked it up on this side. English young women of fortune are not looking for that kind of thing. Poor old Billy wasn't good enough." Bettina told the story to her father when they next met. She had grown into a tall young creature by this time. Her low, full voice was like a bell, and was capable of ringing forth some fine, mellow tones of irony. "And in America we are pleased," she said, "and flatter ourselves that we are receiving the proper tribute of adoration of our American wit and beauty. We plume ourselves on our conquests." "No, Betty," said her father, and his reflective deliberation had meaning. "There are a lot of us who don't plume ourselves particularly in these days. We are not as innocent as we were when this sort of thing began. We are not as innocent as we or when Rosie was married. And he sighed and rubbed his forehead with the handle of his pen. Not as innocent as we were when Rosie was married, he repeated. Bettina went to him and slid her fine young arm round his neck. It was a long, slim, round arm with a wonderful power to caress in its curves. She kissed Vanderpoel's lined cheek. "Have you had time to think much about Rosie?" she said. "I've not had time, but I've done it," he answered. "Anything that hurts your mother hurts me. Sometimes she begins to cry in her sleep, and when I wake her she tells me she has been dreaming that she has seen Rosie." "I have had time to think of her," said Bettina. "I have heard so much of these things. I was at school in Germany when Annie Butterfield and Baron von Stendhal were married. I heard it talked about there, and then my mother sent me some American papers." She laughed a little, and for a moment her laugh did not sound like a girl's. "Well, it's turned out badly enough," her father commented. "The papers had plenty to say about it later. There wasn't much he was too good to do to his wife, apparently." "There was nothing too bad for him to do before he had a wife," said Bettina. "He was black. It was an insolence that he should have dared to speak to Annie Butterfield. Somebody ought to have beaten him. He beat her instead. Yes, and I think his family thought it quite natural. They said that she was so vulgar and American that she exasperated Frederick beyond endurance. She was. Not Geberin, that was it." She laughed her severe little laugh again. "Perhaps we shall get tired in time," she added. "I think we are learning. If it is made a matter of business quite open and above board, it will be fair. You know, Father, you always said that I was businesslike." There was interested curiosity in Vanderpoel's steady look at her. There were times when he felt that Betty's summing up of things was well worth listening to. He saw that now she was in one of her moods when it would pay one to hear her out. She held her chin up a little, and her face took on a fine stillness at once sweet and unrelenting. She was very good to look at in such moments. "Yes," he answered, "you have a particularly level head for a girl." "Well," she went on, "what I see is that these things are not business and they ought to be. If a man comes to a rich American girl and says, 'I and my title are for sale, will you buy us?' If the girl is that kind of a girl and wants that kind of man, she can look them both over and say, 'Yes, I will buy you,' and it can be arranged. He will not return the money if he is unsatisfactory, but she cannot complain that she has been deceived. She can only complain of that when he pretends that he asks her to marry him because he wants her for his wife, because he would want her for his wife if she were as poor as himself. Let it be understood that he is property for sale. Let her make sure that he is the kind of property she wants to buy. Then, if, when they are married, he is brutal or impudent, or his people are brutal or impudent, she can say, 'I will forfeit the purchase money, but I will not forfeit myself. I will not stay with you.'" "They would not like to hear you say that, Betty," said her father, rubbing his chin reflectively. "No," she answered. "Neither the girl nor the man would like it, and it is their business, not mine. But it is practical and would prevent silly mistakes. It would prevent the girls being laughed at. It is when they are flattered by the choice made of them that they are laughed at. No one can sneer at a man or woman for buying what they think they want and throwing it aside if it turns out a bad bargain." She had seated herself near her father. She rested her elbow slightly on the table and her chin in the hollow of her hand. She was a beautiful young creature. She had a soft curving mouth, and a soft curving cheek which was warm rose. Taken in conjunction with those young charms, her next words had an air of incongruity. "You think I am hard," she said. "When I think of these things, I am hard as nails. That is an Americanism, but it is a good expression. I am angry for America. If we are sordid and undignified, let us get what we pay for and make the others acknowledge that we have paid." She did not smile, nor did her father. Mr. Vanderpoel, on the contrary, sighed. He had a dreary suspicion that Rosie, at least, had not received what she had paid for, and he knew she had not been in the least aware that she had paid or that she was expected to do so. Several times during the last few years, he had thought that if he had not been so hard worked, if he had had time, he would have seriously investigated the case of Rosie. But who is not aware that the profession of multimillionaire does not allow of any swerving from duty or any interest requiring leisure? "I wonder, Betty," he said quite deliberately, "if you know how handsome you are?" "Yes," answered Bettina. "I think so, and I am tall. It is the fashion to be tall now. It was early Victorian to be little. The Queen brought in the dear little woman, and now the type has gone out. They will come to look at you pretty soon," said Vanderpoel. "What shall you say then?" "I?" said Bettina, and her voice sounded particularly low and mellow. "I have a little monomania, father. Some people have a monomania for one thing and some for another. Mine is for not taking a bargain from the ducal remnant counter." Chapter 6. An Affair Edomen. To Bettina Vanderpoel had been given, to an extraordinary extent, the extraordinary thing which is called beauty, which is a thing entirely set apart from mere good looks or prettiness. This thing is extraordinary because, if statistics were taken, the result would probably be the discovery that not 3 human beings in a million really possess it. That it should be bestowed at all, since it is so rare, seems as unfair a thing as appears to the mere mortal mind the bestowal of unbounded wealth, since it quite as inevitably places the life of its owner upon an abnormal plane. There are millions of pretty women and billions of personable men, but the man or woman of entire physical beauty may cross one's pathway only once in a lifetime, or not at all. In the latter case, it is natural to doubt the absolute truth of the rumors that the thing exists. The abnormal creature seems a mere freak of nature, and may chance to be angel, criminal, total insipidity, virago or enchanter, but let such an one enter a room or appear in the street, and heads must turn, eyes light and follow, souls yearn or envy or sink. Under the discouragement of comparison, with the complete harmony and perfect balance of the singular thing, it would be folly for the rest of the world to compete. A human being who had lived in poverty for half a lifetime might, if suddenly endowed with limitless fortune, retain to a certain extent balance of mind. But the same creature having lived the same number of years a wholly unlovely thing, suddenly awakening to the possession of entire physical beauty, might find the strain upon pure sanity greater, and the balance less easy to preserve. The relief from the conscious or unconscious tension bred by the sense of imperfection, the calm surety of the fearlessness of meeting in any eye, a look not lighted by pleasure, would be less normal than the knowledge that no wish need remain unfulfilled, no fancy ungratified. Even at 16, Betty was a long-limbed young nymph whose small head, set high on a fine slim column of throat, might well have been crowned with the garland of some goddess of health and the joy of life. She was light and swift, and being a creature of long lines and tender curves, there was pleasure in the mere seeing her move. The cut of her spirited lip and delicate nostril made for a profile at which one turned to look more than once, despite one's self. Her hair was soft and black and repeated its color in the extravagant lashes of her childhood, which made mysterious the changeful, dense blue of her eyes. They were eyes with laughter in them and pride, and a suggestion of many deep things yet unstirred. She was rather unusually tall, and her body had the suppleness of a young bamboo. The deep corners of her red mouth curled generously, and the chin, melting into the fine line of the lovely throat, was at once strong and soft and lovely. She was a creature of harmony, warm richness of color, and brilliantly alluring life. When her school days were over, she returned to New York and gave herself into her mother's hands. Her mother's kindness of heart and sweet-tempered lovingness were touching things to Bettina. In the midst of her millions, Mrs. Vanderpoel was wholly unworldly. Bettina knew that she felt a perpetual homesickness when she allowed herself to think of the daughter who seemed lost to her, and the girl's realization of this caused her to wish to be especially affectionate and amenable. She was glad that she was tall and beautiful, not merely because such physical gifts added to the color and agreeableness of life, but because hers gave comfort and happiness to her mother. To Mrs. Vanderpoel, to introduce to the world the loveliest debutante of many years was to be launched into a new future. To concern oneself about her exquisite wardrobe was to have an enlivening occupation. To see her surrounded, to watch eyes as they followed her, to hear her praised, was to feel something of the happiness she had known in those younger days when New York had been less advanced in its news and methods, and slim little blonde Rosalie had come out, in white tulle and waltzed like a fairy with 100 partners. "I wonder what Rosie looks like now," the poor woman said involuntarily one day. Bettina was not a fairy. When her mother uttered her exclamation, Bettina was on the point of going out, and as she stood near her, wrapped in splendid furs, she had the air of a Russian princess. "She could not have worn the things you do, Betty," said the affectionate maternal creature. "She was such a little, slight thing, but she was very pretty. I wonder if 12 years have changed her much." Betty turned towards her rather suddenly. "Mother," she said, "some time before very long I am going to sea." "To sea!" exclaimed Mrs. Vanderpoel. "To see Rosie?" "Yes," Betty answered. "I have a plan. I have never told you of it, but I have been thinking over it ever since I was 15 years old." She went to her mother and kissed her. She wore a becoming but resolute expression. "We will not talk about it now," she said. "There are some things I must find out." When she had left the room, which she did almost immediately, Mrs. Vanderpoel sat down and cried. She nearly always shed a few tears when anyone touched upon the subject of Rosie. On her desk were some photographs. One was of Rosie as a little girl with long hair, one was of Lady Anstruthers in her wedding dress, and one was of Sir Nigel. "I never felt as if I quite liked him," she said, looking at this last, "but I suppose she does, or she would not be so happy that she could forget her mother and sister." There was another picture she looked at. Rosalie had sent it with a letter she wrote to her father after he had forwarded the money she asked for. It was a little study in watercolors of the head of her boy. It was nothing but a head, the shoulders being fancifully draped, but the face was a peculiar one. It was over-mature and unlovely, but for a mouth at once pathetic and sweet. "He is not a pretty child," sighed Mrs. Vanderpoel. "I should have thought Rosie would have had pretty babies. Uchtred is more like his father than his mother." She spoke to her husband later of what Betty had said. "What do you think she has in her mind, Reuben?" she asked. "What Betty has in her mind is usually good sense," was his response. "She will begin to talk to me about it presently. I shall not ask questions yet. She is probably thinking things over." She was, in truth, thinking things over, as she had been doing for some time. She had asked questions on several occasions of English people she had met abroad, but a schoolgirl cannot ask many questions, and though she had once met someone who knew Sir Nigel Anstruthers, it was a person who did not know him well, for the reason that she had not desired to increase her slight acquaintance. This lady was the aunt of one of Bettina's fellow pupils, and she was not aware of the girl's relationship to Sir Nigel. What Betty gathered was that her brother-in-law was regarded as a decidedly bad lot, that since his marriage to some American girl he had seemed to have money, which he spent in riotous living, and that the wife, who was said to be a silly creature, was kept in the country either because her husband did not want her in London, or because she preferred to stay at Stornham. About the wife no one appeared to know anything, in fact. She is rather a fool, I believe, and Sir Nigel Anstruthers is the kind of man a simpleton would be obliged to submit to, Bettina had heard the lady say. Her own reflections upon these comments had led her through various paths of thought. She could recall Rosalie's girlhood, and what she herself, as an unconsciously observing child, had known of her character. She remembered the simple impressionability of her mind. She had been the most amenable little creature in the world. Her yielding amiability could always be counted upon as a factor by the calculating, sweet-tempered to weakness. She could be beguiled or distressed into any course the desires of others dictated. An ill-tempered or self-pitying person could alter any line of conduct she herself wished to pursue. She was neither clever nor strong-minded, Betty said to herself. A man like Sir Nigel Anstruthers could make what he chose of her. I wonder what he has done to her. Of one thing she thought she was sure. This was that Rosalie's aloofness from her family was the result of his design. She comprehended, in her maturer years, the dislike of her childhood. She remembered a certain look in his face, which she had detested. She had not known then that it was the look of a rather clever brute who was malignant, but she knew now. He used to hate us all, she said to herself. He did not mean to know us when he had taken Rosalie away, and he did not intend that she should know us. She had heard rumors of cases somewhat parallel, cases in which girls' lives had become swamped in those of their husbands and their husbands' families. And she had also heard unpleasant details of the means employed to reach the desired results. Annie Butterfield's husband had forbidden her to correspond with her American relatives. He had argued that such correspondence was disturbing to her mind and to the domestic duties which should be every decent woman's religion. One of the occasions of his beating her had been in consequence of his finding her writing to her mother a letter blotted with tears. Husbands frequently objected to their wives' relatives, but there was a special order of European husband who opposed violently any intimacy with American relations on the practical ground that their views of a wife's position, with regard to her husband, were of a revolutionary nature. Mrs. Vanderpool had in her possession every letter Rosalie or her husband had ever written. Bettina asked to be allowed to read them, and one morning seated herself in her own room before a blazing fire, with the collection on a table at her side. She read them in order. Nigel's began as they went on. They were all in one tone, formal, uninteresting, and requiring no answers. There was not a suggestion of human feeling in one of them. He wrote them, said Betty, so that we could not say that he had never written. Rosalie's first epistles were affectionate but timid. At the outset she was evidently trying to conceal the fact that she was homesick. Gradually she became briefer and more constrained. In one she said pathetically, "I am such a bad letter writer. I always feel as if I want to tear up what I have written, because I never say half that is in my heart." Mrs. Vanderpool had kissed that letter many a time. She was sure that a mark on the paper near this particular sentence was where a tear had fallen. Bettina was sure of this too, and sat and looked at the fire for some time. That night she went to a ball, and when she returned home, she persuaded her mother to go to bed. "I want to have a talk with father," she exclaimed. "I am going to ask him something." She went to the great man's private room, where he sat at work, even after the hours when less seriously engaged people come home from balls. The room he sat in was one of the apartments newspapers had with much detail described. It was luxuriously comfortable, and its effect was sober and rich and fine. When Bettina came in, Vanderpool, looking up to smile at her in welcome, was struck by the fact that as a background to an entering figure of tall, splendid girlhood in a ball dress, it was admirable, throwing up all its whiteness and grace and sweep of line. He was always glad to see Betty. The rich strength of the life radiating from her, the reality and glow of her were good for him and had the power of detaching him from work of which he was tired. She smiled back at him and coming forward took her place in a big armchair close to him, her lace-frilled cloak slipping from her shoulders with the soft rustling sound which seemed to convey her intention to stay. "Are you too busy to be interrupted?" she asked, her mellow voice caressing him. I want to talk to you about something I am going to do." She put out her hand and laid it on his with a clinging firmness which meant strong feeling. "At least, I am going to do it if you will help me," she ended. "What is it, Betty?" he inquired, his usual interest in her accentuated by her manner. She laid her other hand on his, and he clasped both with his own. "When the Worthingtons sail for England next month," she explained, "I want to go with them. Mrs. Worthington is very kind and will be good enough to take care of me until I reach London." Mr. Vanderpool moved slightly in his chair. Then their eyes met comprehendingly. He saw what hers held. "From there you are going to Stornham Court," he exclaimed. "To see Rosie," she answered, leaning a little forward. "To see her. You believe that what has happened has not been her fault," he said. There was a look in her face which warmed his blood. "I have always been sure that Nigel Anstruthers arranged it." "Do you think he has been unkind to her?" "I am going to see," she answered. "Betty," he said, "tell me all about it." He knew that this was no suddenly formed plan, and he knew it would be well worth while to hear the details of its growth. It was so interestingly like her to have remained silent through the process of thinking a thing out, evolving her final idea without having disturbed him by bringing to him any chaotic uncertainties. "It's a sort of confession," she answered. "Father, I have been thinking about it for years. I said nothing because for so long I knew I was only a child, and a child's judgment might be worth so little. But through all those years, I was learning things and gathering evidence. When I was at school, first in one country and then another, I used to tell myself that I was growing up and preparing myself to do a particular thing to go to rescue Rosie. I used to guess you thought of her in a way of your own," Vanderpool said, "but I did not guess you were thinking that much. You were always a solid, loyal little thing, and there was business capacity in your keeping your scheme to yourself. Let us look the matter in the face. Suppose she does not need rescuing. Suppose, after all, she is a comfortable, fine lady and adores her husband. What then? If I should find that to be true, I will behave myself very well as if we had expected nothing else. I will make her a short visit and come away. Lady Cecilia Orme, whom I knew in Florence, has asked me to stay with her in London. I will go to her. She is a charming woman. But I must first see Rosie, see her." Mr. Vanderpool thought the matter over during a few moments of silence. "You do not wish your mother to go with you?" he said presently. "I believe it will be better that she should not," she answered. "If there are difficulties or disappointments, she would be too unhappy." "Yes," he said slowly, "and she could not control her feelings. She would give the whole thing away, poor girl." He had been looking at the carpet reflectively, and now he looked at Bettina. "What are you expecting to find, at the worst?" he asked her. "The kind of thing which will need management while it is being looked into?" "I do not know what I am expecting to find," was her reply. "We know absolutely nothing, but that Rosie was fond of us, and that her marriage has seemed to make her cease to care." "She was not like that. She was not like that. Was she, father?" "No, she wasn't," he exclaimed. The memory of her in her short-frocked and early girlish days, a pretty, smiling, effusive thing, given to lavish caresses and affectionate little surprises for them all, came back to him vividly. "She was the most affectionate girl I ever knew," he said. "She was more affectionate than you, Betty," with a smile. Bettina smiled in return and bent her head to put a kiss on his hand, a warm, lovely, comprehending kiss. "If she had been different, I should not have thought so much of the change," she said. "I believe that people are always more or less like themselves, as long as they live. What has seemed to happen has been so unlike Rosie that there must be some reason for it." "You think that she has been prevented from seeing us?" "I think it's so possible that I am not going to announce my visit beforehand." "You have a good head, Betty," her father said. "If Sir Nigel has put obstacles in our way before, he will do it again. I shall try to find out, when I reach London, if Rosalie is at Stornham. When I am sure she is there, I shall go and present myself. If Sir Nigel meets me at the park gates and orders his gamekeepers to drive me off the premises, we shall at least know that he has some reason for not wishing to regard the usual social and domestic amenities. I feel rather like a detective. It entertains me and excites me a little." The deep blue of her eyes shone under the shadow of the extravagant lashes as she laughed. "Are you willing that I should go, father?" she said next. "Yes," he answered. "I am willing to trust you, Betty, to do things I would not trust other girls to try at. If you were not my girl at all, if you were a man on Wall Street, I should know you would be pretty safe to come out a little more than even in any venture you made. You know how to keep cool." Bettina picked up her fallen cloak and laid it over her arm. It was made of billowy frills of Malins lace, such as only Vanderpoels could buy. She looked down at the amazing thing and touched up the frills with her fingers as she whimsically smiled. "There are a good many girls who can be trusted to do things in these days," she said. "Women have found out so much. Perhaps it is because the heroines of novels have informed them. Heroines and heroes always bring in the new fashions and character. I believe it is years since a heroine burst into a flood of tears. It has been discovered, really, that nothing is to be gained by it. Whatsoever I find at Stornham Court, I shall neither weep nor be helpless. There's the Atlantic cable, you know. Perhaps that is one of the reasons why heroines have changed. When they could not escape from their persecutors except in a stagecoach and could not send telegrams, they were more or less in everyone's hands. It is different now. Thank you, father. You are very good to believe in me." Chapter 7. Unboarded. The Meridiana. A large transatlantic steamer lying at the wharf on a brilliant sunny morning just before its departure is an interesting and suggestive object to those who are fond of following suggestion to its end. One sometimes wonders if it is possible that the excitement in the dock atmosphere could ever become a thing to which one was sufficiently accustomed to be able to regard it as among things commonplace. The rumbling and rattling of wagons and carts, the loading and unloading of boxes and bales, the people who are late and the people who are early, the faces which are excited and the faces which are sad, the trunks and bales and cranes which creak and groan, the shouts and cries which creak and groan, the shouts and cries, the hurry and confusion of movement, notwithstanding that every day has seen them all for years, have a sort of perennial interest to the looker-on. This is perhaps more especially the case when the looker-on is to be a passenger on the outgoing ship, and the exhilaration of his point of view may greatly depend upon the reason for his voyage and the class by which he travels. Gaiety and youth usually appear upon the promenade deck having taken saloon passage. Dullness, commerce, and eld mingling with them, it is true, but with a discretion which does not seem to dominate. Second-class passengers wear a more practical aspect, and youth among them is rarer and more grave. People who must travel second and third class make voyages for utilitarian reasons. Their object is usually to better themselves in one way or another. When they are going from Liverpool to New York, it is usually to enter upon new efforts and new labors. When they are returning from New York to Liverpool, it is often because the new life has proved less to be depended upon than the old, and they are bearing back with them bitterness of soul and discouragement of spirit. On the brilliant spring morning when the huge liner Meridiana was to sail for England, a young man, who with a second-class passenger, leaned upon the ship's rail and watched the turmoil on the wharf with a detached and not at all buoyant air. His air was detached because he had other things in his mind than those merely passing before him, and he was not buoyant because they were not cheerful or encouraging subjects for reflection. He was a big young man, well hung together, and carrying himself well. His face was square-jawed and rugged, and he had dark red hair restrained by its close cut from waving strongly on his forehead. His eyes were red-brown, and a few dark freckles marked his clear skin. He was of the order of man one looks at twice, having looked at him once, though one does not in the least know why, unless one finally reaches some degree of intimacy. He watched the vehicles, heavy and light, roll into the big shed-like building and deposit their freight. He heard the voices and caught the sentences of instruction and comment. He saw boxes and bales hauled from the dockside to the deck and swung below with the rattling of machinery and chains. But these formed merely a noisy background to his mood, which was self-centered and gloomy. He was one of those who go back to their native land knowing themselves conquered. He had left England 2 years before, feeling obstinately determined to accomplish a certain difficult thing, but forces of nature combining with the circumstances of previous education and living had beaten him. He had lost 2 years and all the money he had ventured. He was going back to the place he had come from, and he was carrying with him a sense of having been used hardly by fortune, and in a way he had not deserved. He had gone out to the West with the intention of working hard and using his hands as well as his brains. He had not been squeamish, he had in fact labored like a plowman, and to be obliged to give in had been galling and bitter. There are human beings into whose consciousness of themselves the possibility of being beaten does not enter. This man was one of them. The ship was of the huge and luxuriously fitted class by which the rich and fortunate are transported from one continent to another. Passengers could indulge themselves in suites of rooms and live sumptuously. As the man leaning on the rail looked on, he saw messengers bearing baskets and boxes of fruit and flowers with cards and notes attached, hurrying up the gangway to deliver them to waiting stewards. These were the farewell offerings to be placed in staterooms, or to await their owners on the saloon tables. Salter, the second-class passenger's name, was Salter had seen a few such offerings before on the first crossing. But there had not been such lavishness at Liverpool. It was the New Yorkers who were sumptuous in such matters, as he had been told. He had also heard casually that the passenger list on this voyage was to record important names, the names of multimillionaire people who were going over for the London season. 2 stewards talking near him earlier in the morning had been exulting over the probable largesse such a list would result in at the end of the passage. The Worthingtons and the Hirams and the John William Spaders, said one. They travel all right, they know what they want, and they want a good deal, and they're willing to pay for it. Yes. They're not school teachers going over to improve their minds and contriving to cross in a big ship by economizing in everything else. Miss Vanderpool's sailing with the Worthingtons. She's got the best suite all to herself. She'll bring back a duke or one of those prince fellows. How many millions has Vanderpool? How many millions? How many 100 millions? Said his companion, gloating cheerfully over the vastness of unknown possibilities. I've crossed with Miss Vanderpool often, 2 or 3 times when she was in short frocks. She's the kind of girl you read about, and she's got money enough to buy in 6 princes. There are New Yorkers who won't like it if she does, returned the other. There's been too much money going out of the country. Her suite is crammed full of jack roses now, and there are boxes waiting outside. Salter moved away and heard no more. He moved away, in fact, because he was conscious that to a man in his case, this dwelling upon millions, this plethora of wealth, was a little revolting. He had walked down Broadway and seen the price of Jacqueminot roses, and he was not soothed or allured at this particular moment by the picture of a girl whose 6 cabins were crowded with them. "Oh, the devil," he said. "It sounds vulgar." And he walked up and down fast, squaring his shoulders, with his hands in the pockets of his rough, well-worn coat. He had seen in England something of the American young woman with millionaire relatives. He had been scarcely more than a boy when the American flood first began to rise. He had been old enough, however, to hear people talk. As he had grown older, Salter had observed its advance. Englishmen had married American beauties. American fortunes had built up English houses which otherwise threatened to fall into decay. Then the American faculty of adaptability came into play. Anglo-American wives became sometimes more English than their husbands. They proceeded to anglicize their relations close, even in time, their speech. They carried or sent English conventions to the States. Their brothers ordered their clothes from West End tailors. Their sisters began to wear walking dresses, to play out-of-door games, and take active exercise. Their mothers tentatively took houses in London or Paris. There came a period when their fathers or uncles, serious or anxious businessmen, the most unsporting of human beings, rented castles or manors with huge moors and covers attached and entertained large parties of shooters or fishers who could be lured to any quarter by the promise of the particular form of slaughter for which they burned. Sheer American business perspicacity, that, said Salter, as he marched up and down, thinking of a particular case of this order. There's something admirable in the practical way they make for what they want. They want to amalgamate with English people, not for their own sake, but because their women like it, and so they offer the men thousands of acres full of things to kill. They can get them by paying for them, and they know how to pay. He laughed a little, lifting his square shoulders. Baltimore's 6,000 acres of grouse moor and Elstey's salmon fishing are rented by the Chicago man. He doesn't care 2 pence for them, and does not know a pheasant from a caper KLZ, but his wife wants to know men who do. It must be confessed that Salter was of the English who were not pleased with the American invasion. In some of his views of the matter he was a little prehistoric and savage, but the modern side of his character was too intelligent to lack reason. He was by no means entirely modern, however. A large part of his nature belonged to the age in which men had fought fiercely for what they wanted to get or keep, and when the amenities of commerce had not become powerful factors in existence. They're not a bad lot, he was thinking at this moment. They are rather fine, in a way. They are clever and powerful and interesting, more so than they know themselves. But it is all commerce. They don't come and fight with us and get possession of us by force. They come and buy us. They buy our land and our homes, and our landowners, for that matter, when they don't buy them, they send their women to marry them. Confound it! He took 6 more strides and lifted his shoulders again. Beggarly lot as I am, he said. Unlikely as it seems that I can marry at all. I'm hanged if I don't marry an English woman, if I give my life to a woman at all. But, in fact, he was of the opinion that he should never give his life to any woman, and this was because he was, at this period, also of the opinion that there was small prospect of its ever being worth the giving or taking. It had been one of those lives which begin untowardly and are ruled by unfair circumstances. He had a particularly well-cut and expressive mouth, and as he went back to the ship's side and leaned on his folded arms on the rail again, its curves concealed a good deal of strong feeling. The wharf was busier than before. In less than half an hour the ship was to sail. The bustle and confusion had increased. There were people hurrying about looking for friends, and there were people scribbling off excited farewell messages at the telegraph office. The situation was working up to its climax. An observing looker-on might catch glimpses of emotional scenes. Many of the passengers were already on board, parties of them accompanied by their friends were making their way up the gangplank. Salter had just been watching a luxuriously cared-for little invalid woman being carried on deck in a reclining chair when his attention was attracted by the sound of trampling hoofs and rolling wheels. 2 noticeably big and smart carriages had driven up to the stopping place for vehicles. They were gorgeously of the latest mode, and their tall satin-skin horses jangled silver chains and stepped up to their noses. Here come the Worthingtons, whosoever they may be, thought Salter. The fine upstanding young woman is, no doubt, the multi-millionairess. The fine upstanding young woman was the multi-millionairess. Bettina walked up the gangway in the sunshine, and the passengers upon the upper deck craned their necks to look at her. Her carriage of her head and shoulders invariably made people turn to look. "My, ain't she fine looking?" exclaimed an excited lady beholder above. "I guess that must be Miss Vanderpool, the multi-millionaire's daughter. Jane told me she'd heard she was crossing this trip. Bettina heard her. She sometimes wondered if she was ever pointed out, if her name was ever mentioned without the addition of the explanatory statement that she was the multi-millionaire's daughter. As a child she had thought it ridiculous and tiresome. As she had grown older she had felt that only a remarkable individuality could surmount a fact so ever present. It was like a tremendous quality which overshadowed everything else. "It wounds my vanity, I have no doubt," she had said to her father. "Nobody ever sees me. They only see you and your millions and millions of dollars." Salter watched her pass up the gangway. The phase through which he was living was not of the order which leads a man to dwell upon the beautiful and inspiriting as expressed by the female image. Success and the hopefulness which engender warmth of soul and quickness of heart are required for the development of such allurements. He thought of the Vanderpool millions as the lady on the deck had thought of them, and in his mind, somehow the girl herself appeared to express them. The rich upspringing sweep of her abundant hair, her height, her coloring, the remarkable shade and length of her lashes, the full curve of her mouth, all, he told himself, looked expensive, as if even nature herself had been given carte blanche, and the best possible articles procured for the money. "She moves," he thought sardonically, "as if she were perfectly aware that she could pay for anything." An unlimited income, no doubt, establishes in the owner the equivalent to a sense of rank. He changed his position for one in which he could command a view of the promenade deck where the arriving passengers were gradually appearing. He did this from the idle and careless curiosity which, though it is not a matter of absolute interest, does not object to being entertained by passing objects. He saw the Worthington party reappear. It struck Salter that they looked not so much like persons coming on board a ship, as like people who were returning to a hotel to which they were accustomed and which was also accustomed to them. He argued that they had probably crossed the Atlantic innumerable times in this particular steamer. The deck stewards knew them and made obeisance with empressement. Miss Vanderpool nodded to the steward Salter had heard discussing her. She gave him a smile of recognition and paused a moment to speak to him. Salter saw her sweep the deck with her glance and then designate a sequestered corner, such as the experienced voyager would recognize as being desirably sheltered. She was evidently giving an order concerning the placing of her deck chair, which was presently brought. An elegantly neat and decorous person in black, who was evidently her maid, appeared later, followed by a steward who carried cushions and sumptuous fur rugs. These being arranged, a delightful corner was left alluringly prepared. Miss Vanderpool, after her instructions to the deck steward, had joined her party and seemed to be awaiting some arrival anxiously. "She knows how to do herself well," Salter commented, "and she realizes that forethought is a practical factor. Millions have been productive of composure. It is not unnatural either." It was but a short time later that the warning bell was rung. Stewards passed through the crowds calling out, "All ashore, if you please, all ashore." Final embraces were in order on all sides. People shook hands with fervor and laughed a little nervously. Women kissed each other and poured forth hurried messages to be delivered on the other side of the Atlantic. Having kissed and parted, some of them rushed back and indulged in little clutches again. Notwithstanding that the tide of humanity surges across the Atlantic almost as regularly as the daily tide surges in on its shores, a wave of emotion sweeps through every ship at such partings. Salter stood on deck and watched the crowd dispersing. Some of the people were laughing, and some had red eyes. Groups collected on the wharf and tried to say still more last words to their friends crowding against the rail. The Worthingtons kept their places and were still looking out, by this time disappointedly. It seemed that the friend or friends they expected were not coming. Salter saw that Miss Vanderpool looked more disappointed than the rest. She leaned forward and strained her eyes to see. Just at the last moment there was the sound of trampling horses and rolling wheels again. From the arriving carriage descended hastily an elderly woman who lifted out a little boy excited almost to tears. He was a dear, chubby little person in flapping sailor trousers, and he carried a splendidly caparisoned toy donkey in his arms. Salter could not help feeling slightly excited himself as they rushed forward. He wondered if they were passengers who would be left behind. They were not passengers, but the arrivals Miss Vanderpool had been expecting so ardently. They had come to say goodbye to her and were too late for that, at least as the gangway was just about to be withdrawn. Miss Vanderpool leaned forward with an amazingly fervid expression on her face. "Tommy! Tommy!" she cried to the little boy. "Here I am, Tommy. We can say goodbye from here." The little boy, looking up, broke into a wail of despair. "Betty! Betty! Betty!" he cried. "I wanted to kiss you, Betty." Betty held out her arms. She did it with entire forgetfulness of the existence of any lookers-on, and with such outreaching love on her face that it seemed as if the child must feel her touch. She made a beautiful, warm, consoling bud of her mouth. "We'll kiss each other from here, Tommy," she said. "See, we can. Kiss me, and I will kiss you." Tommy held out his arms and the magnificent donkey. "Betty," he cried, "I brought you my donkey. I wanted to give it to you for a present, because you liked it." Miss Vanderpool bent further forward and addressed the elderly woman. "Matilda," she said, "please pack Master Tommy's present and send it to me. I want it very much." Tender smiles irradiated the small face. The gangway was withdrawn, and, amid the familiar sounds of a big craft's first struggle, the ship began to move. Miss Vanderpool still bent forward and held out her arms. "I will soon come back, Tommy," she cried, "and we are always friends." The child held out his short blue sarge arms also, and Salter, watching him, could not but be touched, for all his gloom of mind. "I wanted to kiss you, Betty," he heard in farewell. "I did so want to kiss you." And so they steamed away upon the blue. Chapter 8. The Second Class's Passenger. Up to a certain point, the voyage was like all other voyages. During the first 2 days, there were passengers who did not appear on deck, but as the weather was fair for the season of the year, there were fewer absentees than is usual. Indeed, on the 3rd day the deck chairs were all filled. People who were given to tramping during their voyages had begun to walk their customary quota of carefully measured miles the day. There were a few pale faces dozing here and there, but the general aspect of things had begun to be sprightly. Shuffleboard players and quote enthusiasts began to bestir themselves. The deck steward appeared regularly with light repasts of beef tea and biscuits, and the brilliant hues of red, blue, or yellow novels made frequent spots of color upon the promenade. Persons of some initiative went to the length of making tentative observations to their next chair neighbors. The second cabin passengers were cheerful, and the steerage passengers, having tumbled up, formed friendly groups and began to joke with each other. The Worthingtons had plainly the good fortune to be respectable sailors. They reappeared on the 2nd day and established regular habits after the manner of accustomed travelers. Miss Vanderpool's habits were regular from the first, and when Salter saw her he was impressed even more at the outset with her air of being at home instead of on board ship. Her practically well-chosen corner was an agreeable place to look at. Her chair was built for ease of angle and width. Her cushions were of dark, rich colors. Her traveling rugs were of black fox fur, and she owned an adjustable table for books and accompaniments. She appeared early in the morning and walked until the sea air crimsoned her cheeks. She sat and read with evident enjoyment. She talked to her companions and plainly entertained them. Salter, being bored and in bad spirits, found himself watching her rather often, but he knew that but for the small comic episode of Tommy, he would have definitely disliked her. The dislike would not have been fair, but it would have existed in spite of himself. It would not have been fair because it would have been founded simply upon the ignoble resentment of envy, upon the poor truth that he was not in the state of mind to avoid resenting the injustice of fate in bestowing multi-millions upon one person and his offspring. He resented his own resentment, but was obliged to acknowledge its existence in his humor. He himself, especially and peculiarly, had always known the bitterness of poverty, the humiliation of seeing where money could be well used, indeed, ought to be used, and at the same time having ground into him the fact that there was no money to lay one's hand on. He had hated it even as a boy, because in his case, and that of his people, the whole thing was undignified and unbecoming. It was humiliating to him now to bring home to himself the fact that the thing for which he was inclined to dislike this tall, upstanding girl was her unconscious, he realized the unconsciousness of it, air, of having always lived in the atmosphere of millions, of never having known a reason why she should not have anything she had a desire for. Perhaps, upon the whole, he said to himself, it was his own ill luck and sense of defeat which made her corner, with its cushions and comforts, her properly attentive maid, and her cold-weather sables, expressive of a fortune too colossal to be decent. The episode of the plump, despairing Tommy he had liked, however. There had been a fine naturalness about it, and a fine practicalness, in her prompt order to the elderly nurse that the richly caparisoned donkey should be sent to her. This had at once made it clear to the donor that his gift was too valuable to be left behind. She did not care tuppence for the lot of us, was his summing up. She might have been nothing but the nicest possible warm-hearted nursemaid or a cottage woman who loved the child. He was quite aware that though he had found himself more than once observing her, she herself had probably not recognized the trivial fact of his existing upon that other side of the barrier which separated the higher grade of passenger from the lower. There was, indeed, no reason why she should have singled him out for observation, and she was, in fact, too frequently absorbed in her own reflections to be in the frame of mind to remark her fellow passengers to the extent which was generally customary with her. During her crossings of the Atlantic, she usually made mental observation of the people on board. This time, when she was not talking to the Worthingtons or reading, she was thinking of the possibilities of her visit to Stornham. She used to walk about the deck thinking of them and, sitting in her chair, sum them up as her eyes rested on the rolling and breaking waves. There were many things to be considered, and one of the first was the perfectly sane suggestion her father had made. Suppose she does not want to be rescued. Suppose you find her a comfortable fine lady who adores her husband. Such a thing was possible, though Bettina did not think it probable. She intended, however, to prepare herself even for this. If she found Lady Anstruthers plump and roseate, pleased with herself and her position, she was quite equal to making her visit appear a casual and conventional affair. I ought to wish it to be so, she thought, and yet how disappointingly I should feel she had changed. Still, even ethical reasons would not excuse one for wishing her to be miserable. She was a creature with a number of passionate ideals, which warred frequently with the practical side of her mentality. Often, she used to walk up and down the deck or lean upon the ship's side, her eyes stormy with emotions. I do not want to find Rosie a heartless woman, and I do not want to find her wretched. What do I want? Only the usual thing that what cannot be undone had never been done. People are always wishing that. She was standing near the second cabin barriers thinking this the first time she saw the passenger with the red hair. She had paused by mere chance, and while her eyes were stormy with her thought, she suddenly became conscious that she was looking directly into other eyes as darkling as her own. They were those of a man on the wrong side of the barrier. He had a troubled, brooding face, and as their gaze met, each of them started slightly and turned away with the sense of having unconsciously intruded and having been intruded upon. That rough-looking man, she commented to herself, is as anxious and disturbed as I am. Salter did look rough. It was true. His well-worn clothes had suffered somewhat from the restrictions of a second-class cabin shared with two other men, but the aspect which had presented itself to her brief glance had been not so much roughness of clothing as of mood expressing itself in his countenance. He was thinking harshly and angrily of the life ahead of him. These looks of theirs, which had so inadvertently encountered each other, were of that order which sometimes startles one when in passing a stranger one finds one's eyes entangled for a second in his or hers, as the case may be. At such times it seems for that instant difficult to disentangle one's gaze. But neither of these two thought of the other much after hurrying away. Each was too fully mastered by personal mood. There would, indeed, have been no reason for their encountering each other further, but for the accident, as it was called when spoken of afterwards, the accident which might so easily have been a catastrophe. It occurred that night. This was 2 nights before they were to land. Everybody had begun to come under the influence of that cheerfulness of humor, the sense of relief bordering on gaiety, which generally elates people when a voyage is drawing to a close. If one has been dull, one begins to gather one's self together, rejoiced that the boredom is over. In any case, there are plans to be made, thought of, or discussed. "You wish to go to Stornham at once?" Mrs. Worthington said to Bettina. "How pleased Lady Anstruthers and Sir Nigel must be at the idea of seeing you with them after so long." "I can scarcely tell you how I am looking forward to it," Betty answered. She sat in her corner among her cushions, looking at the dark water which seemed to sweep past the ship and listening to the throb of the engines. She was not gay. She was wondering how far the plan she had made would prove feasible. Mrs. Worthington was not aware that her visit to Stornham Court was to be unannounced. It had not been necessary to explain the matter. The whole affair was simple and decorous enough. Miss Vanderpool was to bid good-bye to her friends, and go at once to her sister Lady Anstruthers, whose husband's country seat was but a short journey from London. Bettina and her father had arranged that the fact should be kept from the society paragraphist. This had required some adroit management, but had actually been accomplished. As the wave swished past her, Bettina was saying to herself, "What will Rosie say when she sees me? What shall I say when I see Rosie?" We are drawing nearer to each other with every wave that passes. A fog which swept up suddenly sent them all below rather early. The Worthingtons laughed and talked a little in their staterooms, but presently became quiet and had evidently gone to bed. Bettina was restless and moved about her room alone after she had sent away her maid. She at last sat down and finished a letter she had been writing to her father. "As I near the land," she wrote, "I feel a sort of excitement. Several times today I have recalled so distinctly the picture of Rosie as I saw her last, when we all stood crowded upon the wharf at New York to see her off. She and Nigel were leaning upon the rail of the upper deck. She looked such a delicate, airy little creature, quite like a pretty schoolgirl with tears in her eyes. She was laughing and crying at the same time, and kissing both her hands to us again and again. I was crying passionately myself, though I tried to conceal the fact, and I remember that each time I looked from Rosie to Nigel's heavy face the poignancy of my anguish made me break forth again. I wonder if it was because I was a child that he looked such a contemptuous brute even when he pretended to smile. It is 12 years since then. I wonder what I shall find." She stopped writing and sat a few moments, her chin upon her hand, thinking. Suddenly she sprang to her feet in alarm. The stillness of the night was broken by wild shouts, a running of feet outside, a tumult of mingled sounds and motion, a dash and rush of surging water, a strange thumping and straining of engines, and a moment later she was hurled from one side of her stateroom to the other by a crashing shock which seemed to heave the ship out of the sea, shuddering as if the end of all things had come. It was so sudden and horrible a thing that, though she had only been flung upon a pile of rugs and cushions and was unhurt, she felt as if she had been struck on the head and plunged into wild delirium. Above the sound of the dashing and rocking waves, the straining and roaring of packing engines, and the pandemonium of voices rose from one end of the ship to the other, one wild, despairing, long-drawn shriek of women and children. Bettina turned sick at the mad terror in it, the insensate, awful horror. "Something has run into us," she gasped, getting up with her heart leaping in her throat. She could hear the Worthingtons' tempest of terrified confusion through the partitions between them, and she remembered afterwards that in the space of 2 or 3 seconds, and in the midst of their clamor, 100 incongruous thoughts leaped through her brain. Perhaps they were this moment going down. Now she knew what it was like, this thing she had read of in newspapers. Now she was going down in mid-ocean, she, Betty Vanderpoel. And, as she sprang to clutch her fur coat, there flashed before her mental vision a gruesome picture of the headlines in the newspapers and the inevitable reference to the millions she represented. "I must keep calm," she heard herself say as she fastened the long coat, clenching her teeth to keep them from chattering. Poor Daddy, poor Daddy. Maddening new sounds were all about her. Sounds of water dashing and churning, sounds of voices bellowing out commands, straining and leaping sounds of the engines. What was it? What was it? She must at least find out. Everybody was going mad in the staterooms. The stewards were rushing about, trying to quiet people, their own voices shaking and breaking into cracked notes. If the worst had happened, everyone would be fighting for life in a few minutes. Out on deck she must get and find out for herself what the worst was. She was the first woman outside, though the wails and shrieks swelled below, and half-dressed ghastly creatures tumbled gasping up the companionway. "What is it?" she heard. "My God, what's happened? Where's the captain? Are we going down? The boats! The boats!" It was useless to speak to the seamen rushing by. They did not see, much less hear. She caught sight of a man who could not be a sailor, since he was standing still. She made her way to him, thankful that she had managed to stop her teeth chattering. "What has happened to us?" she said. He turned and looked at her straightly. He was the second cabin passenger with the red hair. "A tramp steamer has run into us in the fog," he answered. "How much harm is done?" "They are trying to find out. I am standing here on the chance of hearing something. It is madness to ask any man questions." They spoke to each other in short, sharp sentences, knowing there was no time to lose. "Are you horribly frightened?" he asked. She stamped her foot. "I hate it. I hate it," she said, flinging out her hand towards the black heaving water. "The plunge, the choking." No one could hate it more. "But I want to do something." She was turning away when he caught her hand and held her. "Wait a second," he said. "I hate it as much as you do, but I believe we two can keep our heads. Those who can do that may help, perhaps. Let us try to quiet the people. As soon as I find out anything, I will come to your friend's stateroom. You are near the boats there. Then I shall go back to the second cabin. You work on your side and I'll work on mine. That's all. Thank you. Tell the Worthingtons. I'm going to the saloon deck." She was off. As she spoke, upon the stairway she found herself in the midst of a struggling, panic-stricken mob, tripping over each other on the steps and clutching at any garment nearest to drag themselves up as they fell or were on the point of falling. Everyone was crying out in question and appeal. Bettina stood still, a firm, tall obstacle, and clutched at the hysteric woman who was hurled against her. "I've been on deck," she said. "A tramp steamer has run into us. No one has time to answer questions. The first thing to do is to put on warm clothes and secure the life belts in case you need them." At once everyone turned upon her as if she was an authority. She replied with almost fierce determination to the torrent of words poured forth. I know nothing further, only that if one is not a fool one must make sure of clothes and belts." "Quite right, Miss Vanderpool," said one young man, touching his cap in nervous propitiation. "Stop screaming," Betty said mercilessly to the woman. "It's idiotic. The more noise you make, the less chance you have. How can men keep their wits among a mob of shrieking mad women?" That the remote Miss Vanderpool should have emerged from her luxurious corner to frankly bully the lot of them was an excellent shock for the crowd. Men who had been in danger of losing their heads and becoming as uncontrolled as the women suddenly realized the fact and pulled themselves together. Bettina made her way at once to the Worthington staterooms. There she found frenzy reigning. Blanche and Marie Worthington were darting to and fro, dragging about first one thing and then another. They were silly with fright, and dashed at, and dropped alternately, life belts, shoes, jewel cases, and wraps, while they sobbed and cried out hysterically. "Oh, what shall we do with Mother? What shall we do?" The manners of Betty Vanderpool's sharp schoolgirl days returned to her in full force. She seized Blanche by the shoulder and shook her. "What a donkey you are," she said. "Put on your clothes. There they are," pushing her to the place where they hung. "Mary, dress yourself this moment. We may be in no real danger at all." "Do you think not? Oh, Betty!" they wailed in concert. "Oh, what shall we do with Mother?" "Where is your mother?" "She fainted, Louise." Betty was in Mrs. Worthington's cabin before they had finished speaking. The poor woman had fainted and struck her cheek against the chair. She lay on the floor in her nightgown, with blood trickling from a cut on her face. Her maid, Louise, was wringing her hands and doing nothing whatever. "If you don't bring the brandy this minute," said the beautiful Miss Vanderpool, "I'll box your ears. Believe me, my girl." She looked so capable of doing it that the woman was startled and actually offended into a return of her senses. Miss Vanderpool had usually the best possible manners in dealing with her inferiors. Betty poured brandy down Mrs. Worthington's throat and applied strong-smelling salts until she gasped back to consciousness. She had just burst into frightened sobs when Betty heard confusion and exclamations in the adjoining room. Blanche and Marie had cried out, and a man's voice was speaking. Betty went to them. They were in various stages of undress, and the red-haired second cabin passenger was standing at the door. "I promised Miss Vanderpool," he was saying when Betty came forward. He turned to her promptly. "I come to tell you that it seems absolutely to be relied on that there's no immediate danger. The tramp is more injured than we are." "Oh, are you sure? Are you sure?" panted Blanche, catching at his sleeve. "Yes," he answered. "Can I do anything for you?" He said to Bettina, who was on the point of speaking, "Will you be good enough to help me to assist Mrs. Worthington into her berth, and then try to find the doctor?" He went into the next room without speaking. To Mrs. Worthington he spoke briefly a few words of reassurance. He was a powerful man, and laid her on her berth without dragging her about uncomfortably, or making her feel that her weight was greater than even in her most desponding moments she had suspected. Even her helplessly hysteric mood was illuminated by a ray of grateful appreciation. "Oh, thank you, she murmured. "And you are quite sure there is no actual danger, mister?" "Salter," he terminated for her. "You may feel safe. The damage is really only slight, after all." "It is so good of you to come and tell us," said the poor lady, still tremulous. "The shock was awful. Our introduction has been an alarming one. I don't think we have met during the voyage." "No," replied Salter. "I am in the second cabin." "Oh, thank you." "It's so good of you," she faltered amiably for want of inspiration. As he went out of the stateroom, Salter spoke to Bettina. "I will send the doctor if I can find him," he said. "I think perhaps you had better take some brandy yourself." "I shall." "It's queer how little one seems to realize even that there are second cabin passengers," commented Mrs. Worthington feebly. "That was a nice man, and perfectly respectable. He even had a kind of manner." Chapter 9. Lady Jane Grey. It seemed upon the whole even absurd that after a shock so awful and a panic wild enough to cause people to expose their very souls, for there were, of course, endless anecdotes to be related afterwards, illustrative of grotesque terror, cowardice, and utter abandonment of all shadows of convention, that all should end in an anticlimax of trifling danger, upon which, in a day or two, jokes might be made. Even the tramp steamer had not been seriously injured, though its injuries were likely to be less easy of repair than those of the Meridiana. Still, as a passenger remarked, when she steamed into the dock at Liverpool, "We might all be at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean this morning. Just think what columns there would have been in the newspapers. Imagine Miss Vanderpoel's being drowned. I was very rude to Louise when I found her wringing her hands over you, and I was rude to Blanche," Bettina said to Mrs. Worthington. "In fact, I believe I was rude to a number of people that night. I am rather ashamed." "You called me a donkey," said Blanche. "But it was the best thing you could have done. You frightened me into putting on my shoes instead of trying to comb my hair with them. It was startling to see you march into the stateroom, the only person who had not been turned into a gibbering idiot. I know I was gibbering, and I know Marie was." "We both gibbered at the red-haired man when he came in," said Marie. "We clutched at him and gibbered together. Where's the red-haired man, Betty? Perhaps we made him ill." "I've not seen him since that moment. He is in the second cabin, I suppose," Bettina answered, "but I have not seen him either. We ought to get up a testimonial and give it to him, because he did not." "Gibber," said Blanche. "He was as rude and as sensible as you were, Betty." They did not see him again, in fact, at that time. He had reasons of his own for preferring to remain unseen. The truth was that the nearer his approach to his native shores, the nastier, he was perfectly conscious, his temper became, and he did not wish to expose himself by any incident which might cause him stupidly and obviously to lose it. The maid Louise, however, recognized him among her companions in the third-class carriage in which she traveled to town. To her mind, whose opinions were regulated by neatly arranged standards, he looked morose and shabbily dressed. Some of the other second-cabin passengers had made themselves quite smart in various, not too distinguished ways. He had not changed his dress at all, and the large valise upon the luggage rack was worn and battered as if with long and rough usage. The woman wondered a little if he would address her and inquire after the health of her mistress. But, being an astute creature, she only wondered this for an instant. The next she realized that, for one reason or another, it was clear that he was not of the tribe of second-rate persons who pursue an accidental acquaintance with their superiors in fortune through sociable interchange with their footmen or maids. When the train slackened its speed at the platform of the station, he got up, reaching down his valise and leaving the carriage, strode to the nearest hansom cab, waving the porter aside. "Charing Cross," he called out to the driver, jumped in, and was rattled away. During the years which had passed since Rosalie Vanderpoel first came to London as Lady Anstruthers, numbers of huge, luxurious hotels had grown up, principally, as it seemed, that Americans should swarm into them and live at an expense which reminded them of their native land. Such establishments would never have been built for English people, whose habit it is merely to stop at hotels, not to live in them. The tendency of the American is to live in his hotel, even though his intention may be only to remain in it 2 days. He is accustomed to doing himself extremely well in proportion to his resources, whether they be great or small, and the comforts as also the luxuries. He allows himself, and his domestic appendages are in a proportion much higher in its relation to these resources than it would be were he English, French, German, or Italians. As a consequence, he expects, when he goes forth, whether holiday-making or on business, that his hostelry shall surround him either with holiday luxuries and gaiety, or with such lavishness of comfort as shall alleviate the wear and tear of business cares and fatigues. The rich man demands something almost as good as he has left at home. The man of moderate means something much better, certain. Persons given to regarding public wants and desires as foundations for the fortune of business schemes having discovered this, the enormous and sumptuous hotel evolved itself from their astute knowledge of common facts. At the entrances of these hotels, omnibuses and cabs, laden with trunks and packages, frequently bearing labels marked with red letters SS. So-and-so, stateroom hold baggage room, drew up and deposited their contents and burdens at regular intervals. Then men with keen and often humorous faces or almost painfully anxious ones, their exceedingly well-dressed wives and more or less attractive and vivacious-looking daughters, their eager little girls and un-English-looking little boys, passed through the corridors in flocks and took possession of suites of rooms, sometimes for 24 hours, sometimes for 6 weeks. The Worthingtons took possession of such a suite in such a hotel. Bettina Vanderpoel's apartments faced the Embankment. From her windows she could look out at the broad, splendid, muddy Thames, slowly rolling in its grave, stately way beneath its bridges, bearing with it heavy lumbering barges, excited tooting little penny steamers, and craft of various shapes and sizes, the errand or burden of each meaning a different story. It had been to Bettina one of her pleasures of the finest Epicurean flavor to reflect that she had never had any brief and superficial knowledge of England, as she had never been to the country at all in those earlier years, when her knowledge of places must necessarily have been always the incomplete one of either a schoolgirl traveler or a schoolgirl resident whose views were limited by the walls of restriction built around her. If relations of the usual ease and friendliness had existed between Lady Anstruthers and her family, Bettina would, doubtless, have known her sister's adopted country well. It would have been a thing so natural as to be almost inevitable that she would have crossed the Channel to spend her holidays at Stornham. As matters had stood, however, the child herself, in the days when she had been a child, had had most definite private views on the subject of visits to England. She had made up her young mind absolutely that she would not, if it were decently possible to avoid it, set her foot upon English soil until she was old enough and strong enough to carry out what had been at first her passionately romantic plans for discovering and facing the truth of the reason for the apparent change in Rosie. When she went to England, she would go to Rosie. As she had grown older, having in the course of education and travel seen most continental countries, she had liked to think that she had saved, put aside for less hasty consumption and more delicate appreciation of flavors, as it were, the country she was conscious she cared for most. "It is England we love, we Americans," she had said to her father. "What could be more natural? We belong to it, it belongs to us. I could never be convinced that the old tie of blood does not count. All nationalities have come to us since we became a nation, but most of us in the beginning came from England. We are touching about it too. We trifle with France and labor with Germany. We sentimentalize over Italy and ecstasize over Spain. But England we love. How it moves us when we go to it, how we gush if we are simple and effusive, how we are stirred imaginatively if we are of the perceptive class. I have heard the commonest little half-educated woman say the prettiest, clumsy, emotional things about what she has seen there. A New England schoolma'am who has made a cook's tour will almost have tears in her voice as she wanders on with her commonplaces about hawthorn hedges and thatched cottages and white or red farms. Why are we not unconsciously pathetic about German cottages and Italian villas? Because we have not, in centuries past, had the habit of being born in them. It is only an English cottage and an English lane, whether white with hawthorn blossoms or bare with winter, that wakes in us that little yearning, groveling tenderness that is so sweet, it is only nature calling us home. Mrs. Worthington came in during the course of the morning to find her standing before her window, looking out at the Thames, the Embankment, the hansom cabs themselves, with an absolutely serious absorption. This changed to a smile as she turned to greet her. I am delighted, she said. I could scarcely tell you how much. The impression is all new, and I am excited a little by everything. I am so intensely glad that I have saved it so long and that I have known it only as part of literature. I am even charmed that it rains, and that the cabman's mackintoshes are shining and wet. She drew forward a chair, and Mrs. Worthington sat down, looking at her with involuntary admiration. You look as if you were delighted, she said. You have amazing eyes, Betty. I am trying to picture to myself what Lady Anstruthers will feel when she sees you. What were you like when she married? Bettina sat down, smiling and looking, indeed, quite incredibly lovely. She was capable of a warmth and a sweetness which were as embracing as other qualities she possessed were powerful. I was 8 years old, she said. I was a rude little girl with long legs and a high, determined voice. I know I was rude. I remember answering back. I seem to have heard that you did not like your brother-in-law and that you were opposed to the marriage. Imagine the undisciplined audacity of a child of 8 opposing the marriage of her grown-up sister. I was quite capable of it. You see, in those days we had not been trained at all. One had only been allowed tremendous liberty and interfered conversationally with one's elders and betters at any moment. I was a nanny mile. American little girl and American little girls they really were, with a laugh whose musical sound was after all wholly non-committal. You did not treat Sir Nigel Anstruthers as one of your betters. He was one of my elders at all events, and becomingness of bearing should have taught me to hold my little tongue. I am giving some thought now to the kind of thing I must invent as a suitable apology when I find him a really delightful person, full of virtues and accomplishments. Perhaps he has a horror of me. I should like to be present at your first meeting, Mrs. Worthington reflected. You are going down to Stornham tomorrow? That is my plan. When I write to you on my arrival, I will tell you if I encountered the horror. Then, with a swift change of subject and a lifting of her slender velvet line of eyebrow, I am only deploring that I have not time to visit the tower. Mrs. Worthington was betrayed into a momentary glance of uncertainty, almost verging in its significance on a gasp. The Tower of London, dear Betty! Bettina's laugh was mellow with revelation. Ah, she said, you don't know my point of view. It's plain enough. You see, when I delight in these things, I think I delight most in my delight in them. It means that I am almost having the kind of feeling the fresh American souls had who landed here 30 years ago and reveled in the resemblance to Dickens's characters they met with in the streets and were historically thrilled by the places where people's heads were chopped off. Imagine their reflections on Charles I when they stood in Whitehall gazing on the very spot where that poor last word was uttered, remember. And think of their joy when each crossing sweeper they gave disproportionate largesse to seemed Joe all alone's in the slightest disguise. You don't mean to say, Mrs. Worthington was vaguely awakening to the situation, that the charm of my visit, to myself, is that I realize that I am rather like that. I have positively preserved something because I have kept away. You have been here so often and know things so well, and you were even so sophisticated when you began, that you have never really had the flavors and emotions. I am sophisticated too, sophisticated enough to have cherished my flavors as a gourmet tries to save the bouquet of old wine. You think that the Tower is the pleasure of housemates on a bank holiday, but it quite makes me quiver to think of it. Laughing again. That I laugh is the sign that I am not as beautifully, freshly capable of enjoyment as those genuine first Americans were, and in a way I am sorry for it. Mrs. Worthington laughed also, and with an enjoyment. You are very clever, Betty, she said. No, no, answered Bettina, or if I am, almost everybody is clever in these days. We are nearly all of us comparatively intelligent. You are very interesting at all events, and the Anstruthers will exult in you. If they are dull in the country, You will save them." "I am very interested at all events," said Bettina, "and interest like mine is quite past. A clever American who lives in England and is the pet of duchesses once said to me he always speaks of Americans as if they were a distant and recently discovered species. When they first came over, they were a novelty. Their enthusiasm amused people. But now, you see, it has become vieux jeu. Young women, whose specialty was to be excited by the Tower of London and Westminster Abbey, are not novelties any longer. In fact, it's been done, and it's done for as a specialty, and I am excited about the Tower of London. I may be able to restrain my feelings at the sight of the beef eaters, but they will upset me a little, and I must brace myself, I must indeed." "Truly, Betty," said Mrs. Worthington, regarding her with curiosity arising from a faint doubt of her entire seriousness, mingled with a fainter doubt of her entire levity. Betty flung out her hands in a slight but very involuntary-looking gesture and shook her head. "Ah," she said, "it was all shrew, you know. They were all horribly real, that things that were shuddered over and sentimentalized about. Sophistication, combined with imagination, makes them materialize again, to me at least, now I am here. The gulf between a historical figure and a man or woman who could bleed and cry out in human words was broad when one was at school. Lady Jane Grey, for instance, how nebulous she was and how little one cared. She seemed invented merely to add a detail to one's lesson in English history. But as we drove across Waterloo Bridge, I caught a glimpse of the tower, and what do you suppose I began to think of? It was monstrous. I saw a door in the tower and the stone steps and the square space, and in the chill, clear, early morning, a little, slender, helpless girl led out, a little, fair, real thing like Rosie, all alone, everyone she belonged to far away, not a man near who dared utter a word of pity when she turned her awful, meek, young, desperate eyes upon him. She was a pious child, and, no doubt, she lifted her eyes to the sky. I wonder if it was blue, and its blueness broke her heart, because it looked as if it might have pitied such a young, patient girl thing led out in the fair morning to walk to the hacked block and give her trembling pardon to the black-visored man with the axe, and then commending her soul to God to stretch her sweet slim neck out upon it. "Oh, Betty, dear," Mrs. Worthington expostulated. Bettina sprang to her and took her hand in pretty appeal. I beg pardon, I really do," she exclaimed. "I did not intend deliberately to be painful, but that beneath this sophistication is something of what I bring to England." Chapter 10. Islady and Struthers at Herm. All that she had brought with her to England, combined with what she had called sophistication, but which was rather her exquisite appreciation of values and effects, she took with her when she went the next day to Charing Cross Station and arranged herself at her ease in the railway carriage, while her maid bought their tickets for Stornham. What the people in the station saw, the guards and porters, the men in the bookstalls, the travelers hurrying past, was a striking-looking girl whose coloring and carriage made one turn to glance after her, and who, having bought some periodicals and papers, took her place in a first-class compartment and watched the passers-by interestedly through the open window. Having been looked at and remarked on during her whole life, Bettina did not find it disturbing that more than one corduroy-clothed porter and fresh-colored elderly gentleman, or freshly attired young one, having caught a glimpse of her through her window, made it convenient to saunter past or hover round. She looked at them much more frankly than they looked at her. To her they were all specimens of the type she was at present interested in. For practical reasons, she was summing up English character with more deliberate intention than she had felt in the years when she had gradually learned to know continental types and differentiate such peculiarities as were significant of their ranks and nations. As the first Reuben Vanderpoel had studied the countenances and indicative methods of the inhabitants of the new parts of the country in which it was his intention to do business, so the modernity of his descendant applied itself to observation for reasons parallel in nature, though not in actual kind. As he had brought beads and firewater to bear as agents upon savages who would barter for them skins and products which might be turned into money, so she brought her 19th-century beauty, steadfastness of purpose and alertness of brain to bear upon the matter, the practical dealing with which was the end she held in view. To bear herself in this matter with as practical a control of situations as that with which her great-grandfather would have borne himself in making a trade with a previously unknown tribe of Indians, was quite her intention, though it had not occurred to her to put it to herself in any such form. Still, whether she was aware of the fact or not, her point of view was exactly what the first Reuben Vanderpoel's had been on many very different occasions. She had before her the task of dealing with facts and factors of which at present she knew but little. Astuteness of perception, self-command, and adaptability were her chief resources. She was ready either for calm, bold approach, or equally calm and wholly non-committal retreat. The perceptions she had brought with her filled her journey into Kent with delicious things, delicious recognition of beauties she had before known the existence of only through the reading of books, and the dwelling upon their charms as reproduced, more or less perfectly, on canvas. She saw roll by her, with the passing of the train, the loveliness of land and picturesqueness of living, which she had saved for herself with Epicurean intention for years. Her fancy, when detached from her thoughts of her sister, had been Epicurean, and she had been quite aware that it was so. When she had left the suburbs and those villages already touched with suburbanity behind, she felt herself settle into a glow of luxurious enjoyment in the freshness of her pleasure in the familiar and yet unfamiliar objects in the thick-hedged fields, whose broad-branched, thick-foliaged oaks and beeches were more embowering in their shade and sweeter in their green than anything she remembered that other countries had offered her, even at their best. Within the fields, the hawthorn hedges beautifully enclosed, were groups of resigned mother sheep with their young lambs about them. The curious pointed tops of the red hop kilns, piercing the trees near the farmhouses, wore an almost intentional air of adding picturesque detail. They were clusters of old buildings and dots of cottages and cottage gardens which made her now and then utter exclamations of delight. Little inarticulate Rosie had seen and felt it all 12 years before on her hopeless bridal home-coming, when Nigel had sat huddled unbecomingly in the corner of the railway carriage. Her power of expression had been limited to little joyful gasps and obvious laudatory adjectives smothered in their birth by her first glance at her bridegroom. Betty, in seeing it, knew all the exquisiteness of her own pleasure, and all the meanings of it. Yes, it was England, England. It was the England of Constable and Morland, of Miss Mitford and Miss Austen, the Brontes and George Eliot. The land which softly rolled and clothed itself in the rich verdure of many trees, sometimes in lovely clusters, sometimes in covering copse, was Constable's. The ripe young woman with the fat-legged children and the farmyard beasts about her, as she fed the hens from the wooden piggin under her arm, was Morland's own. The Villa Street might be Miss Mitford's, the well-to-do house Jane Austen's own fancy, in its warm brick and comfortable decorum. She laughed a little as she thought it. "That is American," she said, "the habit of comparing every stick and stone and breathing thing to some literary parallel. We almost invariably say that things remind us of pictures or books, most usually books. It seems a little crude, but perhaps it means that we are an intensely literary and artistic people." She continued to find comparisons revealing to her their appositeness until her journey had ended by the train's slackening speed and coming to a standstill before the rural-looking little station which had presented its quaint aspect to Lady Anstruthers on her home coming of years before. It had not, during the years which certainly had given time for change, altered in the least. The station master had grown stouter and more rosy, and came forward with his respectful, hospitable air to attend to the unusual-looking young lady who was the only first-class passenger. He thought she must be a visitor expected at some country house, but none of the carriages, whose coachmen were his familiar acquaintances, were in waiting. That such a fine young lady should be paying a visit at any house whose owners did not send an equipage to attend her coming, struck him as unusual. The brougham from the Crown, though a decent country-town vehicle, seemed inadequate. Yet there it stood, drawn up outside the station, and she went to it with the manner of a young lady who had ordered its attendance and knew it would be there. Wells felt a good deal of interest. Among the many young ladies who descended from the first-class compartments and passed through the little waiting-room on their way to the carriages of the gentry they were going to visit, he did not know when a young lady had caught his eye, so to speak, as this one did. She was not exactly the kind of young lady one would immediately class mentally as a foreigner, but the blue of her eyes was so deep, and her hair and eyelashes so dark, that these things, combining themselves with a certain way she had, made him feel her to be of a type unfamiliar to the region, at least. He was struck also by the fact that the young lady had no maid with her. The truth was that Bettina had purposely left her maid in town. If awkward things occurred, the presence of an attendant would be a sort of complication. It was better, on the first approach, to be wholly unencumbered. "How far are we from Stornham Court?" she inquired. 5 miles, my lady," he answered, touching his cap. She expressed something which to the rural and ingenuous, whose standards were defined, demanded a recognition of probable rank. "I'd like to know," was his comment to his wife when he went home to dinner, "who has gone to Stornham Court today? There's few enough visitors go there, and none such as her, for certain. She don't live anywhere on the line above here either, for I've never seen her face before." She was a tall, handsome one, she was, but it isn't just that made you look after her. She was a clever one, with a spirit. I'll be bound. I was wondering what her ladyship would have to say to her. Perhaps she was one of his fine ladies, suggestively. That she wasn't either. And, as for that, I wonder what he'd have to say to such as she is. There was complexity of element enough in the thing she was on her way to do, Bettina was thinking, as she was driven over the white ribbon of country road that unrolled over rise and hollow, between the sheet-dotted greenness of fields and the scented hedges. The soft beauty enclosing her was a little shut out from her by her mental attitude. She brought forward for her own decisions upon suitable action a number of possible situations she might find herself called upon to confront. The one thing necessary was that she should be prepared for anything whatever, even for Rosie's not being pleased to see her, or for finding Sir Nigel a thoroughly reformed and amiable character. It is the thing which seemingly cannot happen which one is most likely to find oneself face to face with. It will be a little awkward to arrange, if he has developed every domestic virtue and is delighted to see me. Under such rather confusing conditions, her plan would be to present to them, as an affectionate surprise, the unheralded visit which might appear a trifle uncalled for. She felt happily sure of herself under any circumstances not partaking of the nature of collisions at sea. Yet she had not behaved absolutely ill at the time of the threatened catastrophe in the Meridiana. Her remembrance, an oddly sudden one, of the definite manner of the red-haired second-class passenger assured her of that. He had certainly had all his senses about him, and he had spoken to her as a person to be counted on. Her pulse beat a little more hurriedly as the brougham entered Stornham village. It was picturesque, but struck her as looking neglected. Many of the cottages had an air of dilapidation. There were many broken windows and unmended garden palings. A suggested lack of whitewash in several cases was not cheerful. "I know nothing of the duties of English landlords," she said, looking through her carriage window, but I should do it myself if I were Rosie. She saw, as she was taken through the park gateway, that structure was out of order and that damaged diamond panes peered out from under the thickness of the ivy, massing itself over the lodge. Ah, was her thought. It does not promise as it should. Happy people do not let things fall to pieces. Even winding avenue and spreading sward and gorse and broom and bracken, enfolding all the earth beneath huge trees, were not fair enough to remove a sudden, remote fear which arose in her rapidly reasoning mind. It suggested to her a point of view so new that, while she was amazed at herself for not having contemplated it before, she found herself wishing that the coachman would drive rather more slowly, actually that she might have more time to reflect. They were nearing a dip in the park, where there was a lonely-looking pool. The bracken was thick and high there, and the sun, which had just broken through a cloud, had pierced the trees with a golden gleam. A little withdrawn from this shaft of brightness stood two figures, a dowdy little woman and a hunchbacked boy. The woman held some ferns in her hand, and the boy was sitting down and resting his chin on his hands, which were folded on the top of a stick. "Stop here for a moment," Bettina said to the coachman. "I want to ask that woman a question." She had thought that she might discover if her sister was at the court. She realized that to know would be a point of advantage. She leaned forward and spoke. "I beg your pardon," she said. "I wonder if you can tell me." The woman came forward a little. She had a listless step and a faded, listless face. "What did you ask?" she said. Betty leaned still further forward. "Can you tell me?" she began and stopped. A sense of stricture in the throat stopped her as her eyes took in the washed-out color of the thin face, the washed-out color of the thin hair, thin drab hair, dragged in straight, hard unbecomingness from the forehead and cheeks. Was it true that her heart was thumping, as she had heard it said that agitation made hearts thump? She began again. "Can you tell me if Lady Anstruthers is at home?" she inquired. As she said it, she felt the blood surge up from the furious heart, and the hand she had laid on the handle of the door of the brougham clutched it involuntarily. The dowdy little woman answered her indifferently, staring at her a little. "I am Lady Anstruthers," she said. Bettina opened the carriage door and stood upon the ground. "Go on to the house," she gave order to the coachman, and, with a somewhat startled look, he drove away. "Rosie." Bettina's voice was a hushed, almost awed thing. "You are Rosie." The faded little wreck of a creature began to look frightened. "Rosie," she repeated with a small, wry, painful smile. She was, the next moment, held in the folding of strong young arms against a quickly beating heart. She was being wildly kissed, and the very air seemed rich with warmth and life. "I am Betty," she heard. "Look at me, Rosie. I am Betty. Look at me and remember." Lady Anstruthers gasped and broke into a faint, hysteric laugh. She suddenly clutched at Bettina's arm. For a minute her gaze was wild as she looked up. "Betty!" she cried out. "No, no, no! I can't believe it! I can't! I can't!" That just this thing could have taken place in her, Bettina had never thought. As she had reflected on her way from the station, the impossible is what one finds oneself face to face with. 12 years should not have changed a pretty blonde thing of 19 to a worn, unintelligent-looking dowdy of the order of dowdiness which seems to have lived beyond age and sex. She looked even stupid, or at least stupefied. At this moment she was a silly, middle-aged woman who did not know what to do. For a few seconds Bettina wondered if she was glad to see her, or only felt awkward and unequal to the situation. "I can't believe you," she cried out again, and began to shiver. "Betty? Little Betty? No, no, it isn't!" She turned to the boy who had lifted his chin from his stick and was staring. "Uchtred, Uchtred," she called to him. "Come!" She says. She sat down upon a clump of heather and began to cry. She hid her face in her spare hands and broke into sobbing. "Oh, Betty, no," she gasped. "It's so long ago, it's so far away. You never came. No one came." The hunchbacked boy drew near. He had limped up on his stick. He spoke like an elderly, affectionate gnome, not like a child. "Don't do that, Mother," he said. "Don't let it upset you so, whatever it is. It's so long ago, it's so far away." She wept, with catches in her breath and voice. "You never came." Betty knelt down and enfolded her again. Her bell-like voice was firm and clear. "I have come now," she said, "and it is not far away. A cable will reach Father in 2 hours." Pursuing a certain vivid thought in her mind, she looked at her watch. "If you spoke to Mother by cable this moment," she added with accustomed coolness, and she felt her sister actually start as she spoke, "she could answer you by 5 o'clock." Lady Anstruther's start ended in a laugh and gasp. More hysteric than her first, there was even a kind of wan awakening in her face as she lifted it to look at the wonderful newcomer. She caught her hand and held it, trembling as she weakly laughed. "It must be Betty," she cried. "That little stern way, it is so like her, Betty, Betty dear." She fell into a sobbing, shaken heap upon the heather. The harrowing thought passed through Betty's mind that she looked almost like a limp bundle of shabby clothes. She was so helpless in her pathetic, apologetic hysteria. "I shall be better," she gasped. "It's nothing. Ughtred, tell her." "She's very weak, really," said the boy Ughtred in his mature way. "She can't help it sometimes. I'll get some water from the pool." "Let me go," said Betty, and she darted down to the water. She was back in a moment. The boy was rubbing and patting his mother's hands tenderly. "At any rate," he remarked, as one consoled by a reflection, "Father is not at home." Chapter 11. I Taugwort you had all forgotten. As after a singular half-hour spent among the bracken under the trees, they began their return to the house, Bettina felt that her sense of adventure had altered its character. She was still in the midst of a remarkable sort of exploit, which might end anywhere or in anything, but it had become at once more prosaic in detail and more intense in its significance. What its significance might prove likely to be when she faced it, she had not known, it is true, but this was different from anything. As they walked up the sun-dappled avenue, she kept glancing aside at Rosie and endeavoring to draw useful conclusions. The poor girl's air of being a plain, insignificant frump, long past youth, struck an extraordinary and, for the time, unexplainable note. Her ill-cut, out-of-date dress, the cheap suit of the hunchbacked boy who limped patiently along, helped by his crutch, suggested possible explanations which were without doubt connected with the thought which had risen in Bettina's mind as she had been driven through the broken hinged entrance gate. What extraordinary disposal was being made of Rosie's money? But her each glance at her sister also suggested complication upon complication. The singular half-hour under the trees by the pool, spent, after the first hysteric moments were over, in vague exclaimings and questions, which seemed half frightened and all at sea, had gradually shown her that she was talking to a creature wholly other than the Rosalie who had so well known and loved them all, and whom they had so well loved and known. They did not know this one, and she did not know them. She was even a little afraid of the stir and movement of their life and being. The Rosie they had known seemed to be imprisoned within the wall. The years of her separated life had built about her. At each breath she drew, Bettina saw how long the years had been to her and how far her home had seemed to lie away, so far that it could not touch her, and was only a sort of dream, the recalling of which made her suddenly begin to cry again every few minutes. To Bettina's sensitively alert mind it was plain that it would not do in the least to drag her suddenly out of her prison or cloister whichsoever it might be. To do so would be like forcing a creature accustomed only to darkness, to stare at the blazing sun, to have burst upon her with the old impetuous, Candid fondness would have been to frighten and shock her, as if with something bordering on indecency. She could not have stood it. Perhaps such fondness was so remote from her in these days that she had even ceased to be able to understand it. "Where are your little girls?" Bettina asked, remembering that there had been notice given of the advent of 2 girl babies. "They died," Lady Anstruthers answered unemotionally. "They both died before they were a year old. There is only Uchtred." Betty glanced at the boy and saw a small flame of red creep up on his cheek. Instinctively, she knew what it meant, and she put out her hand and lightly touched his shoulder. "I hope you'll like me, Uchtred," she said. He almost started at the sound of her voice, but when he turned his face towards her, he only grew redder and looked awkward without answering. His manner was that of a boy who was unused to the amenities of polite society and who was only made shy by them. Without warning, a moment or so later, Bettina stopped in the middle of the avenue and looked up at the arching giant branches of the trees which had reached out from one side to the other, as if to clasp hands or encompass an interlacing embrace. As far as the eye reached, they did this, and the beholder stood as in a high stately pergola, with breaks of deep azure sky between. Several mellow, cawing rooks were floating solemnly beneath or above the branches, now one, then settling in some highest one, or disappearing in the thick greenness. Lady Anstruthers stopped when her sister did so, and glanced at her in vague inquiry. It was plain that she had outlived even her sense of the beauty surrounding her. "What are you looking at, Betty?" she asked. "At all of it," Betty answered. "It is so wonderful." "She likes it," said Uchtred, and then rather slunk a step behind his mother, as if he were ashamed of himself. "The house is just beyond those trees," said Lady Anstruthers. They came in full view of it 3 minutes later. When she saw it, Betty uttered an exclamation and stopped again to enjoy effects. "She likes that too," said Uchtred, and, although he said it sheepishly, there was imperfectly concealed beneath the awkwardness a pleasure in the fact. "Do you?" asked Rosalie with her small painful smile. Betty laughed. "It is too picturesque in its special way to be quite credible," she said. "I thought that when I first saw it," said Rosie. "Don't you think so, now?" "Well," was the rather uncertain reply, "as Nigel says, there's not much good in a place that is falling to pieces. Why let it fall to pieces?" Betty put it to her with impartial promptness. "We haven't money enough to hold it together," resignedly. As they climbed the low, broad, lichen-blotched steps whose broken stone balustrades were almost hidden in clutching, untrimmed ivy, Betty felt them to be almost incredible, too. The uneven stones of the terrace the steps mounted to were lichen-blotched and broken also. Tufts of green growths had forced themselves between the flags and added an untidy beauty. The ivy tossed in branches over the red roof and walls of the house. It had been left unclipped until it was rather an endlessly clambering tree than a creeper. The hall they entered had the beauty of spacious form and good old oaken paneling. There were deep window seats and an ancient high-backed settle or so, and a massive table by the fireless hearth. But there were no pictures in places where pictures had evidently once hung, and the only coverings on the stone floor were the faded remnants of a central rug and a worn tiger skin, the head almost bald and a glass eye knocked out. Bettina took in the unpromising details without a quiver of the extravagant. Lashes. These indeed, and the eyes pertaining to them, seemed rather to sweep the fine roof and a certain minstrel's gallery and staircase than which nothing could have been much finer, with the look of an appreciative admirer of architectural features and old oak. She had not journeyed to Stornham Court with the intention of disturbing Rosie, or of being herself obviously disturbed. She had come to observe situations and rearrange them with that intelligence of which unconsidered emotion or exclamation form no part. "It is the first old English house I have seen," she said with a sigh of pleasure. I am so glad, Rosie, I am so glad that it is yours. She put a hand on each of Rosie's thin shoulders. She felt sharply defined bones as she did so and bent to kiss her. It was the natural, affectionate expression of her feeling, but tears started to Rosie's eyes, and the boy Uchtred, who had sat down in a window seat, turned red again and shifted in his place. "Oh, Betty!" was Rosie's faint, nervous exclamation. "You seem so beautiful and so strange that you frighten me." Betty laughed with the softest possible cheerfulness, shaking her a little. "I shall not seem strange long," she said. "After I have stayed with you a few weeks, if you will let me stay with you." "Let you! Let you!" in a sort of gasp. Poor little Lady Anstruthers sank onto a settle and began to cry again. It was plain that she always cried when things occurred. Uchtred's speech from his window seat testified at once to that. "Don't cry, Mother," he said. "You know how we've talked that over together. It's her nerves," he explained to Bettina. "We know it only makes things worse, but she can't stop it." Bettina sat on the settle too. She herself was not then aware of the wonderful feeling the poor little spare figure experienced as her softly strong young arms curved about it. She was only aware that she herself felt that this was a heart-breaking thing, and that she must not let it be seen how much she recognized its woefulness. This was pretty fair Rosie, who had never done a harm in her happy life. This forlorn thing was her Rosie. "Never mind," she said, half laughing again. "I rather want to cry myself, and I am stronger than she is. I am immensely strong." "Yes, yes," said Lady Anstruthers, wiping her eyes and making a tremendous effort at self-respecting composure. "You are strong. I have grown so weak and well in every way. Betty, I'm afraid this is a poor welcome. You see, I'm afraid you'll find it all so different from New York." "I wanted to find it different," said Betty. But I mean, you know." Lady Anstruthers turned helplessly to the boy. Bettina was struck with the painful truth that she looked even silly as she turned to him. "Uchtred, tell her," she ended, and hung her head. Uchtred had got down at once from his seat and limped forward. His unprepossessing face looked as if he pulled his childishness together with an unchildish effort. "She means," he said in his awkward way, "that she doesn't know how to make you comfortable. The rooms are all so shabby. Everything is so shabby. Perhaps you won't stay when you see." Bettina perceptibly increased the firmness of her hold on her sister's body. It was as if she drew it nearer to her side in a kind of taking possession. She knew that the moment had come when she might go this far, at least without expressing alarming things. "You cannot show me anything that will frighten me," was the answer she made. "I have come to stay, Rosie. We can make things right if they require it. Why not?" Lady Anstruthers started a little and stared at her. She knew 10,000 reasons why things had not been made right, and the casual inference that such reasons could be lightly swept away as if by the mere wave of a hand implied a power appertaining to a time seeming so lost forever that it was too much for her. "Oh, Betty, Betty," she cried, "you talk as if you are so." The fact so simple to the members of the abnormal class to which she of a truth belonged, the class which heaped up its millions, the absolute knowledge that there was a great deal of money in the world, and that she was of those who were among its chief owners, had ceased to seem a fact, and had vanished into the region of fairy stories. That she could not believe it, a reality revealed itself to Bettina as by a flash, which was also a revelation of many things. There would be unpleasing truths to be learned, and she had not made her pilgrimage for nothing. But in any event, there were advantages without doubt in the circumstance which subjected one to being perpetually pointed out as a daughter of a multi-millionaire. As this argued itself out for her with rapid lucidity, she bent and kissed Rosie once more. She even tried to do it lightly, and not to allow the rush of love and pity in her soul to betray her. "I talk as if I were Betty," she said. "You have forgotten. I have not. I have been looking forward to this for years. I have been planning to come to you since I was 11 years old. And here we sit. You didn't forget, you didn't, faltered the poor wreck of Rosie. Oh, oh, oh! Thought you had all forgotten me quite, quite. And her face went down in her spare, small hands, and she began to cry again. Chapter 12. Eugene tried. And the paint was stained and yellow with time, where it was not knocked or worn off. There was a small pane-leaded window which filled a large part of one side of the room, and its deep seat was an agreeable feature. Sitting in it, one looked out over several red-walled gardens and through breaks in the trees of the park to a fair beyond. Bettina stood before this window for a few moments, and then took a seat in the embrasure, that she might gaze out and reflect at leisure. Her genius, as has before been mentioned, was the genius for living, for being vital. Many people merely exist, are kept alive by others, or continue to vegetate because the persistent action of normal functions will allow of their doing no less. Bettina Vanderpoel had lived vividly and in the midst of a self-created atmosphere of action from her first hour. It was not possible for her to be one of the horde of mere spectators. Wheresoever she moved, there was some occult stirring of the mental and even physical air. Her pulses beat too strongly, her blood ran too fast to allow of inaction of mind or body. When, in passing through the village, she had seen the broken windows and the hanging palings of the cottages, it had been inevitable that, at once, she should, in thought, repair them, set them straight. Disorder filled her with a sort of impatience which was akin to physical distress. If she had been born a poor woman, she would have worked hard for her living and found an interest, almost an exhilaration, in her labor. Such gifts as she had would have been applied to the tasks she undertook. It had frequently given her pleasure to imagine herself earning her livelihood as a seamstress, a housemaid, a nurse. She knew what she could have put into her service, and how she could have found it absorbing. Imagination and initiative could make any service absorbing. The actual truth was that if she had been a housemaid, the room she set in order would have taken a character under her touch. If she had been a seamstress, her work would have been swiftly done. Her imagination would have invented for her combinations of form and color. If she had been a nursemaid, the children under her care would never have been sufficiently bored to become tiresome or intractable, and they also would have gained character, to which would have been added an undeniable vividness of outlook. She could not have left them alone, so to speak. In obeying the mere laws of her being, she would have stimulated them. Unconsciously, she had stimulated her fellow pupils at school. When she was his companion, her father had always felt himself stirred to interest and enterprise. "You ought to have been a man, Betty," he used to say to her sometimes, but Betty had not agreed with him. "You say that," she once replied to him, "because you see I am inclined to do things, to change them, if they need changing." Well, one is either born like that, or one is not. Sometimes I think that perhaps the people who must ACT are of a distinct race. A kind of vigorous restlessness drives them. I remember that when I was a child, I could not see a pin lying upon the ground without picking it up, or pass a drawer, which needed closing, without giving it a push. But there has always been as much for women to do as for men. There was much to be done here of one sort of thing and another, that was certain. As she gazed through the small panes of her large windows, she found herself overlooking part of a wilderness of garden, which revealed itself through an arch and an overgrown laurel hedge. She had glimpses of unkempt grass paths and unclipped topiary work which had lost its original form. Among the tangle of weeds rose the heads of clumps of daffodils, stirred by a passing wind of spring. In the park beyond, a cuckoo was calling. She was conscious both of the forlorn beauty and significance of the neglected garden and of the clear quaintness of the cuckoo call, as she thought of other things. Her spirit and her health are broken, was her summing up, her prettiness, has faded to a rag. She is as nervous as an ill-treated child. She has lost her wits. I do not know where to begin with her. I must let her tell me things as gradually as she chooses. Until I see Nigel, I shall not know what his method with her has been. She looks as if she had ceased to care for things, even for herself. What shall I write to Mother? She knew what she should write to her father. With him, she could be explicit. She could record what she had found and what it suggested to her. She could also make clear her reason for hesitance and deliberation. His discretion and affection would comprehend the thing which she herself felt, and which affection not combined with discretion might not take in. He would understand when she told him that one of the first things which had struck her had been that Rosie herself, her helplessness and timidity, might, for a period at least, form obstacles in their path of action. He not only loved Rosie, but realized how slight a sweet thing she had always been, and he would know how far a slight creature's gentleness might be overpowered and beaten down. There was so much that her mother must be spared. There was indeed so little that it would be wise to tell her, that Bettina sat gently rubbing her forehead as she thought of it. The truth was that she must tell her nothing, until all was over, accomplished, decided. Whatsoever there was to be over, whatsoever the action finally taken, must be a matter lying as far as possible between her father and herself. Mrs. Vanderpoel's trouble would be too keen, her anxiety too great to keep to herself, even if she were not overwhelmed by them. She must be told of the beauties and dimensions of Stornham. All relatable details of Rosie's life must be generously dwelt on. Above all, Rosie must be made to write letters, and with an air of freedom, however specious. A knock on the door broke the thread of her reflection. It was a low-sounding knock, and she answered the summons herself because she thought it might be Rosie's. It was not Lady Anstruthers who stood outside, but Fred, who balanced himself on his crutches and lifted his small, too mature face. "May I come in?" he asked. Here was the unexpected again, but she did not allow him to see her surprise. "Yes," she said, "certainly you may." He swung in and then turned to speak to her. "Please shut the door and lock it," he said. There was sudden illumination in this, but of an order almost whimsical. That modern people in modern days should feel bolts and bars the necessity of ordinary intercourse was suggestive. She was plainly about to receive enlightenment. She turned the key and followed the halting figure across the room. "What are you afraid of?" she asked. "When Mother and I talk things over," he said, "we always do it where no one can see or hear. It's the only way to be safe." "Safe from what?" His eyes fixed themselves on her as he answered her almost sullenly. "Safe from people who might listen and go and tell that we had been talking." In his thwarted-looking, odd-child face there was a shade of appeal, not wholly hidden by his evident wish not to be boylike. Betty felt a desire to kneel down suddenly and embrace him, but she knew he was not prepared for such a demonstration. He looked like a creature who had lived continually at bay, and had learned to adjust himself to any situation with caution and restraint. "Sit down, Uchtred," she said, and when he did so she herself sat down, but not too near him. Resting his chin on the handle of a crutch, he gazed at her almost protestingly. "I always have to do these things," he said, "and I am not clever enough or old enough. I am only 11. The mention of the number of his years was plainly not apologetic, but was a mere statement of his limitations. There the fact was, and he must make the best of it he could. "What things do you mean?" "Trying to make things easier, explaining things when she cannot think of excuses. Today it is telling you what she is too frightened to tell you herself. I said to her that you must be told. It made her nervous and miserable, but I knew you must." "Yes, I must," Betty answered. "I am glad she has you to depend on, Uchtred." His crutch grated on the floor, and his boy eyes forbade her to believe that their sudden luster was in any way connected with restrained emotion. "I know I seem queer and like a little old man," he said. Mother cries about it sometimes, but it can't be helped. It is because she has never had anyone but me to help her. When I was very little, I found out how frightened and miserable she was. After his rages, he used no name. She used to run into my nursery and snatch me up in her arms and hide her face in my pinafore. Sometimes she stuffed it into her mouth and bit it to keep herself from screaming. Once before I was 7, I ran into their room and shouted out and tried to fight for her. He was going out and had his riding whip in his hand, and he caught hold of me and struck me with it until he was tired. Betty stood upright. "What? What?" she cried out. He merely nodded his head shortly. She saw what the thing had been by the way his face lost color. "Of course," he said, "it was because I was impudent and needed punishment," he said. He said she had encouraged me in American impudence. It was worse for her than for me. She kneeled down and screamed out as if she was crazy that she would give him what he wanted if he would stop. "Wait," said Betty, drawing in her breath sharply. "He is Sir Nigel, and he wanted something." He nodded again. "Tell me," she demanded. "Has he ever struck her?" "Once," he answered slowly. "Before I was born he struck her, and she fell against something. That is why I'm like this." And he touched his shoulder. The feeling which surged through Betty Vanderpool's being forced her to go and stand with her face turned towards the windows, her hands holding each other tightly behind her back. "I must keep still," she said. "I must make myself keep still." She spoke unconsciously, half aloud, and Uchtred heard her and replied hurriedly. "Yes," he said, "you must make yourself keep still. That is what we have to do. Whatever happens, that is one of the things Mother wanted you to know. She is afraid. She daren't let you." She turned from the window, standing at her full height and looking very tall for a girl. "She is afraid? She daren't? See, that will come to an end now. There are things which can be done." He flushed nervously. "That is what she was afraid you would say." He spoke fast, and his hands trembled. "She is nearly wild about it, because she knows he will try to do something that will make you feel as if she does not want you." "She is afraid of that," Betty exclaimed. "He'd do it. He'd do it if you did not know beforehand." "Oh," said Betty with unflinching clearness, "he is a liar, is he?" The helpless rage in the unchildish eyes, the shaking voice as he cried out in answer, were a shock. It was as if he wildly rejoiced that she had spoken the word. "Yes, he's a liar, he shrilled. "He's a liar and a bully and a coward. He'd be a murderer if he dared, but he daren't." And his face dropped on his arms, folded on his crutch, and he broke into a passion of crying. Then Betty knew she might go to him. She went and knelt down and put her arm round him. "Uchtred," she said, "cry if you like. I should do it if I were you, but I tell you it can all be altered, and it shall be." He seemed quite like a little boy when he put out his hand to hers and spoke sobbingly. She says that because you have only just come from America, and in America people can do things you will think you can do things here and you don't know. He will tell lies about you, lies you can't bear." She sat wringing her hands when she thought of it. "She won't let you be hurt because you want to help her." He stopped abruptly and clutched her shoulder. "Aunt Betty! Aunt Betty! Whatever happens, whatever he makes her seem like, you are to know that it is not true. Now you have come, now she has seen you. It would kill her if you were driven away and thought she wanted you to go." "I shall not think that," she answered slowly, because she realized that it was well that she had been warned in time. "Uchtred, are you trying to tell me that above all things I must not let him think that I came here to help you, because if he is angry, he will make us all suffer, and your mother most of all? He'll find a way. We always know he will. He would either be so rude that you would not stay here, or he would make Mother seem rude, or he would write lies to Grandfather." Aunt Betty, she scarcely believes you are real yet. If she won't tell you things at first, please don't mind. He looked quite like a child again in his appeal to her. To try to understand a state of affairs so complicated. Could you wait until you have let her get used to you? Used to thinking that there may be someone in the world to help her, slowly? Yes, I will. Has anyone ever tried to help her? Once or twice people found out and were sorry at first, but it only made it worse because he made them believe things. I shall not try, Uchtred, said Betty, a remote spark kindling in the deeps of the pupils of her steel-blue eyes. I shall not try. Now I am going to ask you some questions. Before he left her, she had asked many questions which were pertinent and searching, and she had learned things she realized she could have learned in no other way and from no other person. But for his uncanny sense of the responsibility he clearly had assumed in the days when he wore pinafores, and which had brought him to her room to prepare her mind for what she would find herself confronted with in the way of apparently unexplainable obstacles, there was a strong likelihood that at the outset she might have found herself more than once dangerously at a loss. Yes, she would have been at a loss, puzzled, perhaps greatly discouraged. She was face to face with a complication so extraordinary that one man, through mere persistent steadiness and evil temper and domestic tyranny, should have so broken the creatures of his household into abject submission and hopelessness, seemed too incredible. Such a power appeared as remote from civilized existence in London and New York as did that which had inflicted tortures in the dungeons of castles of old. Prisoners in such dungeons could utter no cry which could reach the outside world. The prisoners at Stornham Court, not 4 hours from Hyde Park Corner, could utter none the world could hear, or comprehend if it heard it. Sheer lack of power to resist bound them hand and foot. And she, Betty Vanderpool, was here upon the spot, and, as far as she could understand, was being implored to take no steps, to do nothing. The atmosphere in which she had spent her life, the world she had been born into, had not made for fearfulness that one would be at any time defenseless against circumstances and be obliged to submit to outrage. To be a Vanderpool was, it was true, to be a shining mark for envy as for admiration, but the fact removed obstacles as a rule, and to find oneself standing before a situation with one's hands, figuratively speaking, tied, was new enough to arouse unusual sensations. She recalled, with an ironic sense of bewilderment, as a sort of material evidence of her own reality, the fact that not a week ago she had stepped onto English soil from the gangway of a solid Atlantic liner. It aided her to resist the feeling that she had been swept back into the Middle Ages. When he is angry, was one of the first questions she put to Uchtred. What does he give as his reason? He must profess to have a reason. When he gets in a rage, he says it is because mother is silly and common, and I am badly brought up. But we always know he wants money, and it makes him furious. He could kill us with rage. Oh, said Betty, I see. It began that time when he struck her. He said then that it was not decent that a woman who was married should keep her own money. He made her give him almost everything she had, but she wants to keep some for me. He tries to make her get more from grandfather, but she will not write begging letters, and she won't give him what she is saving for me. It was a simple and sordid enough explanation in one sense, and it was one of which Bettina had known, not one parallel, but several. Having married to ensure himself power over unquestioned resources, the man had felt himself disgustingly taken in and avenged himself accordingly. In him had been born the makings of a domestic tyrant who, even had he been favored by fortune, would have wreaked his humors upon the defenseless things made his property by ties of blood and marriage, and who, being unfavored, would do worse. Betty could see what the years had held for Rosie, and how her weakness and timidity had been considered as positive assets. A woman who will cry when she is bullied may be counted upon to submit after she has cried. Rosie had submitted up to a certain point, and then, with the stubbornness of a weak creature, had stood at timid bay for her young. What Betty gathered was that, after the long and terrible illness which had followed Uchtred's birth, she had risen from what had been so nearly her deathbed, prostrated in both mind and body. Uchtred did not know all that he revealed when he touched upon the time which he said his mother could not quite remember, when she had sat for months, staring vacantly out of her window, trying to recall something terrible which had happened, and which she wanted to tell her mother if the day ever came when she could write to her again. She had never remembered clearly the details of the thing she had wanted to tell, and Nigel had insisted that her fancy was part of her past delirium. He had said that at the beginning of her delirium she had attacked and insulted his mother and himself. But they had excused her because they realized afterwards what the cause of her excitement had been. For a long time she had been too brokenly weak to question or disbelieve, but later she had vaguely known that he had been lying to her, though she could not refute what he said. She recalled in course of time a horrible scene in which all three of them had raved at each other, and she herself had shrieked and laughed and hurled wild words at Nigel, and he had struck her. That she knew and never forgot. She had been ill a year. Her hair had fallen out, her skin had faded, and she had begun to feel like a nervous, tired old woman instead of a girl. Girlhood, with all the past, had become unreal and too far away to be more than a dream. Nothing had remained real but Stornham and Nigel and the little hunchbacked baby. She was glad when the Dowager died, and when Nigel spent his time in London or on the Continent and left her with Uchtred. When he said that he must spend her money on the estate, she had acquiesced without comment, because that ensured his going away. She saw that no improvement or repairs were made, but she could do nothing and was too listless to make the attempt. She only wanted to be left alone with Uchtred, and she exhibited willpower only in defense of her child and in her obstinacy with regard to asking money of her father. She thought somehow that grandfather and grandmother did not care for her any more, that they had forgotten her and only cared for you. Uchtred explained. She used to talk to me about you. She said you must be so clever and so handsome that no one could remember her. Sometimes she cried and said she did not want any of you to see her again because she was only a hideous, little, thin, yellow old woman. When I was very little she told me stories about New York and Fifth Avenue. I thought they were not real places, though they were places in fairyland. Betty patted his shoulder and looked away for a moment when he said this. In her remote and helpless loneliness, to Rosie's homesick, yearning soul, noisy, rattling New York, Fifth Avenue with its traffic and people, its brown stone houses and rickety stages, had seemed like that, so splendid and bright and heart-filling that she had painted them in colors which could belong only to fairyland. It said so much. The thing she had suspected as she had talked to her sister was, before the interview ended, made curiously clear. The first obstacle in her pathway would be the shrinking of a creature who had been so long under dominion that the mere thought of seeing any steps taken towards her rescue filled her with alarm. One might be prepared for her almost praying to be let alone, because she felt that the process of her salvation would bring about such shocks and torments as she could not endure the facing of. She will have to get used to you, Uchtred kept saying. She will have to get used to thinking things. I will be careful, Bettina answered. She shall not be troubled. I did not come to trouble her. Chapter 13. One of the New York Drests. As she went down the staircase later, on her way to dinner, Miss Vanderpool saw on all sides signs of the extent of the nakedness of the land. She was in a fine old house, stripped of most of its saleable belongings, uncared for, deteriorating year by year, gradually going to ruin. One need not possess particular keenness of sight to observe this, and she had chanced to see old houses in like condition in other countries than England. A manservant, in a shabby livery, opened the drawing-room door for her. He was not a picturesque servitor of fallen fortunes, but an awkward person who was not accustomed to his duties. Betty wondered if he had been called in from the gardens to meet the necessities of the moment. His furtive glance at the tall young woman who passed him took in with sudden embarrassment the fact that she plainly did not belong to the dispirited world bounded by Stornham Court. Without sparkling gems or trailing richness in her wake, she was suggestively splendid. He did not know whether it was her hair or the build of her neck and shoulders that did it, but it was revealed to him that tiaras and collars of stones which blazed belonged without doubt to her equipment. He recalled that there was a legend to the effect that the present Lady Anstruthers, who looked like a rag doll, had been the daughter of a rich American, and that better things might have been expected of her if she had not been such a poor-spirited creature. If this was her sister, she perhaps was a young woman of fortune, and that she was not of poor spirit was plain. The large drawing-room presented but another aspect of the bareness of the rest of the house. In times probably long past, possibly in the Dowager Lady Anstruthers' early years of marriage, the walls had been hung with white and gold paper of a pattern which dominated the scene, and had been furnished with gilded chairs, tables, and ottomans. Some of these last had evidently been removed as they became too much out of repair for use or ornament. Such as remained, tarnished as to gilding and worn in the matter of upholstery, stood sparsely scattered on a desert of carpet whose huge flowered medallions had faded almost from view. Lady Anstruthers, looking shy and awkward as she fingered an ornament on a small table, seemed singularly a part of her background. Her evening dress, slipping off her thin shoulders, was as faded and out of date as her carpet. It had once been delicately blue and gauzy, but its gauziness hung in crushed folds, and its blue was almost gray. It was also the dress of a girl, not that of a colorless, worn woman, and her consciousness of its unfitness showed in her small-featured face as she came forward. "Do you recognize it, Betty?" she asked hesitatingly. "It was one of my New York dresses. I put it on because," and her stammering ended helplessly. "Because you wanted to remind me," Betty said. If she felt it easier to begin with an excuse, she should be provided with one. Perhaps, but for this readiness to fall into any tone she chose to adopt, Rosie might have endeavored to carry her poor farce on. But as it was, she suddenly gave it up. "I put it on because I have no other," she said. "We never have visitors, and I haven't dressed for dinner for so long that I seem to have nothing left that is fit to wear. I dragged this out because it was better than anything else. It was pretty." Once she gave a little laugh. 12 years ago, how long years seem. Was I pretty, Betty, 12 years ago? 12 years is not such a long time. Betty took her hand and drew her to a sofa. "Let us sit down and talk about it." "There is nothing much to talk about. This is it," taking in the room with a wave of her hand. "I am it. Tread is it." "Then let us talk about England," was Bettina's light skim over the thin ice. A red spot grew on each of Lady Anstruthers' cheekbones and made her faded eyes look intense. "Let us talk about America." Her little bird clawed the hand clinging feverishly. "Is New York still?" "It is still there." Betty answered with one of the adorable smiles, which showed a deep dimple near her lip. "But it is much nearer England than it used to be." "Nearer." The hand tightened as Rosie caught her breath. Betty bent rather suddenly and kissed her. It was the easiest way of hiding the look she knew had risen to her eyes. She began to talk gaily, half laughingly. "It is quite near," she said. "Don't you realize it? Americans swoop over here, by thousands every year. They come for business, they come for pleasure, they come for rest. They cannot keep away. They come to buy and sell pictures and books and luxuries and lands. They come to give and take. They are building a bridge from shore to shore of their work and their thoughts and their plannings out of the lives and souls of them. It will be a great bridge, and great things will pass over it." She kissed the faded cheek again. She wanted to sweep Rosie away from the dreariness of it. Lady Anstruthers looked at her with faintly smiling eyes. She did not follow all this quite readily, but she felt pleased and vaguely comforted. "I know how they come here and marry," she said. "The new Duchess of Downs is an American. She had a fortune of £2,000,000. "If she chooses to rebuild a great house and a great name," said Betty, lifting her shoulders lightly, "why not if it is an honest bargain? I suppose it is part of the building of the bridge." Little Lady Anstruthers, trying to pull up the sleeves of the gauzy bodice slipping off her small sharp bones, stared at her half in wondering adoration, half in alarm. "Betty, you are so handsome and so clever and strange," she fluttered. "Oh, Betty, stand up so that I can see how tall and handsome you are." Betty did as she was told, and upon her feet she was a young woman of long lines and fine curves so inspiring to behold that Lady Anstruthers clasped her hands together on her knees in an excited gesture. "Oh yes," she cried. "You are just as wonderful as you looked when I turned and saw you under the trees. You almost make me afraid." "Because I am wonderful," said Betty. "Then I will not be wonderful any more." "It is not because I think you wonderful, but because other people will. Would you rebuild a great house?" hesitatingly. The fine line of Betty's black brows drew itself slightly together. "No," she said. "Wouldn't you? How could the man who owned it persuade me that he was in earnest if he said he loved me? How could I persuade him that I was worth caring for, and not a mere ambitious fool? There would be too much against us." "Against you?" repeated Lady Anstruthers. "I don't say I am fair," said Betty. "People who are proud are often not fair. But we should both of us have seen and known too much." "You have seen me now," said Lady Anstruthers in her listless voice. And at the same moment dinner was announced, and she got up from the sofa, so that, luckily, there was no time for the impersonal answer it would have been difficult to invent at a moment's notice. As they went into the dining room, Betty was thinking restlessly. She remembered all the material she had collected during her education in France and Germany, and there was added to it the fact that she had seen Rosie, and having her before her eyes, she felt that there was small prospect of her contemplating the rebuilding of any great house requiring reconstruction. There was fine paneling in the dining room, and a great fireplace, and a few family portraits. The service upon the table was shabby, and the dinner was not a bounteous meal. Lady Anstruthers, in her girlish gauzy dress, and looking too small for her big, high-backed chair, tried to talk rapidly, and every few minutes forgot herself and sank into silence, with her eyes unconsciously fixed upon her sister's face. Uchtred watched Betty also, and with a hungry questioning. The manservant in the worn livery was not a sufficiently well-trained and experienced domestic to make any effort to keep his eyes from her. He was young enough to be excited by an innovation so unusual as the presence of a young and beautiful person surrounded by an unmistakable atmosphere of ease and fearlessness. He had been talking of her below stairs and felt that he had failed in describing her. He had found himself barely supported by the suggestion of a housemaid, that sometimes these dresses that looked plain had been made in Paris at expensive places and had cost a lot. He furtively examined the dress, which looked plain, and while he admitted that for some mysterious reason it might represent expensiveness, it was not the dress which was the secret of the effect, but a something not altogether mere good looks expressed by the wearer. It was, in fact, the thing which the second-class passenger, Salter, had been at once attracted and stirred to rebellion by when Miss Vanderpool came on board the Meridiana. Betty did not look too small for her high-backed chair, and she did not forget herself when she talked. In spite of all she had found, her imagination was stirred by the surroundings. Her sense of the fine spaces and possibilities of dignity in the barren house, her knowledge that outside the windows there lay stretched broad views of the park and its heavy branched trees, and that outside the gates stood the neglected picturesqueness of the village, and all the rural and to her interesting life it slowly lived, this pleased and attracted her. If she had been as helpless and discouraged as Rosalie, she could see that it would all have meant a totally different and depressing thing, but, strong and spirited, and with the power of full hands, she was remotely rejoicing in what might be done with it all. As she talked, she was gradually learning detail. Sir Nigel was on the continent. Apparently he often went there. Also it revealed itself that no one knew at what moment he might return, for what reason he would return, or if he would return at all during the summer. It was evident that no one had been at any time encouraged to ask questions as to his intentions or to feel that they had a right to do so. This she knew, and a number of other things, before they left the table. When they did so, they went out to stroll upon the moss-grown stone terrace and listen to the nightingales throwing into the air silver fountains of trilling song. When Bettina paused, leaning against the balustrade of the terrace that she might hear all the beauty of it, and feel all the beauty of it, and feel all the beauty of the warm spring night, Rosie went on, making her effort to talk. "It is not much of a neighborhood, Betty," she said. "You are too accustomed to livelier places to like it. That is my reason for feeling that I shall like it. I don't think I could be called a lively person, and I rather hate lively places. But you are accustomed," Rosie harked back uncertainly. "I have been accustomed to wishing that I could come to you," said Betty. "And now I am here." Lady Anstruthers laid a hand on her dress. "I can't believe it! I can't believe it! I can't believe it!" she breathed. "You will believe it," said Betty, drawing the hand around her waist and enclosing in her own arm the narrow shoulders. "Tell me about the neighborhood." "There isn't any really," said Lady Anstruthers. "The houses are so far away from each other. The nearest is 6 miles from here, and it is one that doesn't count. Why? There is no family, and the man who owns it is so poor. It is a big place, but it is falling to pieces, as this is." "What is it called?" "Mount Dunstan. The present Earl only succeeded about 3 years ago. Nigel doesn't know him. He is queer and not liked. He has been away." "Where?" "No one knows. To Australia or somewhere. He has odd ideas. The Mount Dunstans have been awful people for 2 generations. This man's father was almost mad with wickedness. So was the elder son. This is the second son, and he came into nothing but debt. Perhaps he feels the disgrace and it makes him rude and ill-tempered. His father and elder brother had been in such scandals that people did not invite them. Do they invite this man? No, he probably would not go to their houses if they did. And he went away soon after he came into the title. Is the place beautiful? There is a fine deer park and the gardens were wonderful a long time ago. The house is worth looking at outside." "I will go and look at it," said Betty. "The carriage is out of order. There is only Uhtred's cart." "I am a good walker," said Betty. "Are you? It would be 12 miles there and back. When I was in New York, people didn't walk much, particularly girls." "They do now," Betty answered. "They have learned to do it in England. They live out of doors and play games. They have grown athletic and tall." As they talked, the nightingale sang, sometimes near, sometimes in the distance, and scents of dewy grass and leaves and earth were wafted towards them. Sometimes they strolled up and down the terrace, sometimes they paused and leaned against the stone balustrade. Betty allowed Rosie to talk as she chose. She herself asked no obviously leading questions and passed over trying moments with lightness. Her desire was to place herself in a position where she might hear the things which would aid her to draw conclusions. Lady Anstruthers gradually grew less nervous and afraid of her subjects. In the wonder of the luxury of talking to someone who listened with sympathy, she once or twice almost forgot herself, and made revelations she had not intended to make. She had often the manner of a person who was afraid of being overheard. Sometimes, even when she was making speeches quite simple in themselves, her voice dropped and she glanced furtively aside, as if there were chances that something she dreaded might step out of the shadow. When they went upstairs together and parted for the night, the clinging of Rosie's embrace was for a moment almost convulsive, but she tried to laugh off its suggestion of intensity. "I held you tight so that I could feel sure that you were real and would not melt away," she said. "I hope you will be here in the morning. I shall never really go quite away again, now I have come," Betty answered. "It is not only your house I have come into. I have come back into your life." After she had entered her room and locked the door, she sat down and wrote a letter to her father. It was a long letter, but a clear one. She painted a definite and detailed picture and made distinct her chief point. "She is afraid of me," she wrote. "That is the first and worst obstacle. She's actually afraid that I will do something which will only add to her trouble. She has lived under dominion so long that she has forgotten that there are people who have no reason for fear. Her old life seems nothing but a dream. The first thing I must teach her is that I am to be trusted not to do futile things, and that she need neither be afraid of nor for me." After writing these sentences, she found herself leaving her desk and walking up and down the room to relieve herself. She could not sit still, because suddenly the blood ran fast and hot through her veins. She put her hands against her cheeks and laughed a little, low laugh. "I feel violent," she said. "I feel violent, and I must get over it. This is rage. Rage is worth nothing." It was rage's splendid hot blood which surged in answer to leaping hot thoughts. There would have been a sort of luxury in giving way to the sway of it. But the self-indulgence would have been no aid to future action. Rage was worth nothing. She said it as the first Reuben Vanderpoel might have said of a useless but glittering weapon. "This gun is worth nothing," and cast it aside. Chapter 14. In the Gardens. She came out upon the stone terrace again rather early in the morning. She wanted to wander about in the first freshness of the day, which was always an uplifting thing to her. She wanted to see the dew on the grass and on the ragged flower borders, and to hear the tender, broken fluting of birds in the trees. One cuckoo was calling to another in the park, and she stopped and listened intently. Until yesterday she had never heard a cuckoo call, and its hollow mellowness gave her delight. It meant the spring in England and nowhere else. There was space enough to ramble about in the gardens. Paths and beds were alike overgrown with weeds, but some strong, early blooming things were fighting for life, refusing to be strangled. Against the beautiful old red walls, over which age had stolen with a wonderful gray bloom, venerable fruit trees were spread and nailed, and here and there showed bloom. Clumps of low-growing things sturdily advanced their yellowness or whiteness, as if defying neglect. In one place, a wall slanted and threatened to fall, bearing its nectarine trees with it. In another there was a gap so evidently not of today that the heap of its masonry upon the border bed was already covered with greenery, and the roots of the fruit tree it had supported had sent up strong, insistent shoots. She passed down broad paths and narrow ones, sometimes walking under trees, sometimes pushing her way between encroaching shrubs. She descended delightful mossy and broken steps and came upon dilapidated urns, in which weeds grew instead of flowers, and over which rampant but lovely savage little creepers clambered and clung. In one of the walled kitchen gardens she came upon an elderly gardener at work. At the sound of her approaching steps he glanced round and then stood up, touching his forelock in respectful but startled salute. He was so plainly amazed at the sight of her that she explained herself. "Good morning," she said. "I am her ladyship's sister, Miss Vanderpoel. I came yesterday evening. I am looking over your gardens." He touched his forehead again and looked round him. His manner was not cheerful. He cast a troubled eye about him. "They're not much to see, miss," he said. "They'd ought to be, but they're not. Growing things has to be fed and took care of. A man and a boy can't do it, nor yet 4 or 5 of 'em." "How many ought there to be?" Betty inquired with business-like directness. It was not only the dew on the grass she had come out to see. "If there was 8 or 10 of us, we might put it in order and keep it that way. It's a big place, miss." Betty looked about her as he had done, but with a less discouraged eye. "It is a beautiful place, as well as a large one," she said. "I can see that there ought to be more workers." "There's no one," said the gardener, "as has as many enemies as a gardener, and as many things to fight. There's grubs, and there's green fly, and there's drought, and wet and cold, and mildew, and there's what the soil wants and starves without. And if you haven't got it, nor yet hands and feet and tools enough, how's things to feed and fight and live, let alone bloom and bear?" "I don't know much about gardens," said Miss Vanderpool, "but I can understand that." The scent of fresh bedewed things was in the air. It was true that she had not known much about gardens, but here, standing in the midst of one, she began to awaken to a new practical interest. A creature of initiative could not let such a place as this alone. It was beauty being slowly slain. One could not pass it by and do nothing. "What is your name?" she asked. "Keggers, miss. I've only been here about a 12-month. I was took on because I'm getting on in years and can't ask much wage. Can you spare time to take me through the gardens and show me things?" Yes, he could do it. In truth, he privately welcomed an opportunity offering a prospect of excitement so novel. He had shown more flourishing gardens to other young ladies in his past years of service, but young ladies did not come to Stornham, and that one having, with such extraordinary unexpectedness arrived, should want to look over the desolation of these, was curious enough to rouse anyone to a sense of a break in accustomed monotony. The young lady herself mystified him by her difference from such others as he had seen. What the man in the shabby livery had felt, he felt also, and added to this was a sense of the practicalness of the questions she asked, and the interest she showed, and a way she had of seeming singularly to suggest by the look in her eyes and the tone of her voice that nothing was necessarily without remedy. When her ladyship walked through the place and looked at things, a pale resignation expressed itself in the very droop of her figure. When this one walked through the tumble-down grape houses, potting sheds, and conservatories, she saw where glass was broken, where benches had fallen, and where roofs sagged and leaked. She inquired about the heating apparatus and asked that she might see it. She asked about the village and its resources, about laborers and their wages. "As if," commented Kedgers mentally, "she was what Sir Nigel is leastways what he'd ought to be and ain't." She led the way back to the fallen wall and stood and looked at it. "It's a beautiful old wall," she said. "It should be rebuilt with the old brick. New would spoil it." "Some of this is broken and crumbled away," said Kedgers, picking up a piece to show it to her. "Perhaps old brick could be bought somewhere," replied the young lady speculatively. "One ought to be able to buy old brick in England if one is willing to pay for it." Kedgers scratched his head and gazed at her in respectful wonder which was almost trouble. Who was going to pay for things? And who was going to look for things which were not on the spot? Enterprise like this was not to be explained. When she left him, he stood and watched her upright figure disappear through the ivy-grown door of the kitchen gardens with a disturbed but elated expression on his countenance. He did not know why he felt elated, but he was conscious of elation. Something new had walked into the place. He stopped his work and grinned and scratched his head several times after he went back to his pottering among the cabbage plants. "My word," he muttered. "She's a fine, straight young woman. If she was her ladyship, things 'ud be different. Sir Nigel 'ud be different, too, or there'd be some fine upsets." There was a huge stable yard, and Betty passed through that on her way back. The door of the carriage house was open, and she saw 2 or 3 tumble-down vehicles. One was a landau with a wheel off, one was a shabby, old-fashioned, low phaeton. She caught sight of a patently venerable cob in one of the stables. The stalls near him were empty. I suppose that is all they have to depend upon, she thought. And the stables are like the gardens. She found Lady Anstruthers and Ucred waiting for her upon the terrace, each of them regarding her with an expression suggestive of repressed curiosity as she approached. Lady Anstruthers flushed a little and went to meet her with an eager kiss. "You look like I don't know quite what you look like, Betty," she exclaimed. The girl's dimple deepened and her eyes said smiling things. "It is the morning in your gardens," she answered. "I have been round your gardens." "They were beautiful once, I suppose," said Rosie deprecatingly. "They are beautiful now. There is nothing like them in America, at least." "I don't remember any gardens in America," Lady Anstruthers owned reluctantly, "but everything seems so cheerful and well cared for and new. Don't laugh, Betty. I have begun to like new things. You would if you had watched old ones tumbling to pieces for 12 years. They ought not to be allowed to tumble to pieces," said Betty. She added her next words with simple directness. She could only discover how any advancing steps would be taken by taking them. "Why do you allow them to do it?" Lady Anstruthers looked away, but as she looked her eyes passed Uchtred's. "Aye," she said, "there are so many other things to do. It would cost so much, such an enormity, to keep it all in order. But it ought to be done for Uchtred's sake." "I know that," faltered Rosie, "but I can't help it." "You can," answered Betty, and she put her arm round her as they turned to enter the house. "When you have become more used to me and my driving American ways, I will show you how." The lightness with which she said it had an odd effect on Lady Anstruthers. Such casual readiness was so full of the suggestion of unheard-of possibilities that it was a kind of shock. "I have been 12 years in getting unused to you. I feel as if it would take 12 years more to get used again," she said. "It won't take 12 weeks," said Betty. Chapter 15. The First Man. The mystery of the apparently occult methods of communication among the natives of India, between whom, it is said, news flies by means too strange and subtle to be humanly explainable, is no more difficult a problem to solve than that of the lightning rapidity with which a knowledge of the transpiring of any new local event darts through the slowest, and as far as outward signs go, the least communicative English village lumbering drowsily among its pastures and trees. That which the hall or manor house believed last night, known only to the 4 walls of its drawing-room, is discussed over the cottage breakfast tables as though presented in detail through the columns of the Morning Post. The vicarage, the smithy, the post-office, the little provision shop are instantaneously informed as by magic of such incidents of interest as occur, and are prepared to assist vicariously at any future developments. Through what agency information is given no one can tell, and indeed the agency is of small moment. Facts of interest are perhaps like flights of swallows and dart chattering from one red roof to another, proclaiming themselves aloud. Nothing is so true as that in such villages they are the property and innocent playthings of man, woman, and child, providing conversation and drama otherwise likely to be lacked. When Miss Vanderpool walked through Stornham village street, she became aware that she was an exciting object of interest. Faces appeared at cottage windows, women sauntered to doors, men in the taproom of the Clock Inn left beer mugs to cast an eye on her. Children pushed open gates and stared as they bobbed their curtsies. The young woman who kept the shop left her counter and came out upon her doorstep to pick up her straying baby and glance over its shoulder at the face with the red mouth and the mass of black hair rolled upward, a rough blue straw hat. Everyone knew who this exotic-looking young lady was. She had arrived yesterday from London, and a week ago by means of a ship from far-away America, from the country in connection with which the rural mind curiously mixed up large wages, great fortunes, and Indians. Garch Lunsden, having spent 5 years of his youth laboring heavily for 16 shillings a week, had gone to America and had earned there 8 shillings a day. This was a well-known and much talked-over fact, and had elevated the Western continent to a position of trust and importance it had seriously lacked before the emigration of Lunsden. A place where a man could earn 8 shillings a day inspired interest as well as confidence. When Sir Nigel's wife had arrived 12 years ago as the new Lady Anstruthers, the story that she herself had money had been verified by her fine clothes and her way of handing out sovereigns in cases where the rest of the gentry, if they gave at all, would have bestowed tea and flannel or shillings. There had been for a few months a period of unheard-of well-being in Stornham village. Everyone remembered the £100 the bride had given to poor Wilson when his place had burned down, but the village had of course learned by its occult means that Sir Nigel and the dowager had been angry and that there had been a quarrel. Afterwards her ladyship had been dangerously ill, the baby had been born a hunchback, and a year had passed before its mother had been seen again. Since then she had been a changed creature. She had lost her looks and seemed to care for nothing but the child. Stornham village saw next to nothing of her, and it certainly was not she who had the dispensing of her fortune. Rumours said Sir Nigel lived high in London and foreign parts, but there was no high living at the court. Her ladyship's family had never been near her, and belief in them and their wealth almost ceased to exist. If they were rich, Stornham felt that it was their business to mend roofs and windows, and not allow chimneys and kitchen boilers to fall into ruin, the simple, leading article of faith being that even American money belonged properly to England. As Miss Vanderpoel walked at a light, swinging pace through the one village street, the gazers felt with catchers that something new was passing and stirring the atmosphere. She looked straight, and with a friendliness somehow dominating epicurious women, her handsome eyes met those of the men in a human questioning. She smiled and nodded to the bobbing children. One of these, young enough to be uncertain on its beat, in running to join some others, stumbled and fell on the path before her, opening its mouth in the inevitable resultant roar. It was shocked almost into silence by the tall young lady stooping at once, picking it up, and cheerfully dusting its pinafore. "Don't cry," she said. "You are not hurt, you know." The deep dimple near her mouth showed itself, and the laugh in her eyes was so reassuring that the penny she put into the grubby hand was less productive of effect than her mere self. She walked on, leaving the group staring after her breathless, because of a sense of having met with a wonderful adventure. The grand young lady with the black hair and the blue hat and tall straight body was the adventure. She left the same sense of event with the village itself. They talked of her all day over their garden palings, on their doorsteps, in the street, of her looks, of her height, of the black rim of lashes round her eyes, of the chance that she might be rich and ready to give half-crowns and sovereigns, of the America she had come from, and above all of the reason for her coming. Betty swung with the light, firm step of a good walker out onto the highway. To walk upon the fine, smooth old Roman road was a pleasure in itself, but she soon struck away from it and went through lanes and byways, following signposts because she knew where she was going. Her walk was to take her to Mount Dunstan and home again by another road. In walking, an objective point forms an interest, and what she had heard of the estate from Rosalie was a vague reason for her caring to see it. It was another place like Stornham, once dignified and nobly representative of fine things, now losing their meanings and values. Values and meanings, other than mere signs of wealth and power, there had been. Centuries ago, strong creatures had planned and built it for such reasons as strength has for its planning and building. In Bettina Vanderpoel's imagination, the first man held powerful and moving sway. It was he whom she always saw. In history, as a child at school, she had understood and drawn close to him. There was always a first man behind all that one saw or was told, one who was the fighter, the human thing who snatched weapons and tools from stones and trees and wielded them in the carrying out of the thought which was his possession and his strength. He was the God-made human. Others waited without knowledge of their waiting for the signal he gave. A man like others with man's body, hands and limbs and eyes. The moving of a whole world was subtly altered by his birth. One could not always trace him, but with stone axe and spear point he had won savage lands in savage ways, and so ruled them that, leaving them to other hands, their march towards less savage life could not stay itself, but must sweep on. Others of his kind, striking rude harps, had so sung that the loud clearness of their wild songs had rung through the ages, and echo still in strains which are theirs, though voices of today repeat the note of them. The first man, a Briton stained with woad and hung with skins, had tilled the luscious greenness of the lands richly rolling now within hedge boundaries. The square church towers rose, holding their slender corner spires above the trees, as a result of the first man, Norman William. The thought which held its place, the work which did not pass away, had paid its first man wages, but beauties crumbling, homes falling to waste, were bitter things. The first man, who, having won his splendid acres, had built his home upon them, and reared his young, and passed his possession on with a proud heart, seemed but ill-treated. Through centuries the home had enriched itself. Its acres had borne harvests, its trees had grown and spread huge branches, full lives had been lived within the embrace of the massive walls. There had been loves and lives and marriages and births. The breathings of them made warm and full the very air. To Betty it seemed that the land itself would have worn another face if it had not been trodden by so many springing feet, if so many harvests had not waved above it, if so many eyes had not looked upon and loved it. She passed through variations of the rural loveliness she had seen on her way from the station to the court, and felt them grow in beauty as she saw them again. She came at last to a village somewhat larger than Stornham, and marked by the signs of the lack of money-spending care which Stornham showed. Just beyond its limits, a big park gate opened onto an avenue of massive trees. She stopped and looked down it, but could see nothing but its curves and, under the branches, glimpses of a spacious sweep of park with other trees standing in groups or alone in the sward. The avenue was unswept and untended, and here and there boughs broken off by wind. Storms lay upon it. She turned to the road again and followed it, because it enclosed the park and she wanted to see more of its evident beauty. It was very beautiful. As she walked on she saw it rolled into woods and deeps filled with bracken. She saw stretches of hillock, fine-grassed rabbit warren, and hollows holding shadowy pools. She caught the gleam of a lake with swans sailing slowly upon it with curved necks. There were wonderful lights and wonderful shadows, and brooding stillness, which made her footfall upon the road a too material thing. Suddenly she heard a stirring in the bracken a yard or two away from her. Something was moving slowly among the waving masses of huge fronds and caused them to sway to and fro. It was an antlered stag who rose from his bed in the midst of them and with majestic deliberation got upon his feet and stood gazing at her with a calmness of pose so splendid, and the liquid darkness and luster of eye so stilly and fearlessly beautiful that she caught her breath. He simply gazed at her as a great king might gaze at an intruder, scarcely deigning wonder. As she had passed on her way, Betty had seen that the enclosing park palings were decaying, covered with lichen and falling at intervals. It had even passed through her mind that here was one of the demands for expenditure on a large estate, which limited resources could not confront with composure. The deer fence itself, a thing of wire 10 feet high, to form an obstacle to leaps, she had marked to be in such condition as to threaten to become shortly a useless thing. Until this moment she had seen no deer, but looking beyond the stag and across the sward, she now saw groups near each other, stags cropping or looking towards her with lifted heads, does at a respectful but affectionate distance from them, some caring for their fawns. The stag who had risen near her had merely walked through a gap in the boundary, and now stood free to go where he would. "He will get away," said Betty, knitting her black brows. Ah, what a shame! Even with the best intentions one could not give chase to a stag. She looked up and down the road, but no one was within sight. Her brows continued to knit themselves, and her eyes ranged over the park itself in the hope that some laborer on the estate, some woodman or gamekeeper, might be about. "It is no affair of mine," she said, "but it would be too bad to let him get away, though what happens to stray stags one doesn't exactly know." As she said it, she caught sight of someone, a man in leggings and shabby clothes, and with a gun over his shoulder, evidently an underkeeper. He was a big, rather rough-looking fellow, but as he lurched out into the open from a wood, Betty saw that she could reach him if she passed through a narrow gate a few yards away and walked quickly. He was slouching along, his head drooping and his broad shoulders expressing the definite antipodes of good spirits. Betty studied his back as she strode after him, her conclusion being that he was perhaps not a good-humored man to approach at any time, and that this was by ill luck one of his less fortunate hours. "Wait a moment, if you please," her clear, mellow voice flung out after him when she was within hearing distance. "I want to speak to you, keeper." He turned with an air of far from pleased surprise. The afternoon sun was in his eyes and made him scowl. For a moment he did not see distinctly who was approaching him, but he had at once recognized a certain cool tone of command in the voice whose suddenness had roused him from a black mood. A few steps brought them to close quarters, and when he found himself looking into the eyes of his pursuer, he made a movement as if to lift his cap. Then, checking himself, touched it, keeper fashion. "Oh," he said shortly. "Miss Vanderpool, beg pardon?" Bettina stood still a second. She had her surprise also. Here was the unexpected. Again, the underkeeper was the red-haired second-class passenger of the Meridiana. He did not look pleased to see her, and the suddenness of his appearance excluded the possibility of her realizing that, upon the whole, she was at least not displeased to see him. "How do you do?" she said, feeling the remark fantastically conventional, but not being inspired by any alternative. "I came to tell you that one of the stags has got through a gap in the fence." "Damn," she heard him say under his breath. Aloud he said, "Thank you." "He is a splendid creature," she said. "I did not know what to do. I was glad to see a keeper coming." "Thank you," he said again, and strode towards the place where the stag still stood gazing up the road, as if reflecting as to whether it allured him or not. Betty walked back more slowly, watching him with interest. She wondered what he would find it necessary to do. She heard him begin a low, flute-like whistling, and then saw the antlered head turn towards him. The woodland creature moved, but it was in his direction. It had without doubt answered his call before, and knew its meaning to be friendly. It went towards him, stretching out a tender sniffing nose, and he put his hand in the pocket of his rough coat and gave it something to eat. Afterwards, he went to the gap in the fence and drew the wires together, fastening them with other wire, which he also took out of the coat pocket. "He is not afraid of making himself useful," thought Betty, "and the animals know him. He is not as bad as he looks." She lingered a moment watching him, and then walked towards the gate, through which she had entered. He glanced up as she neared him. "I don't see your carriage," he said. "Your man is probably round the trees." "I walked," answered Betty. "I had heard of this place and wanted to see it." He stood up, putting his wire back into his pocket. "There is not much to be seen from the road," he said. "Would you like to see more of it?" His manner was civil enough, but not the correct one for a servant. He did not say "miss" or touch his cap in making the suggestion. Betty hesitated a moment. "Is the family at home?" she inquired. "There is no family but his lordship. He is off the place." "Does he object to trespassers?" "Not if they are respectable and take no liberties." "I am respectable, and I shall not take liberties," said Miss Vanderpool, with a touch of hauteur. The truth was that she had spent a sufficient number of years on the continent to have become familiar with conventions which led her not to approve wholly of his bearing. Perhaps he had lived long enough in America to forget such conventions and to lack something which centuries of custom had decided should belong to his class. A certain suggestion of rough force in the man rather attracted her, and her slight distaste for his manner arose from the realization that a gentleman's servant who did not address his superiors as was required by custom was not doing his work in a finished way. In his place, she knew her own demeanor would have been finished. "If you are sure that Lord Mount Dunstan would not object to my walking about, I should like very much to see the gardens and the house," she said. "If you show them to me, shall I be interfering with your duties?" "No," he answered, and then for the first time rather glumly added, "Miss." "I am interested," she said as they crossed the grass together, "because places like this are quite new to me. I have never been in England before." "There are not many places like this," he answered. "Not many as old and fine, and not many as nearly gone to ruin. Even Stornham is not quite as far gone." "It is far gone," said Miss Vanderpool. "I am staying there with my sister Lady Anstruthers." "Beg pardon, miss," he said. This time he touched his cap in apology. Enormous as the gulf between their positions was, he knew that he had offered to take her over the place because he was in a sense glad to see her again. Why he was glad he did not profess to know or even to ask himself. Coarsely speaking, it might be because she was one of the handsomest young women he had ever chanced to meet with, and while her youth was apparent in the rich red of her mouth, the mass of her thick, soft hair, and the splendid blue of her eyes, there spoke in every line of face and pose something intensely more interesting and compelling than girlhood. Also, since the night they had come together on the ship's deck for an appalling moment, he had liked her better and rebelled less against the unnatural wealth she represented. He led her first to the wood from which she had seen him emerge. "I will show you this first," he explained. "Keep your eyes on the ground until I tell you to raise them." Odd as this was, she obeyed, and her lowered glance showed her that she was being guided along a narrow path between trees. The light was mellow golden green, and birds were singing in the boughs above her. In a few minutes he stopped. "Now look up," he said. She uttered an exclamation when she did so. She was in a fairy dell, thick with ferns, and at beautiful distances from each other incredibly splendid oaks spread and almost trailed their lovely giant branches. The glow shining through and between them, the shadows beneath them, their great boles and moss-covered roots, and the stately mellow distances revealed under their branches, the ancient wildness and richness, which meant after all centuries of cultivation, made a picture in this exact, perfect moment of ripening afternoon sun of an almost unbelievable beauty. "There is nothing lovelier," he said in a low voice, "in all England." Bettina turned to look at him, because his tone was a curious one for a man like himself. He was standing resting on his gun and taking in the loveliness with a strange look in his rugged face. You love it," she said. Yes, but with a suggestion of stubborn reluctance in the admission. She was rather moved. "Have you been keeper here long?" she asked. "No, only a few years. But I have known the place all my life. Does Lord Mount Dunstan love it? In his way, yes." He was plainly not disposed to talk of his master. He was perhaps not on particularly good terms with him. He led her away and volunteered no further information. He was, upon the whole, uncommunicative. He did not once refer to the circumstance of their having met before. It was plain that he had no intention of presuming upon the fact that he, as a second-class passenger on a ship, had once been forced by accident across the barriers between himself and the saloon deck. He was stubbornly resolved to keep his place, so stubbornly that Bettina felt that to broach the subject herself would verge upon offense. But the golden ways through which he led her made the afternoon one she knew she should never forget. They wandered through moss walks and alleys, through tangled shrubberies bursting into bloom, beneath avenues of blossoming horse chestnuts and scented limes, between thickets of budding red and white may and jungles of neglected rhododendrons, through sunken gardens and walled ones, past terraces with broken balustrades of stone and fallen floors and dianas, past moss-grown fountains splashing in lovely corners. Arches, overgrown with yet unblooming roses, crumbled in their time-stained beauty. Stillness brooded over it all, and they met no one. They scarcely broke the silence themselves. The man led the way as one who knew it by heart, and Bettina followed, not caring for speech herself, because the stillness seemed to add a spell of enchantment. What could one say to a stranger of such beauty, so lost and given over to ruin and decay? "But oh," she murmured once, standing still, with indrawn breath, "if it were mine! If it were mine!" And she said the thing forgetting that her guide was a living creature and stood near. Afterwards her memories of it all seemed to her like the memories of a dream. The lack of speech between herself and the man who led her, his often averted face, her own sense of the desertedness of each beauteous spot she passed. Through the mossy paths which gave back no sound of footfalls as they walked, suggested, one and all, unreality. When at last they passed through a door half hidden in an ivied wall, and crossing a grassed bowling green, mounted a short flight of broken steps which led them to a point, through which they saw the house through a break in the trees. This last was the final touch of all. It was a great place, stately in its masses of gray stone, to which thick ivy clung. To Bettina it seemed that 100 windows stared at her with closed, blind eyes. All were shuttered but 2 or 3 on the lower floors. Not one showed signs of life. The silent stone thing stood sideless among all of which it was dead master, rolling acres, great trees, lost gardens and deserted groves. "Oh," she sighed, "oh." Her companion stood still and leaned upon his gun again, looking as he had looked before. "Some of it," he said, "was here before the conquest. It belonged to Mount Dunstan's then." "And only one of them is left," she cried, "and it is like this." "They have been a bad lot the last 100 years," was the surly liberty of speech he took. "A bad lot." It was not his place to speak in such manner of those of his master's house, and it was not the part of Miss Vanderpoel to encourage him by response. She remained silent, standing perhaps a trifle more lightly erect as she gazed at the rows of blind windows in silence. Neither of them uttered a word for some time, but at length Bettina roused herself. She had a 6-mile walk before her and must go. "I am very much obliged to you," she began, and then paused a second. Curious hesitance came upon her, though she knew that under ordinary circumstances such hesitation would have been totally out of place. She had occupied the man's time for an hour or more. He was of the working class, and one must not be guilty of the error of imagining that a man who has work to do can justly spend his time in one's service for the mere pleasure of it. She knew what custom demanded. Why should she hesitate before this man, with his not too courteous, surly face? She felt slightly irritated by her own unpractical embarrassment as she put her hand into the small, latched bag at her belt. "I am very much obliged, keeper," she said. "You have given me a great deal of your time. You know the place so well that it has been a pleasure to be taken about by you. I have never seen anything so beautiful and so sad. Thank you, thank you." And she put a gold piece in his palm. His fingers closed over it quietly. Why it was to her great relief she did not. No, because something in the simple act annoyed her, even while she congratulated herself that her hesitance had been absurd. The next moment, she wondered if it could be possible that he had expected a larger fee. He opened his hand and looked at the money with a grim steadiness. "Thank you, miss," he said, and touched his cap in the proper manner. He did not look gracious or grateful, but he began to put it in the small pocket in the breast of his worn corduroy shooting jacket. Suddenly he stopped, as if with abrupt resolve. He handed the coin back without any change of his glum look. "Hang it all," he said. "I can't take this, you know. I suppose I ought to have told you. It would have been less awkward for us both. I am that unfortunate beggar. Mount Dunstan, myself." A pause was inevitable. It was a rather long one. After it, Betty took back her half-sovereign and returned it to her bag, but she pleased a certain perversity in him by looking more annoyed than confused. "Yes," she said. "You ought to have told me, Lord Mount Dunstan." He slightly shrugged his big shoulders. "Why shouldn't you take me for a keeper? You crossed the Atlantic with a fourth-rate-looking fellow separated from you by barriers of wood and iron. You came upon him tramping over a nobleman's estate in shabby corduroys and gaiters, with a gun over his shoulder and a scowl on his ugly face. Why should you leap to the conclusion that he is the belted earl himself? There is no cause for embarrassment." "I am not embarrassed," said Bettina. "That is what I like," gruffly. "I am pleased," in her mellowest velvet voice, "that you like it." Their eyes met with a singular directness of gaze. Between them a spark passed which was not afterwards to be extinguished, though neither of them knew the moment of its kindling. And Mount Dunstan slightly frowned. "I beg pardon," he said. "You are quite right. It had a deucedly patronizing sound." As he stood before her, Betty was given her opportunity to see him as she had not seen him before, to confront the sum total of his physique. His red-brown eyes looked out from rather fine, heavy brows. His features were strong and clear, though ruggedly cut. His build showed weight of bone, not of flesh, and his limbs were big and long. He would have wielded a battle-axe with power in centuries in which men hewed their way with them. Also it occurred to her he would have looked well in a coat of mail. He did not look ill in his corduroys and gaiters. "I am a self-absorbed beggar," he went on. "I had been slouching about the place, almost driven mad by my thoughts, and when I saw you took me for a servant, my fancy was for letting the thing go on. If I had been a rich man instead of a pauper, I would have kept your half-sovereign." "I should not have enjoyed that when I found out the truth," said Miss Vanderpoel. "No, I suppose you wouldn't, but I should not have cared." He was looking at her straightly and summing her up as she had summed him up. A man and young, he did not miss a line, or a tint of her chin, or cheek, shoulder, or brow, or dense lifted hair. He had already, even in his guise of keeper, noticed one thing, which was that while at times her eyes were the blue of steel, sometimes they melted to the color of bluebells under water. They had been of this last hue when she had stood in the sunken garden, forgetting him, and crying low, "Oh, if it were mine! If it were mine!" He did not like American women with millions, but while he would not have said that he liked her, he did not wish her yet to move away. And she too did not wish, just yet, to move away. There was something dramatic and absorbing in the situation. She looked over the softly stirring grass and saw the sunshine was deepening its gold, and the shadows were growing long. It was not a habit of hers to ask questions, but she asked one. "Did you not like America?" was what she said. "Hated it, hated it. I went there lured by a belief that a man like myself, with muscle and will, even without experience, could make a fortune out of small capital on a sheep ranch. Wind and weather and disease played the devil with me. I lost the little I had and came back to begin over again on nothing here." And he waved his hand over the park with its sward and coppice and bracken and the deer cropping in the late afternoon gold. To begin what again? Said Betty. It was an extraordinary enough thing, seen in the light of conventions, that they should stand and talk like this. But the spark had kindled between eye, and because of it they suddenly had forgotten that they were strangers. You are an American, so it may not seem as mad to you as it would to others, to begin to build up again in one man's life what has taken centuries to grow and fall into this. It would be a splendid thing to do, she said slowly, and as she said it her eyes took on their color of bluebells, because what she had seen had moved her. She had not looked at him, but at the cropping deer as she spoke, but at her next sentence she turned to him again. "Where should you begin?" she asked, and in saying it thought of Stornham. He laughed shortly. "That is American enough," he said. "Your people have not finished their beginnings yet and live in the spirit of them. I tell you of a wild fancy, and you accept it as a possibility and turn on me with, 'Where should you begin?' That is one way of beginning," said Bettina. In fact, it is the only way. He did not tell her that he liked that, but he knew that he did like it, and that her mere words touched him like a spur. It was, of course, her lifelong breathing of the atmosphere of millions which made for this fashion of moving at once in the direction of obstacles, presenting to the rest of the world barriers seemingly insurmountable. And yet there was something else in it, some quality of nature, which did not alone suggest the omnipotence of wealth, but another thing which might be even stronger and therefore carried conviction. He who had raged and clenched his hands in the face of his knowledge of the aspect his dream would have presented if he had revealed it to the ordinary practical mind, felt that a point of view like this was good for him. There was in it stimulus for a fleeting moment at least. "That is the good idea," he answered. "Where should you begin?" She replied quite seriously, though he could have imagined some girls rather simpering over the question as a casual joke. "One would begin at the fences," she said. "Don't you think so? That is practical. That is where I shall begin at Stornham," reflectively. "You are going to begin at Stornham. How could one help it? It is not as large or as splendid as this has been, but it is like it in a way. And it will belong to my sister's son. No, I cannot help it. I suppose you could not." There was a hint of wholly unconscious resentment in his tone. He was thinking that the effect produced by their boundless wealth was to make these people feel as a race of giants, might even their women unknowingly revealed it. "No, I could not," was her reply. "I suppose I am on the whole a sort of commercial working person." "I have no doubt it is commercial, that instinct which makes one resent seeing things lose their value. Shall you begin it for that reason?" "Partly for that, one partly for another." She held out her hand to him. "Look at the length of the shadows. I must go. Thank you, Lord Mount Dunstan, for showing me the place, and thank you for undeceiving me." He held the side gate open for her and lifted his cap as she passed through. He admitted to himself with some reluctance that he was not content that she should go even yet, but of course she must go. There passed through his mind a remote wonder why he had suddenly unbosomed himself to her in a way so extraordinarily unlike himself. It was, he thought next, because as he had taken her about from one place to another, he had known that she had seen in things what he had seen in them so long, the melancholy loneliness, the significance of it, the lost hopes that lay behind it, the touching pain of the stateliness wrecked. She had shown it in the way in which she tenderly looked from side to side, in the very lightness of her footfall, in the bluebell softening of her eyes. Oh, yes, she had understood and cared, American as she was. She had felt it all, even with her hideous background of Fifth Avenue behind her. When he had spoken, it had been an involuntary response to an emotion in herself. So he stood thinking, as he for some time watched her walking up the sunset glowing road. Chapter 16. The Particular Incident. Betty Vanderpoel's walk back to Stornham did not, long though it was, give her time to follow to its end the thread of her thoughts. Mentally, she walked again with her uncommunicative guide, through wood paths and gardens, and stood gazing at the great blind-faced house. She had not given the man more than an occasional glance until he had told her his name. She had been too much absorbed, too much moved by what she had been seeing. She wondered, if she had been more aware of him, whether his face would have revealed a great deal. She believed it would not. He had made himself outwardly stolid, but the thing must have been bitter. To him, the whole story of the splendid past was familiar, even if through his own life he had looked on only a gradual decay. There must be stories enough of men and women who had lived in the place, of what they had done, of how they had loved, of what they had counted for in their country's wars and peacemakings, great functions and law-building, to be able to look back through centuries and know of one's blood that sometimes it had been shed. In the doing of great deeds must be a thing to remember. To realize that the courage and honor had been lost in ignoble modern vices, which no sense of dignity and reverence for race and name had restrained, must be bitter, bitter, and in the role of a servant to lead a stranger about among the ruins of what had been that must have been bitter too. For a moment Betty felt the bitterness of it herself, and her red mouth took upon itself a grim line. The worst of it for him was that he was not of that strain of his race who had been the bad lot. The bad lot had been the weak lot, the vicious, the self-degrading. Scandals which had shut men out from their class and kind were usually of an ugly type. This man had a strong jaw, a powerful, healthy body, and clean, though perhaps hard, eyes. The first man of them, who hewed his way to the front, who stood fierce in the face of things, who won the first lands and laid the first stones, might have been like him in build and look. "It's a disgusting thing," she said to herself, "to think of the corrupt weaklings. The strong ones dwindled down to, I hate them, so does he." There had been many such of late years, she knew. She had seen them in Paris, in Rome, even in New York. Things with thin or over-thick bodies and receding chins and foreheads. Things haunting places of amusement and finding inordinate entertainment in strange jokes and horseplay. She herself had hot blood and a fierce strength of rebellion, and she was wondering how, if the father and elder brother had been the bad lot, he had managed to stand still, looking on, and keeping his hands off them. The last gold of the sun was mellowing the gray stone of the terrace and enriching the green of the weeds, thrusting themselves into life between the uneven flags when she reached Stornham, and passing through the house, found Lady Anstruthers sitting there. In sustenance of her effort to keep up appearances, she had put on a weird little muslin dress and had elaborated the dressing of her thin hair. It was no longer dragged back straight from her face, and she looked a trifle less abject, even a shade prettier. Bettina sat upon the edge of the balustrade and touched the hair with light fingers, ruffling it a little becomingly. "If you had worn it like this yesterday," she said, "I should have known you." "Should you, Betty?" "I never look into a mirror if I can help it, but when I do, I never know myself. The thing that stares back at me with its pale eyes is not rosy, but of course everyone grows old. Not now. People are just discovering how to grow young instead." Lady Anstruthers looked into the clear courage of her laughing eyes. "Somehow," she said, "you say strange things in such a way that one feels as if they must be true, however unlike anything else they are." "They are not as new as they seem," said Betty. "Ancient philosophers said things like them centuries ago, but people did not believe them. We are just beginning to drag them out of the dust and furbish them up and pretend they are ours, just as people rub up and adorn themselves with jewels dug out of excavations. In America, people think so many new things," said poor little Lady Anstruthers with yearning humbleness. "The whole civilized world is thinking what you call new things," said Betty. "The old ones won't do. They have been tried, and though they have helped us to the place we have reached, they cannot help us any farther. We must begin again." "It is such a long time since I began," said Rosie, "such a long time." "Then there must be another beginning for you too. The hour has struck." Lady Anstruthers rose with as involuntary a movement as if a strong hand had drawn her to her feet. She stood facing Betty, a pathetic little figure in her washed-out muslin frock, and with her washed-out face and eyes in being, though on her faded cheeks a flush was rising. "Oh, Betty," she said, "I don't know what there is about you, but there is something which makes one feel as if you believed everything and could do everything, and as if one believes you. Whatever you were to say, you would make it seem true. If you said the wildest thing in the world, I should believe you." Betty got up too, and there was an extraordinary steadiness in her eyes. "You may," she answered. "I shall never say one thing to you which is not a truth, not one single thing." "I believe that," said Rosie Anstruthers with a quivering mouth. "I do believe it so. I walked to Mount Dunstan," Betty said later. "Really?" said Rosie. "There and back, yes, and all round the park and the gardens." Rosie looked rather uncertain. "Weren't you a little afraid of meeting someone?" "I did meet someone. At first I took him for a gamekeeper, but he turned out to be Lord Mount Dunstan." Lady Anstruthers gasped. "What did he do?" she exclaimed. "Did he look angry at seeing a stranger? They say he is so ill-tempered and rude." "I should feel ill-tempered if I were in his place," said Betty. "He has enough to rouse his evil passions and make him savage. What a fate for a man with any sense and decency of feeling! What fools and criminals the last generation of his house must have produced! I wonder how such things evolve themselves. But he is different. One can see it. If he had a chance, just half a chance, he would build it all up again. And I don't mean merely the place, but all that one means when one says his house. He would need a great deal of money," sighed Lady Anstruthers. Betty nodded slowly as she looked out, reflecting into the park. "Yes, it would require money," was her admission. "And he has none," Lady Anstruthers added. "None whatever." "He will get some," said Betty, still reflecting. "He will make it, or dig it up, or someone will leave it to him. There is a great deal of money in the world, and when a strong creature ought to have some of it, he gets it." "Oh, Betty," said Rosie. "Oh, Betty." "Watch that man," said Betty. "You will see it will come." Lady Anstruthers' mind, working at no time on complex lines, presented her with a simple, modern solution. "Perhaps he will marry an American," she said, and saying it, sighed again. "He will not do it on purpose." Bettina answered slowly and with such an air of absence of mind that Rosie laughed a little. "Will he do it accidentally, or against his will?" she said. Betty herself smiled. "Perhaps he will," she said. "There are Englishmen who rather dislike Americans. I think he is one of them." It apparently became necessary for Lady Anstruthers a moment later to lean upon the stone balustrade and pick off a young leaf or so, for no reason whatever, unless that in doing so she averted her look from her sister as she made her next remark. "Are you? When are you going to write to father and mother?" "I have written," with unembarrassed evenness of tone. "Mother will be counting the days." "Mother?" Rosie breathed, with a soft little gasp, "Mother?" and turned her face farther away. "What did you tell her?" Betty moved over to her and stood close at her side. The power of her personality enveloped the tremulous creature as if it had been a sense of warmth. "I told her how beautiful the place was, and how Gertrude adored you, and how you loved us all, and longed to see New York again." The relief in the poor little face was so immense that Betty's heart shook before it. Lady Anstruthers looked up at her with adoring eyes. "I might have known," she said. "I might have known that you would only say the right thing. You couldn't say the wrong thing, Betty." Betty bent over her and spoke almost yearningly. "Whatever happens," she said, "we will take care that Mother is not hurt. She's too kind, she's too good, she's too tender." "That is what I have remembered," said Lady Anstruthers brokenly. "She used to hold me on her lap when I was quite grown up. Oh, her soft, warm arms, her warm shoulder. I have so wanted her." "She has wanted you," Betty answered. "She thinks of you just as she did when she held you on her lap. But if she saw me now looking like this, if she saw me, sometimes I have even been glad to think she never would. She will." Betty's tone was cool and clear. "But before she does, I shall have made you look like yourself." Lady Anstruthers' thin hand closed on her plucked leaves convulsively, and then opening let them drop upon the stone of the terrace. "We shall never see each other. It wouldn't be possible," she said. "And there is no magic in the world now, Betty. You can't bring back—" "Yes, you can," said Bettina. "And what used to be called magic is only the controlled working of the law and order of things in these days. We must talk it all over." Lady Anstruthers became a little pale. "What?" she asked low and nervously, and Betty saw her glance sideways at the windows of the room which opened onto the terrace. Betty took her hand and drew her down into a chair. She sat near her and looked her straight in the face. "Don't be frightened," she said. "I tell you there is no need to be frightened. We are not living in the Middle Ages. There is a policeman even in Stornham village, and we are within 4 hours of London, where there are thousands." Lady Anstruthers tried to laugh, but did not succeed very well, and her forehead flushed. "I don't quite know why I seem so nervous," she said. "It's very silly of me." She was still timid enough to cling to some rag of pretense, but Betty knew that it would fall away. She did the wisest possible thing, which was to make an apparently impersonal remark. "I want you to go over the place with me and show me everything. Walls and fences and greenhouses and outbuildings must not be allowed to crumble away." "What?" cried Rosie. "Have you seen all that already?" She actually stared at her. How practical and American. To see that a wall has fallen when you find yourself obliged to walk round a pile of grass-grown brickwork, said Betty. Lady Anstruthers still softly stared. What are you thinking of?" she asked. "Thinking that it is all too beautiful." Betty's look swept the loveliness spread about her. Too beautiful and too valuable to be allowed to lose its value and its beauty. She turned her eyes back to Rosie, and the deep dimple near her mouth showed itself delightfully. "It is a throwing away of capital," she added. "Oh!" cried Lady Anstruthers. "How clever you are! And you look so different, Betty." "Do I look stupid?" The dimple deepening. "I must try to alter that." "Don't try to alter your looks," said Rosie. "It is your looks that make you so wonderful. But usually, girls," Rosie paused. "Oh, I have been trained," laughed Betty. "I am the spoiled daughter of a businessman of genius. His business is an art and a science. I have had advantages. He has let me hear him talk. I even know some trifling things about stocks. Not enough to do me vital injury, but something. What I know best of all," her laugh ended, and her eyes changed their look, "is that it is a blunder to think that beauty is not capital, that happiness is not, and that both are not the greatest assets in the scheme. This," with a wave of her hand, taking in all they saw, "is beauty, and it ought to be happiness, and it must be taken care of." "It is your home, and Uchtred's, it is Nigel's," put in Rosie. "It is entailed, isn't it?" turning quickly. "He cannot sell it. If he could, we should not be sitting here ruefully. Then he cannot object to its being rescued from ruin. He will object to money being spent on things he does not care for." Lady Anstruthers' voice lowered itself, as it always did when she spoke of her husband, and she indulged in the involuntary hasty glance about her. "I am going to my room to take off my hat," Betty said. "Will you come with me?" She went into the house, talking quietly of ordinary things, and in this way they mounted the stairway together and passed along the gallery which led to her room. When they entered it, she closed the door, locked it, and, taking off her hat, laid it aside. After doing which she sat. "No one can hear, and no one can come in," she said. "And if they could, you are afraid of things you need not be afraid of now. Tell me what happened when you were so ill after Obtred was born." "You guessed that it happened then," gasped Lady Anstruthers. "It was a good time to make anything happen," replied Bettina. "You were prostrated, you were a child, and felt yourself cast off hopelessly from the people who loved you. Forever, forever." Lady Anstruthers' voice was a sharp little moan. "That was what I felt, that nothing could ever help me. I dared not write things. He told me he would not have it, that he would stop any hysterical complaints, that his mother could testify that he behaved perfectly to me. She was the only person in the room with us when—" "When?" said Betty. Lady Anstruthers shuddered. She leaned forward and caught Betty's hand between her own shaking ones. "He struck me, he struck me, he struck me. He said it never happened, but it did. Betty, it did. That was the one thing that came back to me clearest. He said that I was in delirious hysterics and that I had struggled with his mother and himself because they tried to keep me quiet and prevent the servants hearing. One awful day he brought Lady Anstruthers into the room, and they stood over me as I lay in bed, and she fixed her eyes on me and said that she, being an Englishwoman and a person whose word would be believed, could tell people the truth, my father and mother, if necessary, that my spoiled, hysterical American tempers had created unhappiness for me merely because I was bored by life in the country and wanted excitement. I tried to answer, but they would not let me. And when I began to shake all over, they said that I was throwing myself into hysterics again, and they told the doctor so, and he believed it. The possibilities of the situation were plainly to be seen. Fate, in the form of temperament itself, had been against her. It was clear enough to Betty as she patted and stroked the thin hands. "I understand. Tell me the rest," she said. Lady Anstruthers' head dropped. "When I was loneliest and dying of homesickness, and so weak that I could not speak without sobbing, he came to me. It was one morning after I had been lying awake all night, and he began to seem kinder. He had not been near me for 2 days, and I had thought I was going to be left to die alone, and Mother would never know. He said he had been reflecting, and that he was afraid that we had misunderstood each other because we belonged to different countries, and had been brought up in different ways." She paused. "And that if you understood his position and considered it, you might both be quite happy," Betty gave in quiet termination. Lady Anstruthers started. "Oh, you know it all," she exclaimed, "only because I have heard it before. It is an old trick. And because he seemed kind and relenting, you tried to understand and sign something. I wanted to understand. I wanted to believe. What did it matter which of us had the money if we liked each other and were happy? He told me things about the estate, and about the enormous cost of it, and his bad luck, and debts he could not help. And I said that I would do anything if we could only be like mother and father, and he kissed me, and I signed the paper. And then he went to London the next day, and then to Paris. He said he was obliged to go on business. He was away a month. And after a week had passed, Lady Anstruthers began to be restless and angry, and once she flew into a rage and told me I was a fool, and that if I had been an Englishwoman, I should have had some decent control over my husband, because he would have respected me. In time I found out what I had done. It did not take long. "The paper you signed," said Betty, "gave him control over your money?" A forlorn nod was the answer. "And since then, he has done as he chose. And he has not chosen to care for Stornham. And once he made you write to father to ask for more money?" "I did it once. I never would do it again. He has tried to make me. He always says it is to save Stornham for Uchtred. Nothing can take Stornham from Uchtred. It may come to him a ruin, but it will come to him. He says there are legal points I cannot understand. And he says he is spending money on it. Where? He doesn't go into that. If I were to ask questions, he would make me know that I had better stop. He says I know nothing about things. And he is right. He has never allowed me to know, and I am not like you, Betty. When you signed the paper, you did not realize that you were doing something you could never undo, and that you would be forced to submit to the consequences. I didn't realize anything but that it would kill me to live as I had been. Living feeling as if they hated me, and I was so glad and thankful that he seemed kinder. It was as if I had been on the rack, and he turned the screws back, and I was ready to do anything if I might be taken off. Oh, Betty, you know, don't you, that if he would only have been a little kind, just a little, I would have obeyed him always and given him everything. Betty sat and looked at her with deeply pondering eyes. She was confronting the fact that it seemed possible that one must build a new soul for her as well as a new body. In these days of science and growing sanity of thought, one did not stand helpless before the problem of physical rebuilding, and perhaps, if one could pour life into a creature, the soul of it would respond, and wake again, and grow. "You do not know where he is," she said aloud. "You absolutely do not know." "I never know exactly," Lady Anstruthers answered. "He was here for a few days. The week before you came. He said he was going abroad. He might appear tomorrow. I might not hear of him for 6 months. I can't help hoping now that it will be the 6 months." "Why particularly now?" inquired Betty. Lady Anstruthers flushed and looked shy and awkward. "Because of you. I don't know what he would say. I don't know what he would say. I don't know what he would do." "To me?" said Betty. "It would be sure to be something unreasonable and wicked," said Lady Anstruthers. "It would, Betty. I wonder what it would be," Betty said musingly. "He has told lies for years to keep you all from me. If he came now, he would know that he had been found out. He would say that I had told you things. He would be furious because you have seen what there is to see. He would know that you could not help but realize that the money he made me ask for had not been spent on the estate. Betty, he would try to force you to go away." "I wonder what he would do," Betty said again musingly. She felt interested, not afraid. "It would be something cunning," Rosie protested. "It would be something no one could expect. He might be so rude that you could not remain in the room with him. Or he might be quite polite and pretend he was rather glad to see you. If he was only frightfully rude, we should be safer, because that would not be an unexpected thing. But if he was polite, it would be because he was arranging something hideous, which you could not defend yourself against." "Can you tell me?" said Betty quite slowly, because as she looked down at the carpet she was thinking very hard. "The kind of unexpected thing he has done to you?" Lifting her eyes, she saw that a troubled flush was creeping over Lady Anstruthers' face. "There have been so many queer things," she faltered. Then Betty knew there was some special thing she was afraid to talk about, and that if she desired to obtain illuminating information, it would be well to go into the matter. "Try," she said, "to remember some particular incident." Lady Anstruthers looked nervous. "Rosie," in the level voice, "there has been a particular incident, and I would rather hear of it from you than from him." Rosie's lap held little shaking hands. "He has held it over me for years," she said breathlessly. "He said he would write about it to Father and Mother. He says he could use it against me as evidence and end the divorce court. He says that divorce courts in America are for women, but in England they are for men, and he could defend himself against me." The incongruity of the picture of the small faded creature arraigned in a divorce court on charges of misbehavior would have made Betty smile if she had been in smiling mood. "What did he accuse you of?" That was the unexpected thing miserably. Betty took the unsteady hands firmly in her own. "Don't be afraid to tell me," she said. "He knew you so well that he understood what would terrify you the most. I know you so well that I understand how he does it. Did he do this unexpected thing just before you wrote to father for the money?" As she quite suddenly presented the question, Rosie exclaimed aloud, "How did you know?" She said, You are like a lawyer. How could you know?" How simple she was, how obviously an easy prey. She had been unconsciously giving evidence with every word. "I have been thinking him over," Betty said. "He interests me. I have begun to guess that he always wants something when he professes that he has a grievance." Then with drooping head, Rosie told the story. "Yes, it happened before he made me write to father for so much money. The vicar was ill and was obliged to go away for 6 months. The clergyman who came to take his place was a young man. He was kind and gentle and wanted to help people. His mother was with him and she was like him. They loved each other and they were quite poor. His name was Folliot. I liked to hear him preach. He said things that comforted me. Nigel found out that he comforted me, and when he called here, he was more polite to him than he had ever been to Mr. Brent. He seemed almost as if he liked him. He actually asked him to dinner 2 or 3 times. After dinner, he would go out of the room and leave us together. Oh, Betty! Clinging to her hands. I was so wretched then that sometimes I thought I was going out of my mind. I think I looked wild. I used to kneel down and try to pray, and I could not." "Yes, yes," said Betty. "I used to feel that if I could only have one friend, just one, I could bear it better. Once I said something like that to Nigel. He only shrugged his shoulders and sneered when I said it, but afterwards I knew he had remembered. One evening, when he had asked Mr. Folliot to dinner, he led him to talk about religion. Oh, Betty, it made my blood turn cold when he began. I knew he was doing it for some wicked reason. I knew the look in his eyes and the awful, agreeable smile on his mouth. When he said at last, "If you could help my poor wife to find comfort in such things," I began to see. I cannot explain to anyone how he did it, but with just a sentence, dropped here and there, he seemed to tell the whole story of a silly, selfish American girl, thwarted in her vulgar little ambitions and posing as a martyr because she could not have her own way in everything. He said once, quite casually, "I'm afraid American women are rather spoiled." And then he said, in the same tolerant way, "A poor man is a disappointment to an American girl. America does not believe in rank combined with lack of fortune." I dared not defend myself. I am not clever enough to think of the right things to say. He meant Mr. Folliot to understand that I had married him because I thought he was grand and rich and that I was a disappointed little spiteful shrew. I tried to act as if he was not hurting me, but my hands trembled and a lump kept rising in my throat. When we returned to the drawing room, and at last he left us together, I was praying and praying that I might be able to keep from breaking down. She stopped and swallowed hard. Betty held her hands firmly until she went on. For a few minutes I sat still and tried to think of some new subject, something about the church or the village. But I could not begin to speak because of the lump in my throat, and then, suddenly, but quietly, Mr. Folliot got up. And though I dared not lift my eyes, I knew he was standing before the fire, quite near me, and oh, what do you think he said, as low and gently as if his voice was a woman's? I did not know that people ever said such things now, or even thought them, but never, never shall I forget that strange minute. He said just this: "God will help you. He will. He will." As if it was true, Betty, as if there was a God and he had not forgotten me. I did not know what I was doing, but I put out my hand and caught at his sleeve, and when I looked up into his face, I saw in his kind, good eyes that he knew that somehow God knows how he understood, and that I need not utter a word to explain to him that he had been listening to lies. Did you talk to him? Betty asked quietly. He talked to me. We did not even speak of Nigel. He talked to me as I had never heard anyone talk before. Somehow he filled the room with something real, which was hope and comfort and like warmth, which kept my soul from shivering. The tears poured from my eyes at first, but the lump in my throat went away, and when Nigel came back I actually did not feel frightened, though he looked at me and sneered quietly. Did he say anything afterwards? He laughed a little cold laugh and said, I see you have been seeking the consolation of religion. Neurotic women like confessors. I do not object to your confessing if you confess your own backslidings and not mine. That was the beginning, said Betty speculatively. The unexpected thing was the end. Tell me the rest? No one could have dreamed of it, Rosie broke forth. For weeks he was almost like other people. He stayed at Stornham and spent his days in shooting. He professed that he was rather enjoying himself in a dull way. He encouraged me to go to the vicarage. He invited the Folliots here. He said Mrs. Folliot was a gentlewoman and good for me. He said it was proper that I should interest myself in parish work. Once or twice he even brought some little message to me from Mr. Folliot. It was a pitiably simple story. Betty saw, through its relation, the unconsciousness of the easily allured victim, the adroit leading on from step to step, the ordinary, natural, seeming method which arranged opportunities. The two had been thrown together at the court, at the vicarage, the church, and in the village, and the hawk had looked on and bided his time. For the first time in her years of exile, Rosie had begun to feel that she might be allowed a friend, though she lived in secret tremor, lest the normal liberty permitted her should suddenly be snatched away. We never talked of Nigel, she said, twisting her hands, but he made me begin to live again. He talked to me of something that watched and would not leave me, would never leave me. I was learning to believe it. Sometimes when I walked through the wood to the village, I used to stop among the trees and look up at the bits of sky between the branches and listen to the sound in the leaves, the sound that never stops, and it seemed as if it was saying something to me, and I would clasp my hands and whisper, yes, yes, I will, I will. I used to see Nigel looking at me at table with a queer smile in his eyes, and once he said to me, You are growing young and lovely, my dear. Your color is improving. The counsels of our friend are of a salutary nature. It would have made me nervous, but he said it almost good-naturedly, and I was silly enough even to wonder if it could be possible that he was pleased to see me looking less ill. It was true, Betty, that I was growing stronger, but it did not last long. I was afraid not, said Betty. An old woman in the lane near Bar Ian Wood was ill. Mr. Folliot had asked me to go to see her, and I used to go. She suffered a great deal and clung to us both. He comforted her, as he comforted me. Sometimes when he was called away he would send a note to me, asking me to go to her. One day he wrote hastily, saying that she was dying, and asked if I would go with him to her cottage at once. I knew it would save time if I met him in the path, which was a shortcut. So I wrote a few words and gave them to the messenger. I said, Do not come to the house. I will meet you in Bartillon Wood. Betty made a slight movement, and in her face there was a dawning of mingled amazement and incredulity. The thought we should come to her seemed as Uhtred's locking of the door had seemed too wild for modern days. Lady Anstruther saw her expression and understood it. She made a hopeless gesture with her small bony hand. Yes, she said, it is just like that. No one would believe it. The worst cleverness of the things he does is that when one tells of them, they sound like lies. I have a bewildered feeling that I should not believe them myself if I had not seen them. He met the boy in the park and took the note from him. He came back to the house and up to my room, where I was dressing quickly to go to Mr. Folliot. She stopped for quite a minute, rather as if to recover breath. He closed the door behind him and came towards me with the note in his hand. And I saw in a second the look that always terrifies me in his face. He had opened the note and he smoothed out the paper quietly and said, "What is this?" I could not help it. I turned cold and began to shiver. I could not imagine what was coming. "Is it my note to Mr. Folliot?" I asked. "Yes, it is your note to Mr. Folliot," and he read it aloud. "Do not come to the house. I will meet you in Bartyon Wood." That is a nice note for a man's wife to have written, to be picked up and read by a stranger if your confessor is not cautious in the matter of letters from women. When he begins a thing in that way, you may always know that he has planned everything that you can do. Nothing, I always know. I knew then, and I knew I was quite white when I answered him. I wrote it in a great hurry. Mrs. Farn is worse. We are going together to her. I said I would meet him to save time. He laughed, his awful little laugh, and touched the paper. I have no doubt, and I have no doubt that if other persons saw this, they would believe it. It is very likely, but you believe it, I said. You know it is true. No one would be so silly and wicked as to. Then I broke down and cried out, "What do you mean? What could anyone think it meant?" I was so wild that I felt as if I was going crazy. He clenched my wrist and shook me. "Don't think you can play the fool with me," he said. "I have been watching this thing from the first. The first time I leave you alone with the fellow, I come back to find you have been giving him an emotional scene. Do you suppose your simpering good spirits and your imbecile pink cheeks told me nothing? They told me exactly this. I have waited to come upon it, and here it is. Do not come to the house. I will meet you in the wood." That was the unexpected thing. It was no use to argue and try to explain. I knew he did not believe what he was saying, but he worked himself into a rage. He accused me of awful things, and called me awful names in a loud voice, so that he could be heard, until I was dumb and staggering. All the time I knew there was a reason, but I could not tell then what it was. He said at last that he was going to Mr. Folliot. He said, "I will meet him in the wood, and I will take your note with me." Betty, it was so shameful that I fell down on my knees. "Oh, don't do that," I said. "I beg of you, Nigel. He is a gentleman and a clergyman. I beg and beg of you. If you will not, I will do anything." And at that minute I remembered how he had tried to make me write to father for money, and I cried out, catching at his coat and holding him back, "I will write to father as you asked me. I will do anything. I can't bear it." "That was the whole meaning of the whole thing," said Betty with eyes ablaze. "That was the beginning, the middle, and the end." "What did he say?" "He pretended to be made more angry. He said, 'Don't insult me by trying to bribe me with your vulgar money. Don't insult me.' But he gradually grew sulky instead of raging, and though he put the note in his pocket, he did not go to Mr. Folliot. And I wrote to father." "I remember that," Betty answered. "Did you ever speak to Mr. Folliot again?" He guessed he knew I saw it in his kind, brown eyes when he passed me without speaking, in the village. I dare say the villagers were told about the awful thing by some servant who heard Nigel's voice. Villagers always know what is happening. He went away a few weeks later. The day before he went, I had walked through the wood, and just outside it I met him. He stopped for 1 minute, just one. He lifted his hat and said, just as he had spoken them that first night, just the same words, "God will help you. He will. He will." A strange, almost unearthly joy suddenly flashed across her face. "It must be true," she said. "It must be true. He has sent you, Betty." It has been a long time. It has been so long that sometimes I have forgotten his words. "But you have come." "Yes, I have come," Betty answered. And she bent forward and kissed her gently, as if she had been soothing a child. There were other questions to ask. She was obliged to ask them. The unexpected thing had been used as an instrument for years. It was always efficacious. Over the yearningly homesick creature had hung the threat that her father and mother Those she ached and longed for could be told the story in such a manner as would brand her as a woman with a shameful secret. How could she explain herself? There were the awful written words. He was her husband. He was remorseless, plausible. She dared not write freely. She had no witnesses to call upon. She had discovered that he had planned with composed steadiness that misleading impressions should be given to servants and village people. When the Brents returned to the vicarage, she had observed, with terror, that for some reason they stiffened and looked askance when the Folliotts were mentioned. "I am afraid, Lady Anstruthers, that Mr. Folliot was a great mistake," Mrs. Brent said once. Lady Anstruthers had not dared to ask any questions. She had felt the awkward color rising in her face, and had known that she looked guilty. But as she had protested against the injustice of the remark, Sir Nigel would have heard of her words before the day had passed, and she shuddered to think of the result. He had by that time reached the point of referring to Folliot with sneering lightness as your lover. "Do you defend your lover to me?" he had said on one occasion when she had entered a timid protest, and her white face and wild, helpless eyes had been such evidence as to the effect the word had produced that he had seen the expediency of making a point of using it. The blood beat in Betty Vanderpoel's veins. "Rosie," she said, looking steadily in the faded face, "tell me this. Did you never think of getting away from him? Of going somewhere and trying to reach father? By cable or letter, by some means?" Lady Anstruthers' weary and wrinkled little smile was the pitiably illuminating thing. "My dear," she said, "if you are strong and beautiful and rich and well-dressed so that people care to look at you and listen to what you say, you can do things. But who in England will listen to a shabby, dowdy, frightened woman when she runs away from her husband, if he follows her and tells people she is hysterical or mad or bad? It is the shabby, dowdy woman who is in the wrong. At first, I thought of nothing else but trying to get away. And once I went to Stornham Station. I walked all the way, on a hot day. And just as I was getting into a third-class carriage, Nigel marched in and caught my arm and held me back. I fainted, and when I came to myself I was in the carriage, being driven back to the court, and he was sitting opposite to me. He said, 'You fool, it would take a cleverer woman than you to carry that out,' and I knew it was the awful truth." "It is not the awful truth now," said Betty, and she rose to her feet and stood looking before her, but with a look which did not rest on chairs and tables. She remained so, standing for a few moments of dead silence. "What a fool he was," she said at last, "and what a villain, but a villain is always a fool." She bent, and taking Rosie's face between her hands, kissed it with a kiss which seemed like a seal. "That will do," she said. "Now I know. One must know what is in one's hands and what is not. Then one need not waste time in talking of miserable things. One can save one's strength for doing what can be done." "I believe you would always think about doing things," said Lady Anstruthers. "That is American, too. It is a quality Americans inherited from England lightly. One of the results of it is that England covers a rather large share of the map of the world. It is a practical quality. You and I might spend hours in talking to each other of what Nigel has done and what you have done, of what he has said and of what you have said. We might give some hours, I dare say, to what the Dowager did and said. But wiser people than we are have found out that thinking of black things past is living them again, and it is like poisoning one's blood. It is deterioration of property." She said the last words as if she had ended with a jest. But she knew what she was doing. You were tricked into giving up what was yours, to a person who could not be trusted. What has been done with it scarcely matters. It is not yours, but Sir Nigel's. But we are not helpless, because we have in our hands the most powerful material agent in the world. Come, Rosie, and let us walk over the house. We will begin with that. Chapter 17. Townley and Son and Shepherd. during the whole course of her interesting life, and she had always found life interesting. Betty Vanderpoel decided that she had known no experience more absorbing than this morning spent in going over the long-closed and deserted portions of the neglected house. She had never seen anything like the place, or as full of suggestion. The greater part of it had simply been shut up and left to time and weather, both of which had had their effects. The fine old red roof, having lost tiles, had fallen into leaks that let in rain, which had stained and rotted walls, plaster, and woodwork. Wind and storm had beaten through broken window panes and done their worst with such furniture and hangings as they found to whip and toss and leave damp and spotted with mold. They passed through corridors and up and down short or long stairways with stained or faded walls, and sometimes with cracked or fallen plastering and wainscoting. Here and there the oak flooring itself was uncertain. The rooms, whether large or small, all presented a like aspect of potential beauty and comfort, utterly uncared for, and forlorn. There were many rooms, but none more than scantily furnished, and a number of them were stripped bare. Betty found herself wondering how long a time it had taken the belongings of the big place to dwindle and melt away into such bareness. "There was a time, I suppose, when it was all furnished," she said. "All these rooms were shut up when I came here," Rosie answered. "I suppose things worth selling have been sold." When pieces of furniture were broken in one part of the house, they were replaced by things brought from another. No one cared. Nigel hates it all. He calls it a rat hole. He detests the country everywhere, but particularly this part of it. After the first year, I had learned better than to speak to him of spending money on repairs. A good deal of money should be spent on repairs, reflected Betty, looking about her. She was standing in the middle of a room whose walls were hung with the remains of what had been chintz, covered with a pattern of loose clusters of moss rosebuds. The dampness had rotted it until, in some places, it had fallen away in strips from its fastenings. A quaint embroidered couch stood in one corner, and as Betty looked at it, a mouse crept from under the tattered valance, stared at her in alarm, and suddenly darted back again, in terror of intrusion so unusual. A casement window swung open on a broken hinge, and a strong branch of ivy, having forced its way inside, had thrown a covering of leaves over the deep ledge and was beginning to climb the inner woodwork. Through the casement was to be seen a heavenly spread of country, whose rolling lands were clad softly in green pastures and thick-branched trees. "This is the Rosebud Boudoir," said Lady Anstruthers, smiling faintly. "All the rooms have names. I thought them so delightful when I first heard them. The Damask room, the tapestry room, the white wainscot room, my lady's chamber. It almost broke my heart when I saw what they look like. It would be very interesting," Betty commented slowly, "to make them look as they ought to look." A remote fear rose to the surface of the expression in Lady Anstruthers' eyes. She could not detach herself from certain recollections of Nigel, of his opinions of her family, of his determination not to allow it to enter as a factor in either his life or hers. And Betty had come to Stornham. Betty, whom he had detested as a child, and in the course of 2 days she had seemed to become a new part of the atmosphere, and to make the dead despair of the place begin to stir with life. What other thing than this was happening as she spoke of making such rooms as the Rosebud Boudoir look as they ought to look, and said the words not as if they were part of a fantastic vision, but as if they were part of a fantastic vision, but as if they expressed a perfectly possible thing. Betty saw the doubt in her eyes, and in a measure, guessed at its meaning. The time to pause for argument had, however, not arrived. There was too much to be investigated, too much to be seen. She swept her on her way. They wandered on through some 40 rooms, more or less. They opened doors and closed them. They unbarred shutters and let the sun stream in on dust and dampness and cobwebs. The comprehension of the situation which Betty gained was as valuable as it was enlightening. The descent into the lower part of the house was a new experience. Betty had not before seen huge flagged kitchens, vaulted servants' halls, stone passages, butteries and dairies. The substantial masonry of the walls and arched ceilings, the stone stairway, and the seemingly endless offices were interestingly remote in idea from such domestic modernities as chance views of up-to-date American household workings had provided her. In the huge kitchen itself, an elderly woman, rolling pastry, paused to curtsy to them with stolid curiosity in her heavy-featured face. In her character as single-handed cook, Mrs. Noakes had sent up uninviting meals to Lady Anstruthers for several years, but she had not seen her ladyship below stairs before. And this was the unexpected arrival the young lady there had been talk of from the moment of her appearance. Mrs. Noakes admitted with the grudgingness of a person of uncheerful temperament that looks like that always would make talk. A certain degree of vague mental illumination led her to agree with Robert, the footman, that the stranger's effectiveness was, perhaps also, not altogether a matter of good looks, and certainly it was not an affair of clothes. Her brightish blue dress of rough cloth was nothing particular, notwithstanding the fit of it. There was something else about her. She looked round the place, not with the casual indifference of a fine young lady, carelessly curious to see what she had not seen before, but with an alert, questioning interest. "What a big place," she said to her ladyship. "What substantial walls! What huge joints must have been roasted before such a fireplace!" She drew near to the enormous, antiquated cooking place. "People were not very practical when this was built," she said. "It looks as if it must waste a great deal of coal." "Is it?" She looked at Mrs. Noakes. "Do you like it?" There was a practical directness in the question for which Mrs. Noakes was not prepared. Until this moment, it had apparently mattered little whether she liked things or not. The condition of her implements of trade was one of her grievances. The ancient fireplace and ovens the bitterest. "It's out of order, miss," she answered. "And they don't use 'em like this in these days." "I thought not," said Miss Vanderpool. She made other inquiries as direct and significant of the observing eye, and her passage through the lower part of the establishment left Mrs. Noakes and her companions in a strange but not unpleasurable state of ferment. Think of a young lady that's never had nothing to do with kitchens, going straight to that shameful old fireplace, and seeing what it meant to the woman that's got to use it. "Do you like it?" she says. If she'd been a cook herself, she couldn't have put it straighter. "She's got eyes. She's been using them all over the place," said Robert. "Her and her ladyship's been into rooms that's not been opened for years." "More shame to them that should have opened 'em," remarked Mrs. Noakes. "Her ladyship's a poor listless thing, but her spirit was broken long ago." "This one will mend it for her, perhaps," said the manservant. "I wonder what's going to happen." "Well, she's got a look with her, the new one, as if where she was, things would be likely to happen. You look out. The place won't seem so dead and alive if we've got something to think of and expect." "Who are the solicitors Sir Nigel employs?" Betty had asked her sister when their pilgrimage through the house had been completed. "Messrs. Townlinson and Shepherd, a firm which for several generations had transacted the legal business of much more important estates than Stornham, held its affairs in hand. Lady Anstruthers knew nothing of them, but that they evidently did not approve of the conduct of their client. Nigel was frequently angry when he spoke of them. It could be gathered that they had refused to allow him to do things he wished to do, sell things, or borrow money on them. "I think we must go to London and see them," Betty suggested. Rosie was agitated. Why should one see them? What was there to be spoken of? Their going, Betty explained, would be a sort of visit of ceremony, and a measure, a precaution. Since Sir Nigel was apparently not to be reached, having given no clue as to where he intended to go, it might be discreet to consult Messrs. Townlinson and Shepherd with regard to the things it might be well to do, the repairs it appeared necessary to make at once. If Messrs. Townlinson and Shepherd approved of the doing of such work, Sir Nigel could not resent their action, and say that in his absence liberties had been taken. Such a course seemed businesslike and dignified. It was what Betty felt that her father would do. Nothing could be complained of, which was done with the knowledge and under the sanction of the family solicitors. Then there are other things we must do. We must go to shops and theaters. It will be good for you to go to shops and theaters, Rosie. I have nothing but rags to wear, answered Lady Anstruthers, reddening. Then before we go we will have things sent down. People can be sent from the shops to arrange what we want. The magic of the name, standing for great wealth, could, it was true, bring to them not only the contents of shops, but the people who showed them and were ready to carry out any orders. The name of Vanderpoel already stood in London for inexhaustible resource. Yes, it was simple enough to send for politely subservient saleswomen to bring what one wanted. The being reminded in everyday matters of the still real existence of the power of this magic was the first step in the rebuilding of Lady Anstruthers. To realize that the wonderful and yet simple necromancy was gradually encircling her again had its parallel in the taking of a tonic whose effect was cumulative. She herself did not realize the working of it, but Betty regarded it with interest. She saw it was good for her merely to look on at the unpacking of the New York boxes, which the maid, sent for from London, brought down with her. As the woman removed from tray after tray the tissue paper and folded layers of garments, Lady Anstruthers sat and watched her with normal, simply feminine interest growing in her eyes. The things were made with the absence of any limit in expenditure, the freedom with delicate stuffs and priceless laces which belonged only to her faint memories of a lost past. Nothing had limited the time spent in the embroidering of this apparently simple linen frock and coat. Nothing had restrained the hand holding the scissors which had cut into the lace which adorned in appliques and filmy frills this exquisitely charming ball dress. It is looking back so far, she said, waving her hand towards them with an odd gesture. To think that it was once all like that. She got up and went to the things, turning them over and touching them with a softness almost expressing a caress. The names of the makers stamped on bands and collars, the names of the streets in which their shops stood, moved her. She heard again the once familiar rattle of wheels and the rush and roar of New York traffic. Betty carried on the whole matter with lightness. She talked easily and casually, giving local color to what she said. She described the abnormally rapid growth of the places her sister had known in her teens. The new buildings, new theaters, new shops, new people, the later mode of living, much of it learned from England, through the unceasing weaving of the shuttle. Changing. That is what it is always doing, America. We have not reached repose yet. One wonders how long it will be before we shall. Now we are always hurrying breathlessly after the next thing, the new one, which we always think will be the better one. Other countries built themselves slowly. In the days of their building, the pace of life was a march. When America was born, the march had already begun to hasten. And as a nation we began, in our first hour, at the quickening speed. Now the pace is a race. New York is a kaleidoscope. I myself can remember it a wholly different thing. One passes down a street one day, and the next there is a great gap where some building is being torn down. A few days later, a tall structure of some sort is touching the sky. It is wonderful, but it does not tend to calm the mind. That is why we cross the Atlantic so much. The sober, quiet, loving blood our forebears brought from older countries goes in search of rest. Mixed with other things, I feel in my own being a resentment against newness and disorder, and an insistence on the atmosphere of long-established things. But for years Lady Anstruthers had been living in the atmosphere of long-established things, and felt no insistence upon it. She yearned to hear of the great, changing Western world, of the great, changing city. Betty must tell her what the changes were. What were the differences in the streets? Where had the new buildings been placed? How had Fifth Avenue and Madison Avenue and Broadway altered? Were not Gramercy Park and Madison Square still green with grass and trees? Was it all different? Would she not know the old places herself? Though it seemed a lifetime since she had seen them, the years which had passed were really not so many. It was good for her to talk and be talked to in this manner, Betty saw. Still handling her subject lightly, she presented picture after picture. Some of them were of the wonderful, feverish city itself, the place quite passionately loved by some, as passionately disliked by others. She herself had fallen into the habit, as she left childhood behind her, of looking at it with interested wonder at its riot of life and power, of huge schemes and almost superhuman labors, of fortune so colossal that they seemed monstrosities in their relation to the world. People who in Rosalie's girlhood had lived in big, ugly brownstone fronts, had built for themselves, or for their children, houses such as, in other countries, would have belonged to nobles and princes, spending fortunes upon their building, filling them with treasures brought from foreign lands, from palaces, from art galleries, from collectors. Sometimes strange people built such houses and lived strange, lavish, ostentatious lives in them, forming an overstrained, abnormal, pleasure-chasing world of their own. The passing of even 10 years in New York counted itself almost as a generation. The fashions, customs, belongings of 20 years ago wore an air of almost picturesque antiquity. "It does not take long to make an old New Yorker," she said. "Each day brings so many new ones." There were, indeed, many new ones, Lady Anstruthers found. People who had been poor had become hugely rich. A few who had been rich had become poor. Possessions which had been large had swelled to unnatural proportions. Out of the West had risen fortunes more monstrous than all others. As she told one story after another, Bettina realized, as she had done often before, that it was impossible to enter into description of the life and movements of the place without its curiously involving some connection with the huge wealth of it, with its influence, its rise, its swelling or waning. Somehow one cannot free one's self from it. This is the age of wealth and invention, but of wealth before all else. Sometimes one is tired of it. "You would not be tired of it if you were I," said Lady Anstruthers rather pathetically. "Perhaps not," Betty answered, "perhaps not." She herself had seen people who were not tired of it in the sense in which she was, the men and women, with worn or intently anxious faces, hastening with the crowds upon the pavements, all hastening somewhere, in chase of that small portion of the wealth which they earned by their labor as their daily share, the same men and women surging towards elevated railroad stations to seize on places in the homeward-bound trains, or standing in tired-looking groups waiting for the approach of an already overfull streetcar in which they must be packed together and swing to back to train to fix spite. Their way of being weary of it would be different from hers. They would be weary only of hearing of the mountains of it which rolled themselves up, as it seemed, in obedience to some irresistible, occult force. On the day after Stornham Village had learned that her ladyship and Miss Vanderpoel had actually gone to London, the dignified firm of Tallinson and Shepherd received a visit which created some slight sensation in their establishment, though it had not been entirely unexpected. It had, indeed, been heralded by a note from Miss Vanderpoel herself, who had asked that the appointment be made. Men of Messrs. Tallinson and Shepherd's indubitable rank in their profession could not fail to know the significance of the Vanderpoel name. They knew and understood its weight perfectly well. When their client had married one of Reuben Vanderpoel's daughters, they had felt that extraordinary good fortune had befallen him and his estate. Their private opinion had been that Mr. Vanderpoel's knowledge of his son-in-law must have been limited, or that he had curiously lax American views of paternal duty. The firm was highly reputable, long established, strictly conservative, and somewhat insular in its point of view. It did not understand or seek to understand America. It had excellent reasons for thoroughly understanding Sir Nigel Anstruthers. Its opinions of him it reserved to itself. If Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd had been asked to give a daughter into their client's keeping, they would have flatly refused to accept the honor proposed. Mr. Towlinson had indeed at the time of the marriage admitted in strict confidence to his partner that for his part he would have somewhat preferred to follow a daughter of his own to her tomb. After the marriage, the firm had found the situation confusing and un-English. There had been trouble with Sir Nigel, who had plainly been disappointed. At first it had appeared that the American magnate had shown astuteness in refraining from leaving his son-in-law a free hand. Lady Anstruther's fortune was her own, and not her husband's. Mr. Towlinson, paying a visit to Stornham and finding the bride a gentle, childish-looking girl, whose most marked expression was one of growing timorousness, had returned with a grave face. He foresaw the result, if her family did not stand by her with firmness, which he also foresaw her husband would prevent if possible. It became apparent that the family did not stand by her or were cleverly kept at a distance. There was a long illness which seemed to end in the seclusion from the world, brought about by broken health. Then it was certain that what Mr. Towlinson had foreseen had occurred. The inexperienced girl had been bullied into submission. Sir Nigel had gained the free hand, whatever the means he had chosen to employ. Most improper, the whole affair. He had a great deal of money, but none of it was used for the benefit of the estate, his deformed boy's estate. Advice, dignified remonstrance, resulted only in most disagreeable scenes. Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd could not exceed certain limits. The manner in which the money was spent was discreditable. There were avenues a respectable firm knew only by rumor. There were insane gambling speculations, which could only end in disaster. There were things one could not decently concern oneself with. Lady Anstruther's family had doubtless become indignant and disgusted and had dropped the whole affair. Sad for the poor woman, but not unnatural. And now appears a Miss Vanderpoel, who wishes to appoint an interview with Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd. What does she wish to say? The family is apparently taking the matter up. Is this lady an elder or a younger sister of Lady Anstruther's? Is she an older woman of that strong and rather trying American type one hears of, or is she younger than her ladyship, a pretty, indignant, totally unpractical girl, outraged by the state of affairs she has discovered, foolishly coming to demand of Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd an explanation of things they are not responsible for? Will she perhaps lose her temper and accuse and reproach, or even most unpleasant to contemplate, shed hysterical tears? It fell to Mr. Towlinson to receive her in the absence of Mr. Shepherd, who had been called to Northamptonshire to attend to great affairs. He was a stout, grave man with a heavy, well-cut face, and, when Bettina entered his room, his courteous reception of her reserved his view of the situation entirely. She was not of the mature and rather alarming American type he had imagined possible. He felt some relief in marking at once. She was also not the pretty, fashionable young lady who might have come to scold him and ask silly, irrational questions. His ordinarily rather unillumined countenance changed somewhat in expression when she sat down and began to speak. Mr. Towlinson was impressed by the fact that it was at once unmistakably evident that whatsoever her reason for coming, she had not presented herself to ask irrelevant or unreasonable questions. Lady Anstruther's, she explained, without superfluous phrase, had no definite knowledge of her husband's whereabouts, and it had seemed possible that Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd might have received some information more recent than her own. The impersonal framing of this inquiry struck Mr. Towlinson as being in remarkably good taste, since it conveyed no condemnation of Sir Nigel, and no desire to involve Mr. Towlinson in expressing any. It refrained even from implying that the situation was an unusual one, which might be open to criticism. Excellent reserve and great cleverness, Mr. Towlinson commented inwardly. There were certainly few young ladies who would have clearly realized that a solicitor cannot be called upon to commit himself until he has had time to weigh matters and decide upon them. His long and varied experience had included interviews in which charming, emotional women had expected him at once to take sides. Miss Vanderpool exhibited no signs of expecting anything of this kind, even when she went on with what she had come to say. Stornham Court and its surroundings were depreciating seriously in value through need of radical repairs, etc. Her sister's comfort was naturally involved and, as Mr. Tomlinson would fully understand, her nephew's future. The sooner the process of dilapidation was arrested, the better. And with the less difficulty, the present time was without doubt better than an indefinite future. Miss Vanderpool, having fortunately been able to come to Stornham, was greatly interested and naturally desirous of seeing the work begun. Her father also would be interested. Since it was not possible to consult Sir Nigel, it had seemed proper to consult his solicitors, in whose hands the estate had been for so long a time. She was aware, it seemed, that not only Mr. Tallinson, but Mr. Tallinson's father and also his grandfather had legally represented the Anstruthers, as well as many other families. As there seemed no necessity for any structural changes, and the work done was such as could only rescue and increase the value of the estate, could there be any objection to its being begun without delay? Certainly an unusual young lady. It would be interesting to discover how well she knew Sir Nigel, since it seemed that only a knowledge of him, his temper, his bitter, irritable vanity, could have revealed to her the necessity of the precaution she was taking without even intimating that it was a precaution. Extraordinarily clever girl. Mr. Tallinson wore an air of quiet, businesslike reflection. You are aware, Miss Vanderpool, that the present income from the estate is not such as would justify anything approaching the required expenditure? Yes, I am aware of that. The expense would be provided for by my father. Most generous on Mr. Vanderpool's part, Mr. Tallinson commented. The estate would, of course, increase greatly in value. Circumstances had prevented her father from visiting Stornham, Miss Vanderpool explained, and this had led to his being ignorant of a condition of things which he might have remedied. She did not explain what the particular circumstances which had separated the families had been, but Mr. Tallinson thought he understood. The condition existing could be remedied now if Messrs. Tallinson and Shepherd saw no obstacles other than scarcity of money. Mr. Tallinson's summing up of the matter expressed in effect that he saw none. The estate had been a fine one in its day. During the last 60 years it had become much impoverished. With conservative decorum of manner, he admitted that there had not been, since Sir Nigel's marriage, sufficient reason for the neglect of dilapidations. The firm had strongly represented to Sir Nigel that certain resources should not be diverted from the proper object of restoring the property which was entailed upon his son. The son's future should beyond all have been considered in the dispensing of his mother's fortune. He, by this time, comprehended fully that he need restrain no dignified expression of opinion in his speech with this young lady. She had come to consult with him with as clear a view of the proprieties and discretions demanded by his position as he had himself, and yet each, before the close of the interview, understood the point of view of the other. What he recognized was that, though she had not seen Sir Nigel since her childhood, she had in some astonishing way obtained an extraordinary insight into his character, and it was this which had led her to take her present step. She might not realize all she might have to contend with, but her conservative and formal action had surrounded her and her sister with a certain barrier of conventional protection, at once self-controlled, dignified, and astutely intelligent, since, as you say, no structural changes are proposed, such as an owner might resent, and as Lady Anstruthers is the mother of the heir, and as Lady Anstruthers' father undertakes to defray all expenditure, no sane man could object to the restoration of the property. To do so would be to cause public opinion to express itself strongly against him. Such action would place him grossly in the wrong. Then he added with deliberation, realizing that he was committing himself and feeling firmly willing to do so for reasons of his own. Sir Nigel is a man who objects strongly to putting himself publicly in the wrong. "Thank you," said Miss Vanderpool. He had said this of intention for her enlightenment, and she was aware that he had done so. "This will not be the first time that American fortunes have restored English estates," Mr. Townsend continued amiably. "There have been many notable cases of late years. We shall be happy to place ourselves at your disposal at all times, Miss Vanderpool. We are obliged to you for your consideration in the matter." "Thank you," said Miss Vanderpool again. "I wish to be sure that I should not be infringing any English rule I had no knowledge of." "You will be infringing none. You have been most correct and courteous." Before she went away, Mr. Townsend felt that he had been greatly enlightened as to what a young lady might know and be. She gave him singularly clear details as to what was proposed. There was so much to be done that he found himself opening his eyes slightly once or twice. But of course, if Mr. Vanderpool was prepared to spend money in a lavish manner, it was all to the good so far as the estate was concerned. They were stupendous, these people, and after all the heir was his grandson. And how striking it was that with all this power and readiness to use it, was evidently combined, even in this beautiful young person, the clearest business sense of the situation. What was done would be for the comfort of Lady Anstruthers and the future of her son. Sir Nigel, being unable to sell either house or lands, could not undo it. When Mr. Townsend accompanied his visitor to her carriage with dignified politeness, he felt somewhat like an elderly solicitor who had found himself drawn into the atmosphere of a sort of intensely modern fairy tale. He saw two of his underclerks, with the impropriety of middle-class youth, looking out of an office window at the dark blue brougham and the tall young lady, whose beauty bloomed in the sunshine. He did not, on the whole, wonder at, though he deplored, the conduct of the young men. But they, of course, saw only what they colloquially described to each other as a rippin' handsome girl. They knew nothing of the interesting interview. He himself returned to his private room in a musing mood and thought it all over, his mind dwelling on various features of the international situation, and more than once he said aloud, "Most remarkable. Very remarkable indeed." Chapter 18. The 15th Earl of Mount Dunstan. James Hubert, John Fergus Saltire, 15th Earl of Mount Dunstan. Jem Salter, as his neighbors on the western ranches had called him, the red-haired, second-class passenger of the Meridiana, sat in the great library of his desolate great house and stared fixedly through the open window at the lovely land spread out before him. From this particular window was to be seen one of the greatest views in England. From the upper nurseries he had lived in as a child, he had seen it every day from morning until night, and it had seemed to his young fancy to cover all the plains of the earth. Surely the rest of the world, he had thought, could be but small, though somewhere he knew there was London, where the Queen lived, and in London were Buckingham Palace and St. James's Palace and Kensington and the Tower, where heads had been chopped off, and the Horse Guards, where splendid plumed soldiers rode forth glittering, with thrilling trumpets sounding as they moved. These last he always remembered, because he had seen them, and once when he had walked in the park with his nurse there, had been an excited stir in the Row, and people had crowded about a certain gate, through which an escorted carriage had been driven, and he had been made at once to take off his hat and stand bareheaded, until it passed, because it was the Queen. Somehow from that afternoon he dated the first presentation of certain vaguely miserable ideas. Inquiries made of his attendant when the cortege had swept by had elicited the fact that the royal lady herself had children, little boys who were princes and little girls who were princesses. What curious and persistent child's cross-examination on his part had drawn forth the fact that almost all the people who drove about and looked so happy and brilliant were the fathers or mothers of little boys like, yet in some mysterious way unlike himself. And in what manner had he gathered that he was different from them, His nurse, it is true, was not a pleasant person, and had an injured and resentful bearing. In later years he realized that it had been the bearing of an irregularly paid menial who rebelled against the fact that her place was not among people who were of distinction and high repute, and whose households bestowed a certain social status upon their servitors. She was a tall woman with a sour face and a bearing which conveyed a glum endurance of a position beneath her. Yes, it had been from her prose. Her name was that he had mysteriously gathered that he was not a desirable charge, as regarded from the point of the servants' hall or in fact from any other point. His people were not the people whose patronage was sought with anxious eagerness. For some reason their townhouse was objectionable and Mount Dunstan was without attractions. Other big houses were, in some marked way, different. The townhouse he objected to himself as being gloomy and ugly and possessing only a bare and battered nursery, from whose windows one could not even obtain a satisfactory view of the mews, where at least there were horses and grooms who hissed cheerfully while they curried and brushed them. He hated the townhouse and was, in fact, very glad that he was scarcely ever taken to it. People, it seemed, did not care to come either to the townhouse or to Mount Dunstan. That was why he did not know other little boys. Again, for the mysterious reason people did not care that their children should associate with him. How did he discover this? He never knew exactly. He realized, however, that without distinct statements he seemed to have gathered it through various disconnected talks with Bro. She had not remained with him long, having bettered herself greatly and gone away in glum satisfaction. But she had stayed long enough to convey to him things which became part of his existence and smoldered in his little soul until they became part of himself. The ancestors who had hewn their way through their enemies with battle axes, who had been fierce and cruel and unconquerable in their savage pride, had handed down to him a burning and unsubmissive soul. At 6 years old, walking with Bra in Kensington Gardens, and seeing other children playing under the care of nurses who, he learned, were not inclined to make advances to his attendant, he dragged Bra away with a fierce little hand and stood apart with her, scowling haughtily, his head in the air, pretending that he disdained all childish gambols and would have declined to join in them, even if he had been besought to so far unbend. Bitterness had been planted in him then, though he had not understood, and the sourness of Bra had been connected with no intelligence which might have caused her to suspect his feelings, and no one had noticed, and if anyone had noticed, no one would have cared in the very least. When Bro had gone away to her far superior place, and she had been succeeded by one variety of objectionable or incompetent person after another, he had still continued to learn. In different ways, he silently collected information, and all of it was unpleasant, and, as he grew older, it took for some years one form. Lack of resources, which should of right belong to persons of rank, was the radical objection to his people. At the town house there was no money. At Mount Dunstan there was no money. There had been so little money. Even in his grandfather's time, that his father had inherited comparative beggary. The 14th Earl of Mount Dunstan did not call it comparative beggary. He called it beggary pure and simple, and cursed his progenitors with engaging frankness. He never referred to the fact that in his personable youth he had married a wife whose fortune, if it had not been squandered, might have restored his own. The fortune had been squandered in the course of a few years of riotous living. The wife had died when her third son was born, which event took place 10 years after the birth of her second, whom she had lost through scarlet fever. James Hubert John Fergus Saltaire never heard much of her, and barely knew of her past existence, because in the picture gallery he had seen a portrait of a tall, thin, fretful-looking young lady with light ringlets and pearls round her neck. She had not attracted him as the child, and she was not a lovable-looking person, and, indeed, had been at once empty-headed, irritable, and worldly. He would probably have been no less lonely if she had lived. Lonely he was. His father was engaged in a career much too lively and interesting to himself to admit of his allowing himself to be bored by an unwanted and entirely superfluous child. The elder son, who was Lord Tenham, had reached a premature and degenerate maturity by the time the younger one made his belated appearance, and regarded him with unconcealed dislike. The worst thing which could have befallen the younger boy would have been intimate association with this degenerate youth. As Saltier left nursery days behind, he learned by degrees that the objection to himself and his people, which had at first endeavored to explain itself as being the result of an unseemly lack of money, combined with that unpleasant feature, an uglier one, namely, lack of decent reputation. Angry duns, beggarliness of income, scarcity of the necessaries and luxuries which dignity of rank demanded, the indifference and slights of one's equals, and the ignoring of one's existence by exalted persons were all hideous enough to Lord Mount Dunstan and his elder son, but they were not so hideous as was, to his younger son, the childish, shamed frenzy of awakening to the truth that he was one of a bad lot, a disgraceful lot, from whom nothing was expected but shifty ways, low vices and scandals, which in the end could not even be kept out of the newspapers. The day came, in fact, when the worst of these was seized upon by them and filled their sheets with matter which for a whole season decent London avoided reading, and the fast and indecent element laughed, derided, or gloated over. The memory of the fever of the monstrous weeks which had passed at this time was not one it was wise for a man to recall, but it was not to be forgotten. The hasty midnight arrival at Mount Dunstan of father and son, their haggard, nervous faces, their terrified discussions and argumentative raging when they were shut up together behind locked doors, the appearance of legal advisers who looked as anxious as themselves, but failed to conceal the disgust with which they were battling the knowledge that tongues were clacking almost hysterically in the village, and that curious faces hurried to the windows when even a menial from the great house passed, the atmosphere of below-stairs whispers and jogged elbows and winks and giggles, the final desperate, excited preparations for flight, which might be ignominiously stopped at any moment by the intervention of the law, the huddling away at night time, the hot-throated fear that the shameful branding move might be for laughter with the writ. Lord Tenham had died a few years later at Port Said, after descending into all the hells of degenerate debauch. His father had lived long enough to make of himself something horribly near an imbecile before he died suddenly in Paris. The Mount Dunstan who succeeded him, having spent his childhood and boyhood under the shadow of the bad lot, had the character of being a big, surly, unattractive young fellow whose eccentricity presented itself to those who knew his stock as being of a kind which might develop at any time into any objectionable tendency. His bearing was not such as allured, and his fortune was not of the order which placed a man in the view of the world. He had no money to expend, no hospitalities to offer, and apparently no disposition to connect himself with society. His wild goose chase to America had, when it had been considered worth while discussing at all, been regarded as being very much the kind of thing a Mount Dunstan might do with some secret and disreputable end in view. No one had heard the exact truth, and no one would have been inclined to believe, if they had heard it, that he had lived as plain Jim Salter, and labored as any hind might have done, in desperate effort and mad hope, would not have been regarded as a fact to be credited. He had gone away, he had squandered money, he had returned, he was at Mount Dunstan again, living the life of objectionable recluse, objectionable, because the owner of a place like Mount Dunstan should be a power and an influence in the county, should be counted upon as a dispenser of hospitalities, as a supporter of charities, as a dignitary of weight. He was none of these, living no one knew how, slouching about with his gun, riding or walking sullenly over the roads and marshland. Just one man knew him intimately, and this one had been from his 15th year the sole friend of his life. He had come, then the Reverend Louis Penzance, a poor and unhealthy scholar, to be vicar of the parish of Dunstan. Only a poor and book-absorbed man would have accepted the position. What this man wanted was no more than quiet, pure country air to fill frail lungs, a roof over his head, and a place to pore over books and manuscripts. He was a born monk and celibate in bygone centuries. He would have lived peacefully in some monastery, spending his years in the reading and writing of black letter and the illuminating of missals. At the vicarage, he could lead an existence which was almost the same thing. At Mount Dunstan there remained still the large remnant of a great library, a huge room whose neglected and half-emptied shelves contained some strange things and wonderful ones, though all were in disorder and given up to dust and natural dilapidation. Inevitably the Reverend Louis Penzance had found his way there. Inevitably he had gained indifferently bestowed permission to entertain himself by endeavoring to reduce to order and to make an attempt at cataloguing. Inevitably, also, the hours he spent in the place became the chief sustenance of his being. There one day he had come upon an uncouth-looking boy with deep eyes and a shaggy crop of red hair. The boy was poring over an old volume and was plainly not disposed to leave it. He rose, not too graciously, and replied to the elder man's greeting and the friendly questions which followed. Yes, he was the youngest son of the house. He had nothing to do, and he liked the library. He often came there and sat and read things. There were some queer old books and a lot of stupid ones. The book he was reading now, that with a slight reddening of his skin and a little awkwardness at the admission, was one of those he liked best. It was one of the queer ones, but interesting for all that. It was about their own people, the generations of Mount Dunstans who had lived in the centuries past. He supposed he liked it because there were a lot of odd stories and exciting things in it. Plenty of fighting and adventure. There had been some splendid fellows among them. He was beginning to forget himself a little by this time. They were afraid of nothing. They were rather like savages in the earliest days, but at that time all the rest of the world was savage. But they were brave, and it was odd how decent they were, very often. What he meant was what he liked was, that they were men even when they were barbarians. You couldn't be ashamed of them. Things they did then could not be done now, because the world was different. But if the kind of men they were might do England a lot of good if they were alive today. They would be different themselves, of course, in one way, but they must be the same men in others. Perhaps Mr. Penzance, reddening again, understood what he meant. He knew himself very well because he had thought it all out. He was always thinking about it, but he was no good at explaining. Mr. Penzance was interested. His outlook on the past and the present had always been that of a bookworm, but he understood enough to see that he had come upon a temperament novel enough to awaken curiosity. The apparently entirely neglected boy, of a type singularly unlike that of his father and elder brother, living his life virtually alone in the big place and finding food to his taste in stories of those of his blood whose dust had mingled with the earth centuries ago, provided him with a new subject for reflection. That had been the beginning of an unusual friendship. Gradually, Penzance had reached a clear understanding of all the building of the young life, of its rankling humiliation, and the qualities of mind and body which made for rebellion. It sometimes thrilled him to see in the big frame and powerful muscles, in the strong nature and unconquerable spirit, a revival of what had burned and stirred or lived in a dim, almost mythical past. There were legends of men with big bodies, fierce faces, and red hair, who had done big deeds and conquered in dark and barbarous days, even fate's self as it had seemed. None could overthrow them. None could stand before their determination to attain that which they chose to claim. Students of heredity knew that there were curious instances of revival of type. There had been a certain Red Godwin who had ruled his piece of England before the Conqueror came. and who had defied the interloper with such splendid arrogance and superhuman lack of fear that he had won in the end, strangely enough, the admiration and friendship of the royal savage himself, who saw in his a kindred savagery, a power to be well ranged through love, if not through fear, upon his own side. This Godwin had a deep attraction for his descendant, who knew the whole story of his fierce life as told in one yellow manuscript and another by heart. Why might not one fancy Penzance was drawn by the imagining the strong thing reborn, even as the offspring of a poor effete type? Red Godwin springing into being again had been stronger than all else and had swept weakness before him, as he had done in other and far-off days. In the old library it fell out in time that Penzance and the boy spent the greater part of their days. The man was a bookworm and a scholar. Young Saltire had a passion for knowledge. Among the old books and manuscripts he gained a singular education. Without a guide he could not have gathered and assimilated all he did gather and assimilate. Together the two rummaged forgotten shelves and chests, and found forgotten things. That which had drawn the boy from the first always drew and absorbed him the annals of his own people. Many a long winter evening the pair turned over the pages of volumes and of parchment, and followed with eager interest and curiosity the records of wild life stories of warriors and abbots and bards, of feudal lords at a ruthless war with each other, of bezijangs in battles and captives in torments. Legends there were of small kingdoms torn asunder, of the slaughter of their kings, the mad fightings of their barons, and the faith or unfaith of their serfs. Here and there the eternal power revealed itself in some story of lawful or unlawful love for dame or damsel, royal lady, abbess or high-born nun, ending in the welding of two lives, or in rapine, violence, and death. There were annals of early England, and of marauders, monks, and Danes. And, through all these, something, some man or woman, place, or strife linked by some tie with Mount Dunstan blood. In past generations, it seemed plain, there had been certain of the line who had had pride in these records, and had sought and collected them. Then had been born others who had not cared. Sometimes the relations were inadequate, sometimes they wore an unauthentic air, but most of them seemed, even after the passing of centuries, human documents, and together built a marvelous great drama of life and power, wickedness and passion and daring deeds. When the shameful scandal burst forth, young Saltire was seen by neither his father nor his brother. Neither of them had any desire to see him. In fact, each detested the idea of confronting by any chance his hot and tolerant eyes. The brat, his father had called him in his childhood, the lout, when he had grown big-limbed and clumsy. Both he and Tenham were sick enough, without being called upon to contemplate the lout, whose opinion, in any case, they preferred not to hear. Saltire, during the hideous days, shut himself up in the library. He did not leave the house even for exercise until after the pair had fled. His exercise he took in walking up and down from one end of the long room to another. Devils were let loose in him. When Penzance came to him he saw their fury in his eyes, and heard it in the savagery of his laugh. He kicked an ancient volume out of his way as he strode to and fro. "There has been plenty of the blood of the beast in us in bygone times," he said, "but it was not like this. Savagery in savage days had its excuse. This is the beast sunk into the gibbering, degenerate ape." Penzance came and spent hours of each day with him. Part of his rage was the rage of a man, but he was a boy still, and the boyishness of his bitterly hurt youth was a thing to move to pity. With young blood and young pride and young expectancy rising within him, he was at an hour when he should have felt himself standing upon the threshold of the world, gazing out at the splendid joys and promises and powerful deeds of it, waiting only the fit moment to step forth and win his place. "But we are done for," he shouted once. We are done for, and I am as much done for as they are. Decent people won't touch us. That is where the last Mount Dunstan stands." And Penzance heard in his voice an absolute break. He stopped and marched to the window at the end of the long room, and stood in dead stillness, staring out at the down-sweeping lines of heavy rain. The older man thought many things as he looked at his big back and body. He stood with his legs astride, and Penzance noted that his right hand was clenched on his hip, as a man's might be as he clenched the hilt of his sword, his one mate who might avenge him, even when, standing at bay, he knew that the end had come and he must fall. Primeval force, the thin-faced, narrow-chested, slightly bald clergyman of the Church of England was thinking, never loses its way, or fails to sweep a path before it. The sun rises and sets, the seasons come and go. Primeval force is of them, and as unchangeable. Much of it stood before him embodied in this strongly sentient thing. In this way the Reverend Lewis found his thoughts leading him, and he, being moved to the depths of a fine soul, felt them profoundly interesting and even sustaining. He sat in a high-backed chair, holding its arms with long thin hands, and looking for some time at James Hubert, John Fergus Saltire. He said at last in a sane, level voice, "Lord Tenham is not the last Mount Dunstan," after which the stillness remained unbroken again for some minutes. Saltire did not move or make any response, and, when he left his place at the window, he took up a book, and they spoke of other things. When the 14th Earl died in Paris, and his younger son succeeded, there came a time when the two companions sat together in the library again. It was the evening of a long day spent in discouraging hard work. In the morning they had written side by side over the estate. In the afternoon they had sat and pored over accounts, leases, maps, plans. By nightfall both were fagged and neither in sanguine mood. Mount Dunstan had sat silent for some time. The pair often sat silent. This pause was ended by the young man's rising and standing up, stretching his limbs. "It was a queer thing you said to me in this room a few years ago," he said. "It has just come back to me. Singularly enough, or perhaps naturally enough, it had also just arisen again from the depths of Penzance's subconsciousness." "Yes," he answered, "I remember. Tonight it suggests premonition. Your brother was not the last Mount Dunstan. In one sense, he never was Mount Dunstan at all," answered the other man. Then he suddenly threw out his arms in a gesture whose whole significance it would have been difficult to describe. There was a kind of passion in it. "I am the last Mount Dunstan," he harshly laughed. "Moi qui vous parle, the last." Penzance's eyes, resting on him, took upon themselves the far-seeing look of a man who watches the world of life without living in it. He presently shook his head. "No," he said, "I don't see that. No, not the last. Believe me." And singularly, in truth, Mount Dunstan stood still and gazed at him without speaking. The eyes of each rested in the eyes of the other, and, as had happened before, they followed the subject no further. From that moment it dropped. Only Penzance had known of his reasons for going to America. Even the family solicitors, gravely holding interviews with him and restraining expression of their absolute disapproval of such employment of his inadequate resources, knew no more than that this Mount Dunstan, instead of wasting his beggarly income at Cairo or Monte Carlo or in Paris as the last one had done, prefers to waste it in newer places. The head of the firm, when he bids him good morning and leaves him alone, merely shrugs his shoulders and returns to his letter writing with the corners of his elderly mouth hard set. Penzance saw him off and met him upon his return. In the library they sat and talked it over, and, having done so, closed the book of the episode. He sat at the table, his eyes upon the widespread loveliness of the landscape, but his thought elsewhere. It wandered over the years already lived through, wandering backwards even to the days when existence, opening before the child, eyes was a baffling and vaguely unhappy thing. When the door opened and Penzance was ushered in by a servant, his face wore the look his friend would have been rejoiced to see swept away, to return no more. Then let us take our old accustomed seat and begin some casual talk which will draw him out of the shadows and make him forget such things as it is not good to remember. That is what we have done many times in the past, and may find it well to do many a time again. He begins with talk of the village and the countryside. Village stories are often quaint, and stories of the countryside are sometimes not always interesting. Tom Benson's wife has presented him with triplets, and there is great excitement in the village as to the steps to be taken to secure the 3 guineas given by the Queen as a reward for this feat. Old Benny Bates has announced his intention of taking a 5th wife at the age of 90, and is indignant that it has been suggested that the parochial authorities in charge of the union, in which he must inevitably shortly take refuge, may interfere with his rights as a citizen. The Reverend Lewis has been to talk seriously with him, and finds him at once irate and obdurate. "Vicar," says old Benny, "he can't refuse to marry no man. Law won't let him. Such refusal, he intimates, might drive him to wild and riotous living, remembering his last view of old Benny tottering down the village street in his white smock, his nutcracker face like a withered rosy apple, his gnarled hand grasping the knotted staff his bent body leaned on." Mount Dunstan grinned a little. He did not smile when Penzance passed to the restoration of the ancient church at Melodene. Restoration usually meant the tearing away of ancient oaken, high-backed pews and the installment of smug new benches, suggesting suburban dissenting chapels such as the feudal soul revolts at. Neither did he smile at a reference to the gathering at Dunholm Castle, which was 12 miles away. Dunholm was the possession of a man who stood for all that was first and highest in the land. Dignity, learning, exalted character, generosity, honor. He and the late Lord Mount Dunstan had been born in the same year and had succeeded to their titles almost at the same time. There had arrived a period when they had ceased to know each other. All that the one man intrinsically was, the other man was not. All that the one estate, its castle, its village, its tenantry, represented, was the antipodes of that which the other stood for. The one possession held its place a silent and perhaps unconscious reproach to the other. Among the guests, forming the large house party which London social news had already recorded in its columns, were great and honorable persons and interesting ones, men and women who counted as factors in all good and dignified things accomplished. Even in the present Mount Dunstan's childhood, people of their world had ceased to cross his father's threshold, as 1 or 2 of the most noticeable names were mentioned. Mentally he recalled this, and Penzance, quick to see the thought in his eyes, changed the subject. "At Stornham village an unexpected thing has happened," he said. "One of the relatives of Lady Anstruthers has suddenly appeared a sister. You may remember that the poor woman was said to be the daughter of some rich American, and it seemed unexplainable that none of her family ever appeared, and things were allowed to go from bad to worse. As it was understood that there was so much money, people were mystified by the condition of things. Anstruthers has had money to squander," said Mount Dunstan. "Tinham and he were intimates. The money he spends is no doubt his wife's. As her family deserted her, she has no one to defend her. Certainly her family has seemed to neglect her for years. Perhaps they were disappointed in his position. Many Americans are extremely ambitious. These international marriages are often singular things. Now apparently, without having been expected, the sister appears. Vanderpool is the name, Miss Vanderpool. I crossed the Atlantic with her in the Meridiana," said Mount Dunstan. "Indeed, that is interesting. You did not, of course, know that she was coming here." "I knew nothing of her but that she was a saloon passenger with a suite of staterooms, and I was in the second cabin." "Nothing? That is not quite true, perhaps. Stewards and passengers gossip, and one cannot close one's ears. Of course, one heard constant reiteration of the number of millions her father possessed and the number of cabins she managed to occupy. During the confusion and alarm of the collision, we spoke to each other. He did not mention the other occasion on which he had seen her. There seemed, on the whole, no special reason why he should. Then you would recognize her if you saw her. I heard today that she seems an unusual young woman and has beauty. Her eyes and lashes are remarkable. She is tall. The Americans are setting up a new type. Yes, they used to send over slender, fragile little women. Lady Anstruthers was the type. I confessed to an interest in the sister. Why? She has made a curious impression. She has begun to do things. Stornham Village has lost its breath. He laughed a little. She has been going over the place and discussing repairs. Mount Dunstan laughed also. He remembered what she had said, and she had actually begun. That is practical, he commented. It is really interesting. Why should a young woman turn her attention to repairs? If it had been her father, the omnipotent Mr. Vanderpoel, who had appeared, one would not have wondered at such practical activity. But a young lady with remarkable eyelashes. His elbows were on the arm of his chair, and he had placed the tips of his fingers together, wearing an expression of such absorbed contemplation that Mount Dunstan laughed again. "You look quite dreamy over it," he said. "It allures me. Unknown quantities in character always allure me. I should like to know her. A community like this is made up of the absolutely known quantity of types repeating themselves through centuries. A new one is almost a startling thing. Gossip over teacups is not usually entertaining to me, but I found myself listening to little Miss Laura Brunel this afternoon with rather marked attention. I confess to having gone so far as to make an inquiry or so. Sir Nigel Anstruthers is not often at Stornham. He is away now. It is plainly not he who is interested in repairs. He is on the Riviera, in retreat, in a place he is fond of, Mount Dunstan said dryly. He took a companion with him, a new infatuation. He will not return soon. Chapter 19. Spring and Bund Street. The visit to London was part of an evolution of both body and mind to Rosalie Anstruthers. In one of the wonderful modern hotels, a suite of rooms was engaged for them. The luxury which surrounded them was not of the order Rosalie had vaguely connected with hotels. Hotel keepers had apparently learned many things during the years of her seclusion. Vanderpoels, at least, could so establish themselves as not to greatly feel the hotel atmosphere. Carefully chosen colors, textures, and appointments formed the background of their days. The food they ate was a thing produced by art. The servants who attended them were completely trained mechanisms. To sit by a window and watch the kaleidoscopic human tide passing by on its way to its pleasure, to reach its work, to spend its money in unending shops, to show itself and its equipage in the park, was a wonderful thing to Lady Anstruthers. It all seemed to be a part of the life and quality of Betty, little Betty, whom she had remembered only as a child, and who had come to her, a tall, strong young beauty, who had, it was resplendently clear, never known a fear in her life, and whose mere personality had the effect of making fears seem unreal. She was taken out in a luxurious little brougham to shops whose varied allurements were placed eagerly at her disposal. Respectful persons, obedient to her most faintly expressed desire, displayed garments as wonderful as those the New York trunks had revealed. She was besought to consider the fitness of articles, whose exquisiteness she was almost afraid to look at. Her thin little body was wonderfully fitted, managed, encouraged to make the most of its long ignored outlines. Her ladyship's slenderness is a great advantage, said the wisely inciting ones. There is no such advantage as delicacy of line. Summing up the character of their customer with the saleswoman's eye, they realized the discretion of turning to Miss Vanderpoel for encouragement, though. She was the younger of the two, and bore no title. They were aware of the existence of persons of rank who were not lavish patrons, but the name of vendor Pole held most promising suggestions. To an English shopkeeper, the American has, of late years, represented the spender, the type which, whatsoever its rank and resources, has, mysteriously, always money to hand over counters in exchange for things it chances to desire to possess. Each year surges across the Atlantic a horde of these fortunate persons who, to the sober commercial British mind, appear to be free to devote their existences to travel and expenditure. This contingent appears shopping in the various shopping thoroughfares. It buys clothes, jewels, miscellaneous attractive things, making its purchases of articles useful or decorative with a freedom from anxiety in its enjoyment which does not mark the mood of the ordinary shopper. In the everyday purchaser, one is accustomed to take for granted as a factor in his expenditure a certain deliberation and uncertainty. To the traveling American in Europe, shopping appears to be part of the holiday which is being made the most of. Surely, all the neat, smart young persons who buy frocks and blouses, hats and coats, hosiery and chains cannot be the possessors of large incomes. There must be, even in America, a middle class of middle-class resources. Yet these young persons, male and female, and most frequently unaccompanied by older persons seeing what they want, greet it with expressions of pleasure, waste no time in appropriating and paying for it, and go away as in relief and triumph, not as if sober joy which is clouded aft fact. The salespeople are sometimes even vaguely cheered by their gay lack of any doubt as to the wisdom of their getting what they admire and rejoicing in it. If America always buys in this holiday mood, it must be an enviable thing to be a shopkeeper in their New York or Boston or San Francisco. Who would not make a fortune among them? They want what they want, and not something which seems to them less desirable, but they open their purses and frequently with some amused uncertainty as to the differences between sovereigns and half-sovereigns, florins and half-crowns, they pay their bills with something almost like glee. They are remarkably prompt about bills, which is an excellent thing, as they are nearly always just going somewhere else, to France or Germany or Italy or Scotland or Siberia. Those of us who are shopkeepers or their salesmen do not dream that some of them have incomes no larger than our own, that they work for their livings, that they are teachers, journalists, small writers or illustrators of papers or magazines, that they are unimportant soldiers of fortune, but, with their queer American insistence on exploration and the ignoring of limitations, they have, somehow, managed to make this exultant dash for a few daring weeks or months of freedom and new experience. If we knew this, we should regard them from our conservative standpoint of provident decorum as improvident lunatics, being ourselves unable to calculate with their odd courage and their cheerful belief in themselves. What we do know is that they spend, and we are far from disdaining their patronage, though most of them have an odd little familiarity of address and are not stamped with that distinction which causes us to realize the enormous difference between the patron and the tradesman and makes us feel the worm we remotely like, to feel ourselves, though we would not for worlds acknowledge the fact. Mentally, and in our speech both among our equals and our superiors, we condescend to and patronize them a little, though that, of course, is the fine old insular attitude it would be un-British to discourage. But if we are not in the least definite concerning the position and resources of these spenders as a mass, we are quite sure of a select number. There is mention of them in the newspapers, of the town houses, the castles, moors, and salmon fishings they rent, of their yachts, their presentations actually at our own courts, of their presence at great balls, at Ascot and Goodwood, at the opera on gala nights. One staggers sometimes before the public summing up of the amount of their fortunes. These people who have neither blood nor rank, these men who labor in their business offices, are richer than our great dukes, at the realizing of whose wealth and possessions we have at times almost turned pale. "Them!" chaffed a costermonger over his barrow. Blim, If some of them blokes won't buy Buckingham Palace in the old Royal family some mornin' when they're out shopping. The subservient attendants in more than one fashionable shop Betty and her sister visit know that Miss Vanderpool is of the circle, though her father has not as yet bought or hired any great estate, and his daughter has not been seen in London. It's queer we've never heard of her being presented, one shop girl says to another. Just you look at her. She evidently knows what her ladyship ought to buy, what can be trusted not to overpower her faded fragility. The saleswomen, even if they had not been devoured by alert curiosity, could not have avoided seeing that her ladyship did not seem to know what should be bought, and that Miss Vanderpool did, though she did not direct her sister's selection, but merely seemed to suggest with delicate restraint. Her taste was wonderfully perceptive. The things bought were exquisite, but a little colorless woman could wear them all, with advantage to her restrictions of type. As the brougham drove down Bond Street, Betty called Lady Anstruther's attention to more than one passer-by. "Look, Rosie," she said. "There is Mrs. Treat-Hilliar in the second carriage to the right. You remember Josie Treat-Hilliar married Lord Varick's son." In the landau designated an elderly woman with wonderfully dressed white hair sat smiling and bowing to friends who were walking. Lady Anstruther's, despite her eagerness, shrank back a little, hoping to escape being seen. "Oh, it is the Lows she is speaking to Tom and Alice. I did not know they had sailed yet." The tall, well-groomed young man, with the nice, ugly face, was showing white teeth in a gay smile of recognition, and his pretty wife was lightly waving a slim hand in a gray suede glove. "How cheerful and nice-tempered they look," said Rosie. "Tom was only 20 when I saw him last. Whom did he marry?" "An English girl. Such a love. A Devonshire gentleman's daughter. In New York his friends called her Devonshire Cream and Roses. She is one of the pretty, flushy, pink ones." "How nice Bond Street is on a spring morning like this," said Lady Anstruthers. "You may laugh at me for saying it, Betty, but somehow it seems to me more spring-like than the country." "How clever of you," laughed Betty. "There is so much truth in it." The people walking in the sunshine were all full of spring thoughts and plans. The colors they wore, the flowers in the women's hats and the men's buttonholes, belonged to the season. The cheerful crowds of people and carriages had a sort of rushing stir of movement which suggested freshness. Later in the year everything looks more tired. Now things were beginning and everyone was rather inclined to believe that this year would be better than last. "Look at the shop windows," said Betty, "full of whites and pinks and yellows and blues, the colors of hyacinth and daffodil beds. It seems as if they insist that there never has been a winter and never will be one. They insist that there never was and never will be anything but spring. It's in the air." Lady Anstruther's sigh was actually a happy one. "It is just what I used to feel in April when we drove down Fifth Avenue." Among the crowds of freshly dressed passers-by, women with flowery hats and light frocks and parasols, men with touches of flower color on the lapels of their coats, and the holiday look in their faces, she noted so many of a familiar type that she began to look for and try to pick them out with quite excited interest. "I believe that woman is an American," she would say. "That girl looks as if she were a New Yorker." Again, "That man's face looks as if it belonged to Broadway." "Oh, Betty, do you think I am right?" "I should say those girls getting out of the hansom to go into Burnham and Staples came from out west and are going to buy thousands of things. Don't they look like it?" She began to lean forward and look on at things with an interest so unlike her. Stornham listlessness that Betty's heart was moved. Her face looked alive, and little waves of color rose under her skin. Several times she laughed, the natural little laugh of her girlhood, which it had seemed almost too much to expect to hear again. The first of these laughs came when she counted her 10th American, a tall Westerner of the cartoon type, sauntering along with an expression of speculative enjoyment on his odd face and evidently, though furtively, chewing tobacco. "I absolutely love him, Betty," she cried. "You couldn't mistake him for anything else." "No," answered Betty, feeling that she loved him herself, "not if you found him embalmed in the pyramids." They pleased themselves immensely, trying to guess what he would buy and take home to his wife and girls in his western town, though western towns were very grand and amazing in these days, Betty explained, and knew they could give points to New York. He would not buy the things he would have bought 15 years ago. Perhaps, in fact, his wife and daughters had come with him to London and stayed at the Metropole or the Savoy, and were at this moment being fitted by tailors and modistes patronized by royalty. "Rosie, look. Do you see who that is? Do you recognize her? It is Mrs. Bellingham. She was little Mina Thalberg. She married Captain Bellingham. He was quite poor, but very well born, a nephew of Lord Dunholm's. He could not have married a poor girl, but they had been so happy together that Mina is growing fat and spends her days in taking reducing treatments. She says she wouldn't care in the least, but Dickie fell in love with her waist and shoulder line." The plump, pretty young woman getting out of her Victoria before a fashionable hairdresser's looked radiant enough. She had not yet lost the waist and shoulder line, though her pink frock fitted her with discreet tightness. She paused a moment to pat and fuss prettily over the two blooming curly children who were to remain under the care of the nurse, who sat on the back seat holding the baby on her lap. "I should not have known her," said Rosie. "She has grown pretty. She wasn't a pretty child. It's happiness and the English climate and Captain Dickie. They adore each other and laugh at everything like a pair of children. They were immensely popular in New York last winter when they visited Mina's people." The effect of the morning upon Lady Anstruthers was what Betty had hoped it might be. The curious drawing near of the two nations began to dawn upon her as a truth. Immured in the country, not sufficiently interested in life to read newspapers, she had heard rumors of some of the more important marriages, but had known nothing of the thousand small details which made for the weaving of the web. Mrs. Treat Hillier driving in a leisurely, accustomed fashion down Bond Street and smiling casually at her compatriots, whose sailing was as much part of the natural order of their luxurious lives as their carriages, gave a definiteness to the situation. Mina Thalberg, pulling down the embroidered frocks over the round legs of her English-looking children, seemed to narrow the width of the Atlantic Ocean between Liverpool and the docks on the Hudson River. She returned to the hotel with an appetite for lunch and the new expression in her eyes which made Uchtred stare at her. "Mother," he said, "you look different. You look well. It isn't only your new dress and your hair." The new style of her attire had certainly done much, and the maid who had been engaged to attend her was a woman who knew her duties. She had been called upon in her time to make the most of hair, offering much less assistance to her skill than was supplied by the fine, fair colorlessness she had found dragged back from her new mistress's forehead. It was not dragged back now, but had really been done wonders with. Rosalie had smiled a little when she had looked at herself in the glass after the first time it was so dressed. "You're trying to make me look as I did when Mother saw me last, Betty," she said. "I wonder if you possibly could." "Let us believe we can," laughed Betty, "and wait and see." It seemed wise neither to make nor receive visits. The time for such things had evidently not yet come. Even the mention of the Worthingtons led to the revelation that Rosalie shrank from immediate contact with people. When she felt stronger, when she became more accustomed to the thought, she might feel differently, but just now, to be luxuriously one with the enviable part of London, to look on, to drink in, to drive here and there, doing the things she liked to do, ordering what was required at Stornham, was like the creating for her of a new heaven and a new earth. When, one night, Betty took her with Uchtred to the theater, it was to see a play written by an American, played by American actors, produced by an American manager. They had even engaged in theatrical enterprise, it seemed. Their actors played before London audiences. London actors played in American theaters, vibrating almost yearly between the two continents and reaping rich harvests. Hearing rumors of this in the past, Lady Anstruthers had scarcely believed it entirely true. Now, the practical reality was brought before her. The French, who were only separated from the English metropolis by a mere few miles of channel, did not exchange their actors year after year in increasing numbers, making a mere friendly barter of each other's territory, as though each land was common ground and not divided by leagues of ocean travel. It seems so wonderful, Lady Anstruthers argued. I have always felt as if they hated each other. They did once, but how could it last between those of the same blood, of the same tongue? If we were really aliens, we might be a menace, but we are of their own. Betty leaned forward on the edge of the box, looking out over the crowded house, filled with almost as many Americans as English faces. She smiled, reflecting. We were children put out to nurse and breathe new air in the country, and now we are coming home, vigorous and full-grown. She studied the audience for some minutes and, as her glance wandered over the stalls, it took in more than one marked variety of type. Suddenly it fell on a face she delightedly recognized. It was that of the nice, speculative-eyed Westerner they had seen enjoying himself in Bond Street. "Rosie," she said, "there is the Western man we love, near the end of the fourth row." Lady Anstruthers looked for him with eagerness. "Oh, I see him. Next to the big one with the reddish hair." Betty turned her attention to the man in question, whom she had not chanced to notice. She uttered an exclamation of surprise and interest. "The big man with the red hair. How lovely that they should chance to sit side by side. The big one is Lord Mount Dunstan." The necessity of seeing his solicitors, who happened to be Messrs. Towlinson and Shepherd, had brought Lord Mount Dunstan to town. After a day devoted to business affairs, he had been attracted by the idea of going to the theater to see again a play he had already seen in New York. It would interest him to observe its exact effect upon a London audience. While he had been in New York, he had gone with something of the same feeling to see a great English actor play to a crowded house. The great actor had been one who had returned to the country for a third or fourth time, and in the enthusiasm he had felt in the atmosphere about him, Mount Dunstan had seen not only pleasure and appreciation of the man's perfect art, but its certain tumultuous outbursts and almost emotional welcome. The Americans, he had said to himself, were creatures of warmer blood than the English. The audience on that occasion had been, in mass, American. The audience he made one of now was made up of both nationalities, and, in glancing over it, he realized how large was the number of Americans who came yearly to London. As Lady Anstruthers had done, he found himself selecting from the assemblage the types which were manifestly American and those obviously English. In the seat next to himself sat a man of a type he felt he had learned by heart in the days of his life as Jim Salter. At a short distance fluttered brilliantly an English professional beauty with her male and female court about her. In the stage box, made sumptuous with flowers, was a royal party. As this party had entered, God Save the Queen had been played, and, in rising with the audience during the entry, he had recalled that the tune was identical with that of an American national air. How unconsciously inseparable, in spite of the lightness with which they regarded the curious tie between them, the two countries were. The people upon the stage were acting as if they knew their public, their bearing suggesting no sense of any barrier beyond the footlights. It was the unconsciousness and lightness of the mutual attitude which had struck him of late. Punch had long jested about fair Americans who, in their first introduction to its pages, used exotic and cryptic language, beginning every sentence either with "I guess" or "say, stranger." Its male American had been of the Uncle Sam order and had invariably worn a goatee. American witticisms had represented the Englishman in plaid trousers, opening his remarks with "Cholly, dear fella," and unfailingly missing the point of any joke. Each country had cherished its type and good-naturedly derided it. In time this had modified itself, and the joke had changed in kind. Many other things had changed, but the lightness of treatment still remained. And yet their blood was mingling itself with that of England's noblest and oldest of name. Their wealth was making solid again towers and halls which had threatened to crumble. Ancient family jewels glittered on slender young American necks and above sometimes somewhat careless young American brows. And yet, so far, one was casual in one's thought of it all. Still, on his own part, he was obstinate Briton enough to rebel against and resented. They were intruders. He resented them as he had resented in his boyhood the historical fact that, after all, an Englishman was a German, a savage who, 500 years after the birth of Christ, had swooped upon early Britain from his England and Jutland, and ravaging with fire and sword, had conquered and made the land his possession, ravishing its very name from it, and giving it his own. These people did not come with fire and sword, but with cable and telephone, and bribes of gold and fair women, but they were encroaching like the sea, which, in certain parts of the coast, gained a few inches or so each year. He shook his shoulders impatiently and stiffened, feeling illogically antagonistic towards the good-natured, lantern-jawed man at his side. The lantern-jawed man looked good-natured because he was smiling, and he was smiling because he saw something which pleased him in one of the boxes. His expression of unqualified approval naturally directed Mount Dunstan's eye to the point in question, where it remained for some moments. This was because he found it resting upon Miss Vanderpool, who sat before him in luminous white garments and with a brilliant spark of ornament in the dense shadow of her hair. His sensation at the unexpected sight of her would, if it had expressed itself physically, have taken the form of a slight start. The luminous quality did not confine itself to the whiteness of her garments. He was aware of feeling that she looked luminous herself. Her eyes, her cheek, the smile she bent upon the little woman who was her companion. She was a beautifully living thing. Naturally, she was being looked at by others than himself. She was one of those towards whom glasses in a theater turn themselves inevitably. The sweep and lift of her black hair would have drawn them, even if she had offered no other charm. Yes, he thought, here was another of them. To whom was she bringing her good looks and her millions? There were men enough who needed money, even if they must accept it under less alluring conditions. In the box next to the one occupied by the royal party was a man who was known to be waiting for the advent of some such opportunity. His was a case of dire, if outwardly stately, need. He was young, but a fool, and not noted for personal charms, yet he had, in one sense, great things to offer. There were, of course, many chances that he might offer them to her. If this happened, would she accept them? There was really no objection to him but his dullness. Consequently, there seemed many chances that she might. There was something akin to the pomp of royalty in the power her father's wealth implied. She could scarcely make an ordinary marriage. It would naturally be a sort of state affair. There were few men who had enough to offer in exchange for Vanderpool millions, and of the few, none had special attractions. The one in the box next to the royal party was a decent enough fellow. As young princesses were not infrequently called upon, by the mere exclusion of royal blood, to become united to young or mature princes without charm, so American young persons who were of royal possessions must find themselves limited. If you felt free to pick and choose from among young men in the Guards, or young attaches in the diplomatic service with tuppence a year, you might get beauty, or wit, or temperament, or all three by good luck. But if you were of a royal house of New York or Chicago, you would probably feel you must draw lines and choose only such splendors as accorded with, even while differing from, your own, any possible connection of himself with such a case did not present itself to him. If it had done so, he would have counted himself haughtily as beyond the pale. It was for other men to do things of the sort. A remote antagonism of his whole being warred against the mere idea. It was bigoted prejudice, perhaps, but it was a strong thing. A lovely shoulder and a brilliant head set on a long and slender neck have no nationality which can prevent a man's glance turning naturally towards them. His turned again during the last act of the play, and at a moment when he saw something rather like the thing he had seen, when the Meridiana moved away from the dock and the exalted Miss Vanderpoel, leaning upon the rail, had held out her arms towards the child who had brought his toy to her as a farewell offering. Sitting by her tonight was a boy with a crooked back. Mount Dunstan remembered hearing that the Anstruthers had a deformed son, and she was leaning towards him, her hand resting on his shoulder, explaining something he had not quite grasped in the action of the play. The absolute adoration in the boy's uplifted eyes was an interesting thing to take in, and the radiant warmth of her bright look was as unconscious of onlookers as it had been when he had seen it yearning towards the child on the wharf. Hers was the temperament which gave. He found himself restraining a smile because her look brought back to him the actual sound of the New York youngster's voice. "I wanted to kiss you, Betty. Oh, I did so want to kiss you." Anstruther's boy, poor little beggar, looked as if he too, in the face of actors and audience and brilliance of light, wanted to kiss her. Chapter 20. Finns, Occ. in Stornham Village. It would not have been possible for Miss Vanderpoel to remain long in social seclusion in London, and, before many days had passed, Stornham Village was enlivened by the knowledge that her ladyship and her sister had returned to the court. It was also evident that their visit to London had not been made to no purpose. The stagnation of the waters of village life threatened to become a whirlpool. A respectable person, who was to be her ladyship's maid, had come with them, and her ladyship had not been served by a personal attendant for years. Her ladyship had also appeared at the dinner table in new garments, and with her hair done, as other ladies wore theirs. She looked like a different woman, and actually had a bit of color, and was beginning to lose her frightened way. Now it dawned upon even the dullest and least active mind that something had begun to stir. It had been felt vaguely when the new young lady from Meriker had walked through the village street and had drawn people to doors and windows by her. Mere passing. After the return from London, the signs of activity were such as made the villagers catch their breaths in uttering uncertain exclamations, and caused the feminine element to catch up offspring, or, dragging it by its hand, run into neighbors' cottages and stand talking the incredible thing over in lowered and rather breathless voices. Yet the incredible thing in question was, had it been seen from the standpoint of more prosperous villagers, anything but extraordinary. In entirely rural places, the castle, the hall or the manor, the great house in short, still retains somewhat of the old feudal power to bestow benefits or withhold them. Wealth and goodwill at the manor supply work and resultant comfort in the village and its surrounding holdings. Patronized by the great house, the 2 or 3 small village shops bestir themselves and awaken to activity. The blacksmith swings his hammer with renewed spirit over the numerous jobs the gentry's stables, carriage houses, garden tools, and household repairs give to him. The carpenter mends and makes, the vicarage feels at ease, realizing that its church and its charities do not stand unsupported. Small farmers and larger ones, under a rich and interested landlord, thrive and are able to hold their own even against the tricks of wind and weather. Farm laborers, being, as a result, certain of steady and decent wage, trudge to and fro with stolid cheerfulness, knowing that the pot boils and the children's feet are shod. Superannuated old men and women are sure of their broth and Sunday dinner, and their dread of the impending union fades away. The squire or my lord or my lady can be depended upon to care for their old bones until they are laid under the sod in the green churchyard. With wealth and goodwill at the great house, life warms and offers prospects. There are Christmas feasts and gifts and village treats, and the big carriage or the smaller one stop at cottage doors and at once confer exciting distinction and carry good cheer. But Stornham village had scarcely a remote memory of any period of such prosperity. It had not existed even in the older Sir Nigel's time, and certainly the present Sir Nigel's reign had been marked only by neglect, ill temper, indifference, and a falling into disorder and decay. Farms were poorly worked, laborers were unemployed, there was no trade from the manor household, no carriages, no horses, no company, no spending of money. Cottages leaked, floors were damp, the church roof itself was fallen to pieces, and the vicar had nothing to give. The helpless and old cottagers were carried to the Union and, dying there, were buried by the stinted parish in parish coffins. Her ladyship had not visited the cottages since her child's birth, and now such inspiriting events as were everyday happenings in lucky places like Westerbridge and Rocham and Yankford showed signs of being about to occur in Stornham itself. To begin with, even before the journey to London, Kedgers had made 2 or 3 visits to the clock and had been in a communicative mood. He had related the story of the morning when he had looked up from his work and had found the strange young lady standing before him, with the result that he had been struck all of a heap. And then he had given a detailed account of their walk round the place, and of the way in which she had looked at things, and asked questions, such as would have done credit to a man with a idonym. "Nay, nay," commented Kedgers, shaking his own head doubtfully, even while with admiration. "I've never seen the like before in young women, neither in lady young women nor in them that's otherwise." Afterwards had transpired the story of Mrs. Noakes and the kitchen grate, Mrs. Noakes having a friend in Miss Lupin, the village dressmaker. "I'd not put it past her," was Mrs. Noakes summing up, "to order a new one, I wouldn't." The footman in the shabby livery had been a little wild in his statements, being rendered so by the admiring and excited state of his mind. He dwelt upon the matter of her looks, and the way she lighted up the dingy dining-room, and so conversed that a man found himself listening and glancing when it was his business to be an unhearing, unseeing piece of mechanism. Such simple records of servitors' impressions were quite enough for Stornham village, and produced in it a sense of being roused a little from sleep to listen to distant and uncomprehended but not unagreeable sounds. One morning Buttle, the carpenter, looked up as Kedgers had done, and saw standing on the threshold of his shop the tall young woman who was a sensation and an event in herself. "You are the master of the shop?" she asked. Buttle came forward, touching his brow in hasty salute. "Yes, my lady," he answered. "Joseph Buttle, your ladyship." "I am Miss Vanderpool," dismissing the suddenly bestowed title with easy directness. "Are you busy? I want to talk to you." No one had any reason to be busy at any time in Stornham village. No such luck. Buttle did not smile as he replied that he was at liberty and placed himself at his visitor's disposal. The tall young lady came into the little shop and took the chair respectfully offered to her. Buttle saw her eyes sweep the place as if taking in its resources. "I want to talk to you about some work which must be done at the court," she explained at once. "I want to know how much can be done by workmen of the village. How many men have you?" How many men had he? Buttle wavered between gratification at its being supposed that he had men under him and grumpy depression because the illusion must be dispelled. "There's me and Sim Soames, miss," he answered. "No more and no less. Where can you get more?" asked Miss Vanderpool. It could not be denied that Buttle received a mental shock which verged in its suddenness on being almost a physical one. The promptness and decision of such a query swept him off his feet. That Sim Soames and himself should be an insufficient force to combat with such repairs as the court could afford was an idea presenting an aspect of unheard-of novelty. but that methods as coolly radical as those this questioning implied should be resorted to was staggering. "Me and Sim has always done what work was done," he stammered. "It hasn't been much." Miss Vanderpool neither assented to nor dissented from this last palpable truth. She regarded Buttle with searching eyes. She was wondering if any practical ability concealed itself behind his dullness. If she gave him work, could he do it? If she gave the whole village work, was it too far gone in its unspurred stodginess to be roused to carrying it out? "There's a great deal to be done now," she said. "All that can be done in the village should be done here. It seems to me that the villagers want work, new work, do they?" Work, new work. The spark of life in her steady eyes actually lighted a spark in the being of Joe Buttle. Young ladies in villages gentry usually visited the cottagers a bit if they were well-meaning young women, left good books and broth or jelly, pottered about and were seen at church and playing croquet, and finally married and removed to other places, or gradually faded year by year into respectable spinsterhood. And this one comes in, and in 2 or 3 minutes shows that she knows things about the place and understands. A man might then take it for granted that she would understand the thing he daringly gathered courage to say. "They want any work, miss, that they are sure of decent pay for sure of it." She did understand. And she did not treat his implication as an impertinence. She knew it was not intended as one, and, indeed, she saw in it a sort of earnest of a possible practical quality in Buttle. Such work as the court had demanded had remained unpaid for with quiet persistence until even bills had begun to lag and fall off. She could see exactly how it had been done and comprehended quite clearly a lack of enthusiasm in the presence of orders from the great house. "All work will be paid for," she said. "Each week the workmen will receive their wages. They may be sure I will be responsible." "Thank you, miss," said Buttle, and he half unconsciously touched his forehead again. "In a place like this," the young lady went on in her mellow voice, and with a reflective thoughtfulness in her handsome eyes, "on an estate like Stornham, no work that can be done by the villagers should be done by anyone else. The people of the land should be trained to do such work as the manor house, or cottages, or farms require to have done." How did she think that out, was Buttle's reflection. In places such as Stornham, through generation after generation, the thing she had just said was accepted as law, clung to as a possession, any divergence from it being a grievance, sullenly and bitterly grumbled over. And in places enough there was divergence in these days, the gentry sending to London for things, and having up workmen to do their best paying jobs for them. The law had been so long a law that no village could see justice in outsiders being sent for, even to do work they could not do well themselves. It showed what she was, this handsome young woman, even though she did come from America, that she should know what was right. She took a notebook out and opened it on the rough table before her. "I have made some notes here," she said, "and a sketch or two. We must talk them over together." If she had given Joe Buttle cause for surprise at the outset, she gave him further cause during the next half hour. The work that was to be done was such as made him open his eyes and draw in his breath, if he was to be allowed to do it. If he could do it, if it was to be paid for, it struck him that he would be a man set up for life. If her ladyship had come and ordered it to be done, he would have thought the poor thing had gone mad. But this one had it all jotted down in a clear hand, without the least feminine confusion of detail, and with here and there a little sharply drawn sketch, such as a carpenter, if he could draw, which Buttle could not, might have made. "There's not workmen enough in the village to do it in a year, miss," he said at last, with a gasp of disappointment. She thought it over a minute, her pencil poised in her hand and her eyes on his face. "Can you," she said, "undertake to get men from other villages and superintend what they do? If you can do that, the work is still passing through your hands, and Stornham will reap the benefit of it. Your workmen will lodge at the cottages and spend part of their wages at the shops, and you, who are a Stornham workman, will earn the money to be made out of a rather large contract." Joe Buttle became quite hot. If you have brought up a family for years on the proceeds of such jobs as driving a tenpenny nail in here or there, tinkering a hole in a cottage roof, knocking up a shelf in the vicarage kitchen, and mending a panel of fence, to be suddenly confronted with a proposal to engage workmen and undertake contracts is shortening to the breath and heating to the blood. "Miss," he said, "we've never done big jobs, Soames and me. P'raps we're not up to it, but it'd be a fortune to us." She was looking down at one of her papers and making pencil marks on it. "You did some work last year on a little house at Tidhurst, didn't you?" she said. To think of her knowing that! Yes, the unaccountable good luck had actually come to him, that two Tidhurst carpenters, falling ill of the same typhoid at the same time, through living side by side in the same order of unsanitary cottage, he and Sim had been given their work to finish, and had done their best. "Yes, miss," he answered. "I heard that when I was inquiring about you. I drove over to Tidhurst to see the work, and it was very sound and well done. If you did that, I can at least trust you to do something at the court which will prove to me what you are equal to. I want a Stornham man to undertake this." "No Tidhurst man," said Joe Buttle with sudden courage, "nor yet no Barnhurst, nor yet no Yangford, nor Ratcham shall do it if I can look it in the face. It's Stornham work, and Stornham had ought to have it. It gives me a brace up to hear of it." The tall young lady laughed beautifully and got up. "Come to the court tomorrow morning at 10, and we will look it over together," she said. "Good morning, Buttle," and she went away. In the tap-room of the Clock, when Joe Buttle dropped in for his pot of beer, he found Fox, the saddler, and Tread, the blacksmith, and each of them fell upon the others with something of the same story to tell. The new young lady from the court had been to see them too, and had brought to each her definite little notebook. Harness was to be repaired and furbished up, the big carriage and the old phaeton were to be put in order, and Master Uchtred's cart was to be given new paint and springs. This is what she said, Fox's story ran, and she said it so straightforward and businesslike that the conceitedest man that lived couldn't be upset by it. "I want to see what you can do," she says. "I am new to the place, and I must find out what everyone can do, then I shall know what to do myself." The way she sets them eyes on a man is a sight. It's the sense in them, and the human nature that takes. "You." "Yes, it's the sense," said Tread, "and her looking at you as if she expected you to have sense yourself and understand that she's doing fair business. It's clear-headed, like her asking questions and finding out what Stornham men can do. She's having the old things done up so that she can find out, and so that she can prove that the court work is going to be paid for. That's my belief." "But what does it all mean?" said Joe Buttle, setting his pot of beer down on the tap-room table, round which they sat in conclave. "Where's the money coming from? There's money somewhere." Tread was the advanced thinker of the village. He had come through reverses from a bigger place. He read the newspapers. "It'll come from where it's got a way of coming," he gave forth portentously. "It'll come from America. How they managed to get hold of so much of it there is past me. But they've got it, dang 'em, and they're ready to spend it for what they want, though they're a sharp lot. 12 years ago there was a good bit of talk about her ladyship's father being one of them with the fullest pockets. She came here with plenty, but Sir Nigel got hold of it for his games, and they're the games that cost money. Her ladyship wasn't born with a backbone, poor thing. But this new one was, and her ladyship's father is her father, and you mark my words, there's money coming into Stornham, though it's not going to be played the fool with. Lord, yes. This new one has a backbone and good strong wrists and a good strong head, though I must say, with a little masculine chuckle of admission, it's a bit unnatural with them eyelashes and them eyes looking at you between 'em, like blue water between rushes in the marsh." Before the next 24 hours had passed, a still more unlooked-for event had taken place. Long outstanding bills had been paid, and in as matter-of-fact manner, as if they had not been sent in and ignored in some cases for years. The settlement of Joe Buttle's account sent him to bed at the day's end almost light-headed. To become suddenly the possessor of £37, 15 and 10 pence halfpenny, of which all hope had been lost 3 years ago, was almost too much for any man. £6, £8, £10 came into places as if sovereigns had been sixpences and shillings farthings. More than one cottage woman, at the sight of the hoarded wealth in her staring goodman's hand, gulped and began to cry. If they had had it before, and in driblets, it would have been spent long since. Now, in a lump, it meant shoes and petticoats and tea and sugar in temporary abundance, and the sense of this abundance was felt to be entirely due to American magic. America was, in fact, greatly lauded and discussed, the case of Garge Lumsden being much quoted. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.